Hello everyone and welcome to Melbourne Park on a beautiful Monday morning. We are here for the 2012 Australian Open Wildcard Playoff. It is a big carrot for two Australians this week. One male and one female can win direct entry into January 14's Australian Open, and that is certainly worth playing for. Brett Phillips alongside Peter Mercado this morning in the sporting capital. It's great to be back here at Melbourne Park. Welcome to you, Pete.
Yeah, welcome, Brett. It's good to be here. I tell you what, a perfect day for tennis today, and the stakes couldn't be higher. You mentioned that wild card, one for the men, one for the women. They are actually simulating the Grand Slam conditions. So the men, it's a 16 draw. They'll be playing best of 5-set matches all the way through, and a slight change for the women's format as well. Last year and previous years, it's been a round-robin event. This time a straight knockout, so the pressure is on right from the very first match. Yeah,
we should explain that we're going to be on Court 6 right throughout the week here on tennis.com.au and on Tennis Australia's YouTube channel. We're going to be featuring 3 matches, possibly 4. Daily will depend on the schedule. There are going to be some long days with the 5-set format, but the players are fired up and ready to go. And we'll keep you up to date with all the action going on the other courts as well. Let's take a look at the opening match, because one man we really enjoyed watching that last year was JP Smith. John Patrick Smith. He spent a lot of time in the US, originally from Townsville, played a lot of college tennis with great success, and this year stepped out onto the Futures and the Challengers circuit and had some good success. He's back, got his ranking down inside the top 250.
Yeah, which is a great result for him too. Went off and did the whole college thing, got the education as well, and now starting to break out on his own. He's had some good success, as he mentioned, winning a couple of Futures titles this year over in the US, and a chance to really springboard by potentially getting a wild card this week.
Yeah, good left-hander. He's got a nice game. We do like him. He'll be out here in the next 15 minutes or so. His opponent is a young New South Welshman, only 17 years of age, had some really good junior success in Jay Andric. This is a big stage for him, but an opportunity to display his game.
Well, exactly. As you mentioned, 17 years of age, the opportunity to play a best-of-5-set match against someone who's got a bit more experience than he has. That'll put him in good stead, and hopefully he'll enjoy the experience this morning.
Second match we're looking forward to is Luke Seville and Andrew Whittington. They know each other fairly well. Luke, of course, from South Australia. Andrew here from Victoria. Luke certainly is more well-known, having really stepped out onto the Futures circuit this year at 18 years of age and won a couple of titles, has got down to about 340 in the world, so that ranking is coming down nicely. And Andrew Whittington also spent a bit of time on the clay overseas, playing a few of the Australian Pro Tour events, and you look forward to the challenge of taking on his good mate.
Well, exactly, and they're hitting partners as well, so they know each other's games, well, inside and out, and that can often be a good thing. Sometimes it could be a bad thing as well when you know too much about your opponent, but hopefully it'll be a close match, and well done to Luke last week winning an award for Best Male Junior Athlete at the Newcomb Medal. So a great performance and really caps off 12 months of really solid work.
Yeah, and he's growing in stature too, and some real self-belief there for Luke Seville, who's got a real dream of taking his game to the highest level possible, a great competitor. And then we get to see the number 1 seed here, Sam Groth. And he's had a really good year. We know the comeback story of Sam Groth. He was about 780 in the world at the start of the year. He's got that down to about 210 in the world, and travelled a bit in the US, played a few of the Australian Pro Tour events, spent a bit of time in Asia as well. He looks to be in really good nick, but he's got Nick Kyrgios, an 18-year-old, just yesterday, Pete, won the Under-18 Optus National Championship, so he's a feisty competitor as well. It's going to be game on with that game.
Well, exactly, and Nick obviously have played a number of matches on these courts last week, so comes in form. It's going to be a tough one for Sam. I predict that this might be the closer of the 3 matches that we're going to be covering, but as you said, Sam Groth is in reasonably good form as well, and I think we've put a few holes in the fence with the big serve that he's got, and look, he's had some sustained success. He obviously had some time out off the tour. He's come back. He's 100% committed to getting himself back up and grabbing that wild card and then springboarding into 2013.
Well, we saw what Marinko Matosevic did. He won this tournament last year, went from 205 to 49 in the world. It can be done. Maybe Sam Groth can emulate that. And it's going to be a big day of action right here on tennis.com.au. We're going to take a small break. Of course, we are building up to Australian Open 2013. Just a quick check of the weather today. The all-important weather, Pete. Nice day today. About 24 degrees, a bit of a breeze coming through. Going to be a little bit warmer through the course of the week, up to 35 on Wednesday.
Yeah, it's perfect conditions for tennis this morning. Not too hot, a little bit of sunshine, nice breeze coming across the court, and the players know they'll be loving it, particularly with the weather expected to get warmer through the week.
Cannot forget the all-important weather. A quick break here from Melbourne Park. We'll be back. The wildcard playoff not too far away from getting underway here on tennis.com.au.
When I'm at my performance deal, this is all I know. ready, play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
Welcome back to Melbourne Park. As you can see, a beautiful day for tennis, and that is going to be the case right throughout the course of the week. It's always the calm before the storm, Peter Mercado, because we know that the Australian Open is only about a month away, and the bumping in is starting. The construction, of course, going on around, which is going to leave this precinct to be an absolutely superb sporting precinct in the next 3 to 4 years. So we are looking forward to some great tennis this week, all part of the December Showdown, which is a great month of tennis.
Well, it is, and if you're in Melbourne this week, you can come down, free entry into Melbourne Park, and have a look at the matches being played, because as well as the wildcard playoff, there's going to be lots of other tournament action and players coming down and hitting and all of that sort of stuff too. So a wonderful atmosphere around Melbourne Park at this time of year as we count down to the Australian Open.
All right, one man who's part of our coverage right throughout the week will be roaming the stands, talking to coaches and key officials, all the people that are involved heavily in tennis in Australia, is Adrian Franklin.
Hello, boys. Well, it was 12 months ago, can you believe it, the last playoff. It feels like it was just last week. Most of the same players are down here right now. We've got the girls over to my left. They're already out on the court practicing, ready for tomorrow. But today, obviously, we're in readiness for the men. I was lucky enough to be at the draw yesterday. There was some nervous energy in the air as well. And one of the most interesting comments to come from the afternoon was Sam Groth, the #1 seed. He said, everyone here can play. Everyone's beaten each other, and he's exactly right. It's a very open field, and I'll be looking at not just centre court here today, but I'll be updating scores from all around Melbourne Park. We've got a number of players out there. Greg Jones will be playing today, Ben Mitchell as well, Matt Reid, and also another one we'll need to keep our eye on, Thanasi Kokkinakis. Now, he lost to Kyrgios, Nick Kyrgios, yesterday in the finals of the 18s, but he is one to look out for. It was 3 tough sets, so I'll be watching him closely today. He's going to be part of the Davis Cup for many years to come. He's got a big serve, he's got a lot of energy out on court. So I'll be looking a bit behind the scenes today. I'll be interviewing the players as they come on court, also post-match interviews as well. So look forward to crossing to me a number of times throughout today, and I'll bring a lot of energy, boys. I'm ready to go.
Oh, you certainly are. Wouldn't
look forward to crossing to me.
Wouldn't be the wild card playoff without Adrian Franklin. As you can see in the background, just a little breeze here at Melbourne Park, but generally speaking, the conditions are perfect for tennis this afternoon, a top of 24 degrees. 3 feature matches, best of 5, as Peter's mentioned in our introduction, which is fantastic, really. I mean, if these guys are going to go and have success, that is the format of the Grand Slams, Pete, and it should be replicated here.
Yeah, exactly. Traditionally, it's been that the final has been the best of 5 sets, but now the whole tournament. And the other difference from previous years has been that the men and the women will alternate on different days. So all men's matches today, and then through on Wednesday, Friday, and then to the final on Sunday, and then the women will be Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and then through on Sunday as well. So we get a chance to have a good look at the men's draw, and all of the men will be in action across the courts today, and both on court number 6 here at Melbourne Park, which is our feature court, but also on court number 5 and court number 7 as well. So plenty of action around the place, and some exciting matches, and a good experience for a lot of these players who wouldn't have played best of 5 set matches before too. So there's a different dynamic there as well, and getting used to the idea of playing best of 5 sets and having to build your match over a longer period of time as opposed to the shorter 3-set format.
Absolutely. I know, talking to Sam Groth on radio yesterday, and I know you spoke to Olivia Rogowska. Sam, I think, came back from the States around at the start of November. He played 3 or 4 tournaments over there, but he's been putting in a really solid training block, knowing that it's going to be the best of 5 to get himself in the best shape possible. Just to remind you too, if you're in Melbourne, entry is free. If you want to come down and fill up the stands and watch a lot of the young Australians between now and Sunday, just pop into Melbourne Park. It's a really good week to watch these young Australians going at their craft, who spend so much time travelling and honing their game on clay in some cases, obviously playing in all parts of Australia on the Australian Pro Tour, from Cairns to Alice Springs to Esperance, Margaret River, some great spots. Happy Valley over there in South Australia, and now they're back here, of course, in Melbourne, doing some of their best work. Holding amused earlier.
They are. And the other thing too about coming down to Melbourne Park is the opportunity to have a look at the redevelopment and through the mid stages here. Obviously, the eastern side of the complex is complete.
There's a bit going on.
Margaret Court Arena, the development there is continuing on, and you can see where they're up to, and a lot of changes. I mean, on our court, our show court, court number 6, we've got a big grandstand in place now. So. Look, plenty of opportunity for the fans to get amongst it and to have a look at some of the changes and different things that have been happening around the grounds.
Not too far away from the action getting underway, and people can, through social media, Pete, get involved with us. We'd love you to send through some feedback and thoughts, and we'll respond to as much of that as possible today.
Hashtag AO Playoff.
Simple as that, if you are of the Twitter persuasion, as the great Craig Willis would say. So the two players making their way down to court. We'll get down to Adrian Franklin in just a tick, who will have a word to both players. JP Smith, the Queenslander, 23 years of age. He is the second seed, ranked 246 in the world, to get as high as 210 back in July this year. And young Jay Andric of New South Wales, 17 years of age, ranking not important at this stage. It's obviously well down in the 1600 market. He's just stepping out. He played a couple of the Australian Pro Tour events in Cairns and also in Port Pirie. And he actually won a first-round match in Port Pirie and actually secured his maiden ITF Futures Pro Circuit doubles title at that same tournament. So he's just starting his career certainly at a more senior level. Yeah,
exactly. And this is part of the wildcard experience, to come up against these players who you may not have seen before, may not have played against before, and just get an idea of where you're at this particular point in time in your career. And it provides that wonderful opportunity to be able to do that. And even if you don't actually win the event, there are other opportunities if you manage to go deep into the tournament, particularly for Australian Open Series events, qualifying, wildcards into qualifying, and also discretionary wildcards into the Australian Open as well. We've seen over the years that players haven't necessarily won the final, but they've had the opportunity to participate in the Australian Open or participate in qualifying, and it opens a few doors. So really important that the players come out and put on their best today.
Yeah, it certainly does. Look at that great side. Of course, we are blessed being here in Melbourne, the CBD in the backdrop there, Melbourne Park, which is going to continue to evolve in its look and appearance over the next 3 or 4 years. And those who haven't sort of driven along Swan Street here in Melbourne, the whole precinct now stretching almost down to sort of the Punt Road end, with the clay courts being put in. It is a phenomenal setup, Pete, that is continuing to look fantastic.
Yeah, it is, and it'll keep growing and evolving too. The workmen have had to put down tools while the bump-in starts for the Australian Open, but they'll be resuming again in February and working their way through the year. And it'll be another new look site when we get here this time next year.
All right, we are about to head down to the court. Adrian Franklin is just about ready for us to introduce the players. Adrian.
JP, welcome back. You always play well here in Melbourne. Is it a good feeling to be back?
Yeah, it's good to be back. First time in a year, so I think the last time I see us was the playoffs. So hopefully I have a good match today, and have the weather holds out as well.
Play well.
Thank you.
Here's a quick word from JP Smith. He'd be feeling pretty good about himself. Spent a lot of time in the US, of course, and really starting to see where his tennis career can go. Anyone who's, I think, ranked between 200 and 300, we're always intrigued whether they can take the next step and work towards the 150, 100 mark, often the hardest jump.
Yeah, well, it is, and the fact that it's so hard to, you break onto the tour and then to get that ranking up, so you go from, say, 800 to 400, 400 to 200, 200 to 100, and then make that jump inside the top 100, work inside the top 50, and the degree of difficulty increases with each milestone that you actually reach, and then 50 to 30 to 20 to 10, etc., as you go through. And not everyone makes it, but if you put yourself in the best position and perform well on the secondary tour and playing futures and challenger events, you can start to build that ranking up and leapfrog players along the way. So yeah, it's a big jump going from 800 to 400, but then you need to keep working harder to get from 400 to 300, etc.
Yeah, mixture of futures and challengers this year. 4 quarterfinals, 3 semis, and 2 events, so 1 challenger and 1 futures event. So let's hear from JP Smith's opponent. He is with Adrian Franklin.
Jay, your first time here for the playoff. How does it feel for you?
Pretty nerve-wracking at the start, but it'll be a good experience, and I'm looking really excited to it, actually.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Just, there'd be a few butterflies, wouldn't there? It's a bigger stage, and you get an opportunity to really put yourself out on display. Not many people would have seen you. He's had looking through his resume yesterday, Pete, he's had some outstanding junior success all over Australia. So this is the next step, and we'll see how he goes today. He's got a tough opponent in JP Smith, but all you can do is put your best foot forward.
Exactly, and it almost approaches as if you've got nothing to lose too, because obviously the pressure will be on JP as the higher ranked player and the more experienced player too. So you've got an opportunity early stages to really put your mark on the match, and I doubt whether these two would have played each other before, or let alone seen each other's games so much. So a little bit of feeling out in the opening couple of games, and then it'll start to roll from there.
The girls, of course, will be in action tomorrow, so it's sort of going to be a day-on, day-off scenario with the girls and the guys. And for the first time, as Pete mentioned a little bit earlier, it is a knockout draw. 16, Olivia Rogoska and Ash Barty. That was the final last year, which Ash won and got through to her first main draw of a Grand Slam. Gee, it's going to be hard to go past those two again this week. We did see Olivia at the back just a few moments ago, Pete, practising with Sally Peers, so she is certainly going to be a contender as well. Irina Rodionova, Monique Adamczak, who's the third seed from New South Wales, but Olivia Rogoska and Ash Barty certainly in some good form, and they'll be in action tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely, and again, the fact that it's not round robin means you need to get off to a good start and really put your mark on the tournament, and both of those players no doubt will be feeling the pressure of expectation a little bit as well, so they'd want to go well in their opening round matches just to get their way into the tournament.
So court 6 is where we are for our games for broadcast today, and the two players will soon have a quick chat to the chair umpire. Of course, the start of a big summer of tennis. We had the Newcombe medal last Monday night. We've got, of course, straight open qualifying and Hobart and Brisbane and Sydney all to come. Let's have a listen in.
Final set advantage. Ball change 7 and 9. Ball kids, lines people calling the long lines. I've got net, serve and base. Any questions? Who wants to call? Heads to call. It's heads. Yep.
Okay. Did you pick that up, Pete?
I didn't actually hear what he chose there.
Yeah, JP was looking up into the sun to see which end he'd go to, so we'll find out how he's serving first in just a tick. Let's tell you a bit about JP Smith and his year, of course. Won 2 futures events, one futures event and 1 challenger, I should say. In that challenger, he actually came through qualifying, so it was a great win in Illinois throughout the year, and won another futures event in the USA, and 3 semi-finals, a couple in Canada and 1 in the US, and 4 quarterfinals. He ventured down to Mexico, 1 in Canada, Charlottesville, and also in Illinois. So spent a big chunk of his year in Canada, the US, and a little bit of South America.
Yeah, and obviously, as we mentioned, he comes from out of the college system too, so great experience for him there, and some great stories about his time in college tennis, which we'll touch on as the match goes on. But great to see him back playing in Melbourne again, and building up that experience and building up that ranking too. He's running around coaching himself at the moment, doesn't have a coach at this stage, but no doubt we'll be looking to put in a good performance here over the longer format of best of 5 sets.
You obviously watched him a fair bit last year, Pete. What impressed you about JP Smith?
Well, I think the fight that he showed, all the way through, the competitive spirit that he showed, and the fact that he never thought he was actually out of any of the matches that he played, and being left-handed too, also I think there's an inherent advantage in particularly up against a junior player who may not have come up against lefties all that often. So look, he's certainly got great potential, and well, we want to get off to a good start here, and the testament to that fact is the fact that he's seeded quite high in this event too. So he's the second seed coming in, and we want to live up to that seeding.
Yeah, just giving you a bit of an idea of the men's draw. So the winner of this match will take on the winner of Greg Jones and Michael Look, and that game is going on at the same time on court number 5. So Adrian Franklin will keep us right across that. Greg Jones, just a little dip for him this year. He's the 7th seed here. Hasn't quite had the 2012 that he had in 2011, so he'll be looking to try and put his best foot forward here. It's a huge prize, isn't it? Not to have to go through qualifying in January, to know in the middle of December your plan for that month of January, and then you can really plan your schedule and your training, knowing that you're in the first round of the Australian Open.
Well, and absolutely, and the lead-up events too, investigating wild cards and that sort of thing, knowing that you're actually going to be playing here in Melbourne in the last 2 weeks of January. That's a huge bonus, and it does start to open up some doors along the way too, and the huge rankings boost that you get with actually making it to the first round, and the points that you get from that too is massively beneficial, win or lose.
And the prize money too is something that can't be underestimated. For a lot of these guys, when you're working your way through the 800s, the 700s, all the way up to where Sam Groth is at 200 in the world, you're not earning millions of dollars and thousands of dollars, a lot of travel expenses. So to get through to that first round and be guaranteed a certain amount of prize money to really kickstart your year and allow you to pay for some of that travel costs, I mean, that's also a significant part.
Oh, exactly. And the fact that it could literally set you up for the rest of the year, depending on how many rounds you actually win. But it's a massive sort of kick along, isn't it? The opportunity to at least get those points, but also get that prize money. And you can start to plan out the year a little better from there.
Great to have you with us here on tennis.com.au, hashtag AO Playoff, if you want to get involved in the conversation right throughout the course of the day. You might have a couple of good stories you can tell us about some of the competitors, if you know them well, wherever you might be. Some little bits and pieces that we don't know about the players, some of the behind-the-scenes stuff, or a bit about their journey this year to get to the AO Wildcard Playoff. Hashtag AO Playoff if you're on Twitter. 3 matches we're going to broadcast today. Luke Seville, Andrew Whittington, that'll be coming up as the second match, and a little bit later on the number 1 seed Sam Groth taking on Nick Kyrgios. The big boy from the ACT. He's got a thick build, he's got a great on-court presence, very passionate. Won the Australian Championships, the Optus Under-18s here yesterday, and of course started to emerge, getting an official ranking this year. Of course, made a semi-final at Margaret River, quarter-final at Traralgon, the back end of the Australian Pro Tour season, stepping out of the juniors. So we'll get a good look at him a little bit later on this afternoon. The man on screen there, Jay Andric, just feeling a little bit nervous, as you'd imagine, a few butterflies. Get to look at his game up close today.
Ladies and gentlemen, this 2013 Australian Open Wildcard Playoff match, best of 5 sets. Final set advantage. Between to the left of the chair from New South Wales, Jay Andric. To the right of the chair from Queensland, John Patrick Smith. Andric won the toss and chose to serve.
As we suspected he would.
Time.
Confirmation there of JP Smith and what he's been up to in 2012. And the players not too far away from getting out on court and getting this best of 5 set matches started. If it does happen to get through to that 5th set, the 5th set will be advantage. So Australian Open conditions for the men and the women as well.
Spent a lot of time, JP, in Tennessee, Pete, over there in the United States. And Tennessee Tennis taking in some of our coverage here today. Looking forward to having a look at their man, JP Smith.
First set, Andric
To serve. Put us underway.
Love 15.
Now the umpire, as we heard in the introduction to the players, will be looking after the service lines and the centre line, with some lines people looking after the sidelines.
Love 30. Love 40.
Nice deep return there from JP Smith. Joey Daly. Hope Jay Andric does well, but JP's experience might have this AO playoff match. Good to have you with us on Twitter.
15-14.
That's good positive play.
30-14.
Andric coming forward that time. He's got a big serve. It's the first thing that you notice about his game. Really putting JP under pressure, but break point for the Queenslander.
Yes.
It's been a good fight back here. You don't want to lose your first service game, and he'd start well, but his last three have been good.
Yes. First service.
To notice too is that Andric has been playing in the 18s event here as well, reaching the semi-finals. So has played a lot of tennis. He's in pretty good form.
Yes.
And a handy advantage throughout the match will be if he can keep up this rate on serve, pick up plenty of free points.
So another breakpoint opportunity here for JP Smith. He's second in this opening game.
Yeah. Smith.
He's beyond the baseline for most of that rally, Andric. Smith able to dictate terms, but might want to just stay away from that forehand side because that just missed, but set things up nicely. There's the break in the opening game.
Yeah, good break indeed for the number 2 seed. Also keep you updated with the other match going on. There's in fact 2 matches going on as we speak. On court 5, Greg Jones and Michael Look, and Jacob Grills, the young Victorian, taking on the number 3 seed, Matt Reid from New South Wales. That's out on court 7. So we'll bring you scores as they come to hand. Hashtag AO Playoff if you want to send in your thoughts regarding this week's Australian Open Wildcard Playoff.
Yeah, looking forward to that Jones-Look match. Greg Jones has had an injury interrupted 2012. Starting to get back into stride now. Michael Look's a pretty consistent season.
Lofty.
Oh, terrific at the net. Solid hands. And just testing out the Smith game.
Yeah, the initial return from Jay was good, right at the feet of JP Smith. He got that one back and then had the net covered from there.
all set up nicely for Andric. Smith just needed to take a little step across on that backhand. He's just reaching for the ball.
It's
It's a good lefty serve, taking off the pace, the ball kicking up.
Us. 40 very much. So a chance to hold serve here.
That's terrific work. Gee, that was tough down low.
Yes.
That low volley is very tough to hit, let alone take all the pace off it.
Good assertive play. Trying to get into the net.
Well, it's attacking play, and the fact that
Absolutely.
Andric is getting a lot of half-court balls at the moment, just the pressure he's able to put on. Smart to come into the net.
Up to Smith. Yeah, Smith.
Thereabouts, Andric, again, just in control of that point and the unforced error. Just putting it into the net. No doubt he'll be feeling a little bit nervous. And just really hitting a little bit, dumping it into the net. But he knows what he has to do. He's going deep into the corners of the court. And now the next step is just getting on the board. A solid service game.
Some of his junior success, Jay Andric, and of course represented Australia in the Junior Davis Cup final in 2010. His Australian Open Junior debut in that same year.
It's nicely done, just right into the corner of the court, doing the right thing, just putting the pressure on JP Smith. So you're going to have to hit it past me. The ball nice and low as it skidded through.
It was claimed the Tennis Central 18 Summer Championships doubles titles. That was over in Whittington, New Zealand. Partnering with a boy from South Australia, Jack Shapansky. Too good.
Yep, just skidding off the line. Ball sitting up nicely for JP Smith.
Jay also secured the Queensland Junior ITF International Singles and Doubles title. That was also in 2010, which was the year that he sort of announced his arrival. Captured the Gallipoli Youth Tennis Cup in 2011. He won the South Pacific Open Junior Championships in 2011. Nice deep serve. And of course retained the Queensland Junior ITF International Singles and Doubles titles last year. So he's been building some good junior results. And as we mentioned, that's another good serve. Stepping into the Australian Pro Tour this year, playing a couple of events in Cairns and also in Port Pirie.
And a much better look at that return, JP Smith, deep into the court. Seeing both players not afraid to come into the net, really being aggressive in these early stages. One of the things to watch, how long Andric should be able to stay in these baseline rallies. Both hit a pretty heavy ball. And Smith with another break point. Close. The umpire's microphone, just a few problems with that at the moment. It's terrific. Deep into the corner of the court. They were both players going for the lines. But it's the setup on that big serve. All just sits up nicely, able to really step in. That'll be the thing when he serve. Just pick up those 3 points.
That's a beauty. Very nice work with that single-handed backhand.
Yeah, it was a short backhand too, just really chipping it into the court. But a nice change up, a little off balance as he hit it. Now a game point.
Great return there by JP Smith, right at the shoelaces. If you're just tuning in, Pete, the scoreline doesn't quite paint the picture, does it? There have been 3 really deep games.
Yeah, they have been, but I like the fact that JP Smith just took all pace off the ball, just dropped it in short.
JP just querying that serve. It was very, very deep. And I've got to say, from my naked eye, it looked to be just a fraction long, but we've seen this with the AO Wildcard playoff the last couple of years. There's plenty at stake at the players who fight for everything as they do.
Oh yeah, that's a nice put away. Deep ball up the line. Taking full advantage. Knows he's going to get the short ball. Just the perfect attacking move. Great work at the net. Smith forced to scramble back, but Andric just too good. Was in complete control of that point. But he's having to work so hard through these service games. Nicely done. So Andric holds, 2-1, JP Smith with the break in this opening set.
All right, we're going to check in what is happening around the courts. We've got 2 other matches going on court 5 and also on court 7. We're about to go out to Adrian Franklin. Of course, Greg Jones taking on Michael Look and Jacob Grills taking on Matt Reid. They're the 2 other live games at the moment. We'll duck out there in just a tick. It is 2-1 here. JP Smith leading our broadcast game here on court 6. We'll be followed by Luke Seville and Andrew Whittington, Sam Groth and Nick Kyrgios coming up later. Let's get out to Adrian Franklin around the grounds.
Thanks, Brett. Yeah, as you've mentioned, we're covering court number 7 and 5. So we'll start with number 7, where we've got the young Victorian Jacob Grills, who is actually now leading 3-2 over Matt Reid, who is the 3rd seed. So he's started really strongly, Grills. He's younger. It's the first time he's played here at the Showdown. So Matt Reid would be the favourite coming into this one. So he's got his upper break, leading 3-2 early stages in this first set, as we cross over to court number 5, where we've got Michael Look taking on Greg Jones. And at the moment, Look is leading 2-1. Greg Jones serving 30-15. So it is on serve at the moment in this one. And because it's best of 5 set, guys, this one, I reckon, could go deep. Both of these guys very fit, played each other a number of times. So expect this one to go very, very deep.
Thanks, Adrian. We will continue to update you on the other 2 courts, court 5 and court 7, right throughout the course of the day with live scores and some of the footage out there. 16 in the men's draw, all going around today. Looking to get through to the quarter-final stage, which will be on Wednesday. Just starting to heat up a little bit on court out there. 24, 25 degrees. JP Smith serving here with a 2-1 lead. Early stages.
Now that Andric has a foothold in the match, the holding serve there, still down a break, and now start to chip away at the JP Smith serve. I expect that JP will be looking to the Andric backhand.
Forehand, he's got some power off the ground, that at about that.
And that's why JP is going to stay away from that backhand side. That forehand side, I should say. Work the backhand.
Hashtag AO Playoff if you want to communicate with us here on tennis.com.au. Paul Howe, summer of televised pro tennis is here at last. Loving it. Good to have you on board, Paul.
Going to take the opportunity to run around and hit that forehand, Andric. That clearly is the strongest shot. JP Smith will be wanting to work into that ad court, deep in that ad court, try and get a few short balls on that backhand side. It's easily put away. Well, Andric disappointed in himself, but again, the tactics from JP Smith just working into that corner of the court. Got that short ball, and you see Andric just trying to hit through the target. I've brought up the short ball when you're in that attacking position.
Oh, that's good. That's what he's capable of.
But again, he had to come up with the big shot there too. He came off in that instance, but I don't think we'll see JP Smith stopping coming to the net.
Adam Bain just querying. Heard Todd Woodbridge on the coverage of the Wimbledon talk about Andric. Are they still working together? I'm not 100% sure about that. We'll see if we can get some information on that. Hashtag AO Playoff on Twitter. I'd like to get involved.
So Smith with an opportunity to hold here, go to 3-1. That's terrific. What a great volley. Low down. He's still running towards the ball as he hit that. Nice soft hands too, just to generate that angle. That's a tricky shot to hit.
That is a very tricky shot. So his little door opened up for Jay Andric, the New South Welshman, to try and get his first break of serve of JP Smith and get this back to 2-all.
I'd say it was a slight miss hit from Andric, the ball really jumping up on JP Smith. Really tricky to hit from shoulder height. Now, it's a good example of where the slice can be an attacking shot as opposed to a defensive shot. Smith working at the service line. He's going to come in. That ball dropped short and it cut into the court. So Andric always having to play up. Hard to hit a winner from that low down when you're moving forward. One of the things will be for Andric just keeping up that consistency. Can't afford to have any soft points.
And there he is, getting the hold of serve eventually. There was a little door that opened up for Jay Andric in that game. And he now leads JP Smith 3-1.
So the important thing now is to just let that go. Just refocus. The positive to take is that he's making inroads in the JP Smith serve, really starting to put the pressure on his more experienced opponents.
Wasn't far away. He's certainly competing. No easy games out there.
And did the right thing too. Hit that slice short, came in and followed it to the net. So now that Andric just needs to refocus, and a couple of loose points. Nice little jamming serve. Just going to be content. That's where your opponent sits back when you're complaining about the long balls to Van Gogh. Starting to get a little bit frustrated. A little bit lucky to come and grab that point, Andric there. He did follow it in on top of the slice. Did drop about the service line though, so it'd open up the court for JP Smith. But nice reach. He's getting a lot of low volley practice, Jay Andric. Again, right play and nicely set up too. But he's having to hit some tough volleys. That's the biggest thing. Again.
Yeah, too wild. And another break of serve for JP Smith. He leads it here on court 6, 4 games to 1. We're going to get out to, of course, court number 7. It is young Jacob Grills from Victoria taking on Matt Reid, the third seed from New South Wales. One of the other live games going on. Also, Greg Jones taking on Michael Wookett on court 5. So we're going to bring you some of the action here from court number 7.
Thanks, guys. So I'm just sitting out here, as you said, on court 7. Really crucial early stages of this one. Jacob Grills is serving. He's 4-3 up, and it's currently 15-30. So I'm sitting next to his coach right now, Mr. Wayne Arthurs. So very familiar name to us all. As a plane just goes over the top of us here. Great shot there. So now back to 30 all. Wayne, it's his first time here, but he started very well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. He shook off the nerves pretty well. In the beginning, it was actually Matt who showed the more anxiety. He had some chances in that 7th game just now. I love 4-2. So I think Matt's found his range a little bit, and I think Jacob's in for a little bit of a fight now.
One thing that I've really noticed is he's very composed out on court as well. I mean, he seemed a little bit nervous very early on, but he set himself really quickly. Is he a composed guy out on the court usually? Yeah,
he competes very well, and he's generally one of those guys who takes his competitive nature onto the court, and his anxiety levels are pretty low generally. But you know, in a 5-set match, it's a long way to go, and Matt's digging in right now, so it's be interesting to see how the next 5 or 10 minutes go.
Thanks, Wayne. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Back here on court 6. JP Smith, 4 games to 1. He leads in the opening set.
I'd like to see him try the lob. Let's see a bit more variety from Andric here. We've seen the power game in the first 5 games, but JP Smith, he likes to crowd the net. Lobs, see what can be done there. So Smith, he'll be enjoying the fact that he had a quite comfortable service game there. 5 games to 1 now. Just weathered the early storm from Andric. Now getting a good cider of what the Andric game is all about.
Speaking of Storm, Pete, Storm Sanders following us here at hashtag AO Playoff. The action tomorrow from WA, of course. Looking forward to the big summer of tennis.
Ball just drifted. A little bit of breeze around this morning, keeping conditions nice and cool. Andric came with that point. Interesting to watch how JP Smith is trying to put pressure off the return, and Andric serves Smith coming forward almost as if he's blocking the ball. He's stepping inside the baseline. Just meeting the ball means it comes back quicker. Andric has less time to recover. And there's another example of it there. So it's putting pressure on because Andric needs to think about the next point almost immediately off the serve. How would he use the speed of the serve? Just generate the pace, get the ball nice and deep into court. Really put your opponent on the back foot.
Cracking forehand down the line. Seen some good power on both wings. Andric, he's got the single-handed backhand, of course. That is a good result to stay alive in this opening set, but JP Smith is going to come out shortly and serve for the opening set, leading at 5 games to 2. Best of 5, of course.
Yeah, really positive play from Andric at the end of that game. You're going to get with a player of 17 years of age, you're going to get loose points here and there, but remain focused, saw the opportunity down the line and took it.
There's a lot to like, isn't there, Peter? He's only a young man just starting his journey at 17 years of age. We read out some of those junior results earlier. You can see why he sort of got to this stage. There's a pretty good solid game there, and with further development and building that body and strength, expect that he's going to make some good inroads from what we can see here today. Hashtag AO Playoff if you're on Twitter. Keep sending through your thoughts. A tennis alternative on Twitter, watching the AO Wildcard Playoff. This Jay Andric can play. No wonder he won a Futures in doubles, so some good feedback. We certainly share those sentiments.
Great lefty serve down the middle of the court. Just reaching a bit for that one. Just again trying to get on that forehand side. Hit it inside out, a little too close to the ball. Smith heading towards this opening set. Just a little too quick to get to the net. JP Smith. Short ball nicely dispatched by Smith. Again, just putting that ball in short, making Andric have to move forward to the ball. Always going to be hitting up. Now a couple of set points.
And there it is in perfect fashion with an ace. 6 games to 2 in the opening set for JP Smith. And we've been going just under an hour. 6 games to 2, a very comprehensive scoreline. In the first of our matches for broadcast, 3 games we're bringing you here on tennis.com.au on the opening day of the 2012 AO Wildcard Playoff. A little bit later on, Luke Seville up against Andrew Whittington, and Sam Groth taking on Nick Kyrgios, which will be a good battle later on. Of course, Nick winning the Optus 18 Australian Championships, and Sam the number 1 seed. Just outside the top 200. Plenty of people filing in here too. If you're in the vicinity of Melbourne Park, you can come in for free and sit courtside and watch a bit of the tennis right throughout the course of the week. Well, it's going to be a beautiful week as well. 22 today, 31 for tomorrow, 35 on Wednesday, up to 36 on Thursday. So, good excuse to get a tan.
Exactly.
Unless you're the light skin variety,
unfortunately,
like us.
Unfortunately, speak for yourself. Unfortunately, the weather forecast not looking so good into next weekend, though.
No. Oh, I think we were.
A bit of rain on the way.
Was it a couple of years ago, Pete, where we had to shift indoors?
Move inside, yes.
Peter Luchak and Marinka Matosevic, that 5-setter. Well, we've got a little pause here with the opening set completed. Let's get back out to Adrian Franklin around the grounds.
Hi guys, so very big, bit of an upset I suppose, early stages of court number 7. So Jacob Grills, the young Victorian, it's his very first playoff and he's just taken the first set against Matt Reid. So I just spoke to Wayne Arthurs before about his composure and it's been incredibly impressive out there. Not many signs of nerves apart from maybe the very first point, but he's taken the first set against the 3rd seed, Matt Reid. So we'll look after that. So it's going to be tricky because he is a youngster, so playing best of 5 sets is going to be a huge test. Over on court 5, I was there before, so it's deep into the first set. Michael Look at the moment is up 5 games to 2 against Greg Jones, so another bit of an upset out there. But as we mentioned, best of 5 sets, guys. These guys aren't used to playing them. They're usually playing best of 3 most of the year, so it is going to be telling as they progress throughout the match. And Jacob Grills is a young kid, so it's going to be very, very interesting. But a huge first set for him, and he's playing very well, so I'll keep a very close eye on it.
Thanks, Adrian. It's in the knockout format, anything can happen. You've got to put your best foot forward, and there's always a chance of an upset.
But you've got to be able to do it across 5 sets, potentially, as well.
Very true. Very true. It's only just underway, so a lot of tennis to be played in that match. But Jacob Grills from Victoria was coached by Wayne Arthurs, just beginning his tennis journey. And he's certainly taken it up to Matt Reid, who's been around for some time, of course, the number 3 seed from New South Wales.
Now the reason for the delay on our feature court, JP Smith just departed, now he's back. So now, time to refocus. Was a competitive first set from Jay Andric. Just a couple of loose games here and there, loose points. Will make an immediate impact here.
shot of the day.
Yeah, well, he's been returning well. Turned well in that opening set. But that's where he needs to take the opportunities. Already it's tough for Andric here. That big winner up the line from Smith, and then just a couple of loose unforced errors and double faults creeping in. And that drops right into the corner of the court. Andric's just a little slow getting forward that time. And the early break is on.
Looks the angle's really odd, isn't it, JP Smith? He uses all parts of the court. Left-handed advantage, good touch. Just wonder how far he can climb. It's hard to pinpoint it right here. I mean, if he got as high as 210 in July. We've seen sort of, a Greg Jones, we know he's been injured for a fair chunk, but gets around about that 200 mark. Sam Groth there at the moment. I suppose we're looking for little things, Pete, that can indicate to us, can they take the next step and really compete at the next level. His court craft is very good.
One of the things we've talked about is yes, it is 24 degrees, but the court is a little bit warmer than that.
So getting some good free points on this serve now.
I knew exactly what he was trying to do there. That was supposed to be a lob.
Yeah. Well, as you've mentioned throughout the game, he's had a lot of returns, Andric, at his shoelaces at the net, and that one is the easiest one of the day he's certainly had.
Oh yes,
Put away.
Did not time that at all well.
No.
Yeah, straight over his head.
The opportunity was open.
Well, it was, and it's just that last shot. So yes, he's disappointed again, but if you're his coach, you say, great setup.
Just got to execute the finish.
Had JP Smith on the back foot, despite the fact he was at the net. Had an opportunity to put that ball away. So right in the corner of the service box, Smith holds 2 games to love now in this second set after taking the first 6 games to 2. And the Queenslander looking pretty comfortable.
Well, the action coming to you from Melbourne Park, day 1 of the AO Wildcard Playoff, right through till Sunday. The girls in action tomorrow. turned down low from JP Smith.
Well, it's the ability to generate that angle and not necessarily hitting the cover off the ball.
Really got him on the stretch.
Really use that shoulder step into the court, put that ball cross court, dipping away. Oh, and a bit of luck. Very interesting point. Players at various stages through that rally operating from the service line, sort of stuck in no man's land. JP Smith threatening to come into the net a couple of times. He's forced back. Andric with a bit of luck. Breeze really starting to pick up now. Just swirling around this court. It's exposed on one side and there's a big grandstand on the other. It does make it tricky. So you can just see a good example there. Players having to adjust their shots to account for the wind. It's a matter of getting a read on the breeze and which way it's actually blowing, but we might find out from Adrian whether it's just swirling around or whether it's going in a particular direction.
It's a powerful first serve. Nicely done, and he is able to get on the board. Jay Andric in this second set. It's still JP Smith the set and leading 2-1. Isaac Ling, who is on the Twitter, but he's actually followed by Kevin Rudd, so he must be a powerful man, Isaac, the former Australian Prime Minister. JP Smith seems to have the wood on Andric early, but geez, he's not kicking any goals with that shirt. Now, you're the fashionista of the wildcard playoff commentary team.
I'm going to defer that to our roving crew, David Mead and Adrian Franklin, because I don't necessarily have an issue with it.
You played 5 yesterday.
Oh, I did.
What do you normally? You just go just the plain white number, or do you?
I don't know. Go the colour.
Pink?
No.
Flamboyant?
No.
Canary yellow?
No, not canary yellow. No. Your royal blue.
He's doing a very nice job at the moment, JP Smith. It's a comprehensive scoreline, best of 5. As we kick off the AO Wildcard playoff here at Melbourne Park. Jay Andric certainly getting some good support on Twitter, and from what we've seen here, only 17 years of age, it was always going to be a big mountain to climb today, but he's certainly played some very good tennis.
Oh, absolutely. And you're well pleased. All the Jay's fans on Twitter and watching us, tennis.com.au, should be pleased with the way he's playing. Just a couple of key breaks, a couple of loose points here and there. As you would expect with the difference in experience between these two players. One of the things while we're talking about fashion for a moment, we're going to all the hard-hitting topics early, is a question for hashtag AO Playoff. The choice of sock. players use? Because you can have the two different types of socks.
There's Jack. There's he travelling over in the US. Jack.
So, you can see here, then you've got the ankle socks. But apparently, this is the only sock that tennis players should be wearing.
Which means you might have to ditch your little knee number that you wear. See, just long.
Oh yes, I call that the Bethany Matic Sands look.
Oh, looking forward to her coming back.
No, but you don't wear ankle socks anymore. And apparently that's been the case for many, many years. I must have missed the memo.
Yeah, been stuck in the dark ages from the
Oh.
Oh, nicely done.
Well, I had plenty of time there. The ball just sat up. And see Smith getting around to that pretty quickly. A good option because Andric was moving forward to the net. Very hard to change that momentum. And the topspin that was there as well, it dropped very, very quickly.
Goes long there from Andric. So JP Smith with a comfortable lead in this second set, 3-1. Won the opening set 6-2. We'll get to the other courts very shortly and keep you up to date with the live action hashtag AO playoff. I'd love to know your thoughts out there, who you rate this week. Of course, Olivia Ragoska, the top seed in the female draw, that'll be starting tomorrow. Sam Groth, the top seed, will be in action later on. What's your thoughts on who you think might prevail this week? Hashtag AO Playoff on Twitter. That's what we've seen many a time with that single-handed backhand, Pete. Clean winners.
Yeah, it's beautiful to watch, isn't it? He's taking advantage of the short ball there.
Yeah, that breeze picking up, lofting around on court. The clean winner again, running around on that forehand.
And Howe did really well there. Great footwork. Right in the corner of the court. And then just to be able to sling it back down the line. Great work. Getting caught out of position there, JP Smith. Trying to get around onto that forehand.
Beautiful serve down the tee, holes to love. That's the most comprehensive service game we've seen from young Jay Andric in this match so far. He just hangs in there, 3-2, JP Smith. Still on a break, leading it here in the second set. Just heats up a little bit as we work our way just after 11 o'clock, depending where you are around the world, having a look at our coverage here on tennis.com.au and on YouTube.
Yeah, we're here all week through until Sunday, where the finals will be played.
We're just parked here for the week, aren't we?
We are.
Just living under wherever there's a good tree.
Exactly.
Let's head out to court number 7. Live action at the moment. Adrian Franklin can bring us up to date. Adrian?
Thanks, BP. Yep, and Jacob Grills, the story continues. His storm to a 4-2 lead in this second set after taking the first set. He's currently 40-love up, so he's playing this point to take it to a 5-2 lead. Really blustery conditions out here, and Matt Reid just hasn't been as composed as his younger opponent as he takes that one and now moves to a 5-2 lead. The young Victorian, it's his first playoff, so it's a really impressive result. It will be a question of whether he can continue all the way through and win 3 sets today. And out on court 5 as well, a quick update. We have Greg Jones, the number 7 seed, taking on Michael Look. Look took the first set, 6-2, and it's on serve early stages in this second set. It's all happening out here though, guys. Out on court number 9, we've got Nick Kyrgios and Thanasi Kokonakis. They're having a hit now. And BP, am I right in saying that Pete Mercado was commenting on fashion before?
Yes, we cut this segment short. Adrian?
Oh, fashionista Franklin out there.
Yeah, didn't go far. I'll tell you, I like the story of Jacob Grills. I can't tell you a lot about Jacob. As Adrian has said, it's his first playoff. Again, playing his tennis at the ripe old age of 4. But if you are a Jacob Grills fan, if you know a bit about his history, and you can fill us in, hashtag AO Playoff. Young boy from Victoria with his tail up out there on court 7. Keep you updated.
He's from Ocean Grove, Jacob Grills.
Where do you find tennis players come from Ocean Grove?
Nicely done.
Coverage.
Yep, again, just that attacking, just getting on that front foot, has to be positive. Yeah, Ocean Grove, that was the best research department he came up with.
Well, he'd be used to the blowy conditions. I imagine the nice little breeze down at the Ocean Grove Tennis Club. Coming off the ocean.
This is better from Andric. Smith has dropped his level slightly. Slightly miss it again as he put that ball short across court. But now we're in a situation where Andric can get that break back.
Some good returning, and there is the first time in this match Jay Andric has broken the JP Smith serve and gets it back to 3-all in this tight second set. Little discussion going on, Pete. Hashtag AO Playoff. I believe Wayne McEwen, of course, excellent in officiating the Newcomb medal this week. Just working out the order of play here for court 6 tomorrow. Who would you like to see in action tomorrow? There's a few people that have weighed in. Anthony Webb, Goska v Patterson, Barry v Keir, Sanders v Babusik. Getting that short in the discussion. Hashtag AO Playoff. been shown here by the young New South Welshman. I mean, regardless of how this match turns out, certainly can't fold his application.
Well, I like the fact that he's thinking in a positive way, that he's not out of the match, particularly after that first set where there are a couple of loose points. It's more a matter now of how he can maintain that intensity. But he can't stop attacking. So yes, another unforced error there, and we'll look at the stats at the end of the match. It'll be that the unforced error count will be pretty high, but needs to go for absolutely everything.
Certainly opening up the shoulders, just that control. Right, though, he's got to keep attacking, limit the errors.
But again, tactically, he's playing it well. They would have put that pressure on. It's just those unforced errors that come in.
JP Smith with a break point opportunity at 15:40.
It's a great way to get yourself out of trouble.
That's as good a serve as you'll see down the tee.
When you're able to rely on that first serve to get you out of trouble, it's a massive advantage.
Followed it up. JP Smith thinks that was wide. Doesn't like the call, but back-to-back aces.
Another one.
Trifecta. It's just one way to work your way back into a game. Couldn't quite get four. With the advantage. Not to be denied. Sensational play by the young New South Welshman. And he now leads at 4-3. It takes on a different look now, the second set. After JP Smith won it in the opening set 6-2. And we thought he'd power away with the second set, but Jay Andric is throwing down the challenge right here and now.
Well, it was an excellent fight back, wasn't it, from breakpoint down, coming up with those couple of aces in a row and really fighting hard. And as you say, there's been a momentum shift, particularly in this second set. And it's up for JP Smith now to see what he can come up with. What variation can he come to really put pressure on Andric again, who's built a bit of momentum now. He knows he's well into this match.
Absolutely. Whilst we pause here, let's get back out to Adrian Franklin to bring us up to date with what's happening here at Melbourne Park.
So another update on Court 7, guys. Jacob Grills, he has just taken the second set. So he now leads 2-0 against the third seed, Matt Reid. So it's a very big upset. Matt Reid, he does look a little bit agitated. He left the court after that second set. So he's not as composed as his younger opponent. So it's going to be a big third set coming up. I do have an interesting story on Jacob Grills as well. As you guys mentioned earlier, he is from Ocean Grove, and he didn't get direct entry into the playoff. So he was down at Ocean Grove at the beach actually on Saturday. When he got the call, he had about 5 missed calls from a Tennis Australia staff member who was actually informing him that he was a late call-up into the playoff. So he was down at the beach when he got the call, and he headed straight to Melbourne, and he's here on Court 7, currently leading 2-0.
I believe it's the same way Adrian got onto our coverage today, wasn't it? Yes. At the beach, got the late call-up.
Yes, very well tanned. And he spends a lot of time in the sun. Adrian Franklin. We're building the profile of Jacob Grills. More on that in just a moment. Just moving along. Adam Bain, thank you, Adam, on Twitter, just keeping us informed. He made the semis of the Victorian hard courts, quarter-final in Port Pirie on the Australian Pro Tour. But the likes of Whittington, Kokonakis, Alex Bolt this year. And he's leading 2-0 against Matt Reid out on court number 7. A bit of an early turn-up, but a long way to go. Best of 5, of course.
JP Smith will be looking for an easier service game here, just to get things back on track. That's nicely done. Just seeing a bit more variation from Andric. Just taking the pace off the ball. Happy to use the angle. That's a beautiful lefty serve. Out wide, take your opponent way out of court.
It was almost another platter there, Andric.
Well, he was almost at the fence, the side fence, to hit that. Just a good slider. First double fault that we've seen for a while from JP Smith. A little bit of pressure being applied to the number 2 seed in this draw. Out. He missed that. But again, the change up from Andric, giving Smith something different to look at.
Huge here with a break point to go 5-3 up in the second set. JP Smith.
Interesting that JP is electing to, again, just run around and hit those forehands when he's got some clear backhands, and been pretty solid from both wings today.
Crucial game right here. Flees wide, so back in favour of JP Smith. Try and get it back to 4-all. Olivia Ragoska, top seed in the girls' draw, will be in action tomorrow. Vivian Christie, of course, has written a terrific article on Olivia on tennis.com.au, the editor of the Australian Tennis magazine. It's a good write-up. If you want to take a look while you're watching our live stream. And he's able to eventually hold serve JP Smith, so we're at 4-all in the second set. JP taking the opening set 6 games to 2.
Yeah, well, things have tightened up in this second set. There's a tough hold from Smith.
4 games on.
We were talking about the breeze before, which is now blown up to a gale.
Probably a light zephyr compared to what was in Sydney yesterday. For the Gulf. We are certainly open to the elements out here on the back courts at Melbourne Park.
Quite valuable, some easy service games here.
Well, do you know his ace count, I reckon he'd be up around sort of 5-6 in this match. Beautiful forehand down the line. Set up nicely for him. So racing through this service game to keep his nose in front in the second set as he tries to square it up. Doesn't want to be 2 sets to love down.
Great serve.
Into the body, yeah, great serve. 5-4. JP Smith bring in his next game, because Jay Andric from New South Wales only a game away from winning the second set. Beautiful conditions for tennis. Bit of a breeze, but great conditions for tennis overall.
Oh, I love the fight back.
It's been good.
Andric he was threatened in that opening set. Starting to keep that unforced error count down now. Really feels comfortable out on court. And now just starting to put the pressure on his more experienced opponent, who's on your screen right now, JP Smith.
And big Sam Groth will be in action later on, the number 1 seed from Victoria. A good year. Feeling good about his tennis. Trying to take the next step. Inside that top 200. He'll be taking on Nick Kyrgios a little bit later on. I suppose this is the hard part about being the third game up. You just don't know when you're going to be on court. If this potentially goes 4 or 5 and the next goes 4 or 5, it's a fairly long wait.
catch that one.
Charlotte James is going to be with us a little bit later on, Pete. She's said just please leave the fashion commentary to the experts, so that's enough from us.
Oh, well, thank you, CJ.
We look forward to your dissection when you enter the commentary box. She was all over the Newcomb medal fashion, of course. And, glamorous on the coverage. If you did miss the Newcomb medal, you can watch a replay of that on the Australian Open YouTube channel from last Monday night.
Right on the line. I think it skidded a little bit too. As he continues to grow, Jay Andric, he will get a lot of free points off that serve and the follow-up.
Well played.
You can see why. So dictating right from the opening serve there. He'll be kicking himself because that was a good opportunity. Andric well in the rally. Just dropped in. There's the top spin. Frustration, but JP had to come up with the big shot.
Did 30 all, crucial point. Well played there from Andric. He had JP Smith running from side to side on the stretch. And he gets it back to Juice.
Well, he was covering all corners of the court, JP Smith there, but then just shows you how the momentum has changed. Andric really able to dictate the points, really able to control the points. Yes, he's having to work hard for them, but eventually he comes up with that easy shot, easy put away.
Just going a fraction long there, so it sets it up now for JP Smith. He can win at the next point. He gets his nose back in front at 6-5 and he can serve for a 2 sets to love lead. Long again. So JP Smith will come out and serve for the second set. He won the first 6 games to 2. He now leads the second 6 games to 5. Our first match here on day 1 of the AO Wildcard Playoff for 2012. Here on tennis.com.au and on YouTube, hashtag AO Playoff if you want to join the discussion.
Yeah, on Twitter. And he'd be frustrated, Andric, got himself into a great position, just couldn't finish it off. You've got to put all that out of his mind and go back to refocusing now on how to get back into this, how to break down the JP Smith serve. He's done it before in this set. He can certainly do it again. It's advantage Smith at the moment, but Andric, as we've seen throughout this second set, knows how to fight.
He does.
And he's well and truly in it now, and I think he can't really change up too much because he is playing well. It's just the finish. He's just letting him down slightly. But that's all.
No, you're right. He builds the points nicely. It's just putting that cream on top, and got some good power. He's hit some clean winners. He's served a number of aces this afternoon. But, JP has just been able to win some of those crucial points at the right time, and now need to serve for a 2-6-0 lead in the best of 5. Beautiful day for tennis here at Melbourne Park.
Just trying to fire himself up a little bit here, Andric. Just first step is ball back into court. We've seen a couple of times JP Smith in the last couple of service games use a slider out wide with good success. Again, I don't mind the idea, but that just set up at the service line, and JP Smith was already moving forward. So it's always going to be a tough ask, despite the fact that you're cutting off the angles at the net.
Some ground, but JP Smith too good there with the volley.
So we've got 3 set points now.
Closing in on that nice 2-6-0 lead here. In a bit of trouble, JP Smith only about 10-15 minutes ago. Just steadied nicely here.
Just in the set down.
There it is. And JP Smith now leads at 2-0 here on court 6. 6-2 in the opening set, 7-5. A much tougher challenge in the second. And that man on screen has certainly thrown everything he can at the higher seeded player. JP Smith just has been able to steady.
As Jay Andric, I think, is going to be leaving the court.
So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll get back into Adrian Franklin very shortly. There's 2 other matches in progress, as we've been telling you throughout the day so far. The young Victorian Jacob Grills, in a bit of a surprise, has won the opening 2 sets against the number 3 seed from New South Wales, Matt Reid, out on court 7. So we'll get the latest there in just a moment. And also Greg Jones and Michael Look. That is the other live game at the moment. Luke Seville, Andrew Whittington coming up a little bit later on. Sam Groth taking on Nick Kyrgios. Adam Feeney will take on John Peers. That'll be out on court 7. Brad Masley of South Australia taking on Ben Mitchell. Out on court number 5 a little bit later on. Let's get back out to Adrian Franklin to bring us up to date with some of that other live action, Adrian.
Yes, that's exactly right, BP. And just over to the left-hand side of me is Sam Groth. Now, he's having a hit-up in preparation for the third match on centre court this afternoon. As you mentioned, he's playing Nick Kyrgios, who won yesterday's 18s Nationals Championship. So I spoke to Wayne Arthurs earlier, and he did actually mention that it's going to be a bit of a tough match-up for Sam Groth because Kyrgios does return very well. As we all know, Sam Groth, his strength is his serve. So watch out for Kyrgios and his returning third match-up on centre court. But it has been a pretty phenomenal year this year for Sam Groth. He's shaved just under 600 rankings places. So he's just outside the 200 at the moment. If he can break inside the 200, he's starting to get a lot more respectability back in terms of his ranking place. So we look forward to that matchup. It's going to be a fiery one as well. Both players love to be a bit emotional out on court. And also, quick update on the scores out here. So court 7, Jacob Grills, as you mentioned, he won the first 2 sets, but Matt Reid, has come back and he's leading 4-1 in the third set. So he's the more experienced player, Reid. So you did expect him to come back. Just depends on what Grills can do from this point onwards. And on court 5, Michael Look has taken the first 2 sets now. So he just recently took the second set over Greg Jones. So it's all happening, but yeah, definitely looking forward to Sam Groth. Third matchup on centre court.
Great stuff. Thank you, Adrian. Keeping us up to date around the grounds here at Melbourne Park. As you said, it's been a great year for Sam, and of course, one in Ipswich, he won in South Korea. A couple of futures events. They made the final, of course, of the Challenger in Burnie, which always follows the Australian Open. In Korea, also in Alice Springs, he was a finalist there. Semi-finalists in Kyoto in Japan, and at Knoxville over in the United States on his recent run before coming back to Australia. So really good, solid year, and number 1 seed for a reason. But that's not a given that you're going to go on and win the tournament. There's some tough tennis ahead to be played this week.
Oh, absolutely. And the matches don't get any easier as the tournament goes along. You play a long 5-setter first up, you've got another one in a couple of days. Particularly when you're not used to that sort of workload. It can be very, very tricky.
Yeah, he's done a big training block over the last 4 or 5 weeks since he's been home. So mentally, physically, he's feeling good. We'll see what unfolds. That coming up a little bit later today here on tennis.com.au. So that man on screen, JP Smith, number 2 seed behind Sam Groth, has won the opening 2 sets as we get the third set underway.
So Jay Andric has served first in each of the 3 sets. He's been broken in the opening 2 sets. Oh, as the ball comes from across, I think that's Sam Groth's court, the practice court.
Oh, Sam.
Or maybe someone was trying to hit Adrian Franklin, because I think he's in that direction too. Thing if they allowed coaching, and Jay's coach made an appearance out on the court, the one thing you would be saying is that you're not actually playing badly. Yes, you're 2 sets to love down, but actually playing a pretty good match at the moment.
And you mentioned he was broken in the first 2 sets. Well, that's the great way to start the third set. He holds serve. He led it 1 game to love, but of course has considered the first 2 sets. So Peter Hodges on Twitter. Welcome to you, Peter. And she's struggling to do her housework today. She's enthralled by our coverage here on tennis.com.au, so not many shirts being ironed, but she's also commented, I must say, I like what I'm seeing from Jay Andric so far. Yeah, I think that's the consensus, certainly for those who are tweeting in.
And the frightening part about it is He's just 17.
Yes. Yeah, a lot to come.
So we are very much, this is developmental stage.
When we think of how many players are ranked, I mean, he's at 1,665. It is highly competitive, as we know. That doesn't really mean a lot.
No, it means
right
absolutely
now.
nothing.
No. He officially has a ranking.
Yes. But obviously spends most of his time playing the junior events.
Yep, and only stepped out in those 2 futures events this year in Cairns and Port Perry. It just goes to show how it's a big climb. Got to start all back.
So important for JP Smith just to refocus here as well. 2 sets to love up, knowing that potentially could be going 5 sets. Want to try and wrap things up pretty quickly. But just to reset, as he was pushed in that second set. Ball just missing from the baseline. That's clever. Again, didn't need to blast away there. Just great angle. Cross court, Smith was always going to be scrambling to that ball. And just long again. So another unforced error from Andric. So 1 game all in this third set.
Well done.
Well, it was, and it was pretty powerful from Andric there.
Most all parts of the court.
I see Smith just trying to change it up a little bit, trying to work, well, having to work defensively, so far beyond the baseline. And it's been a good game plan from JP Smith too. Love the fact he attacks into the net. Set up so many points that way. And it really hasn't changed over the course of the match. Stuck to the game plan, kept it rolling. Great
open
pick-up.
court. Yep.
Yeah, that volley was always going to come in quick. Shorter backswing, and then just threw the ball, guiding it up the line. It's a good reading of the play.
Yeah. An early break here, JP Smith. Keen to get in the locker room with a straight sets victory on the opening day. That one long, so 15-40, couple of breakpoint opportunities.
And that's just the pressure on the return. Andric is not serving badly, but Smith, as we say, coming forward, just reducing the amount of recovery time that Andric has.
And that one into the net, so a nice break for JP Smith. 2 sets to love and 2 games to 1. He will come out and serve in this third set. On a beautiful day here in Melbourne. Live pictures from Melbourne Park here on tennis.com.au and also on YouTube. We're about to go around the grounds in just a tick. A couple of very interesting matches taking place. Greg Jones and Michael Look, and Jacob Grills taking on Matt Reid. I'll get you the latest there in just a tick. Hashtag AO Playoff to keep joining in the discussion. Keep your thoughts coming through as we talk plenty of tennis. The start of what is going to be a big summer. We'll go back to Adrian Franklin, who's once again with Wayne Arthurs watching this young Victorian Jacob Grills. Over to you, Adrian.
Thanks, Brett. So a bit of an update here. Reid has just taken the third set. So he won that 6-2 after Jacob Grills won the first 2 sets. So we've got Wayne Arthurs again, Jacob Grills' coach. So Wayne, what happened in that third set?
Oh, a little lack of concentration from Jacob early in that third set, at 2-1. He played 3 or 4 loose forehands and sort of opened the door for Matt, and Matt's now got a little bit of confidence in the last couple of games of that set. Then a little bit more speed on the ball, and looks like he's settled down and really back in the match here.
What are you looking for from him early stages of this fourth set?
From Jacob?
Yeah.
Just a little bit more energy. Just lost his energy a little bit. Now into rarefied air for him, playing a fourth set. He's never done that in his whole career, so great experience for him. So hopefully he comes out and fires early doors in this set.
All right, thanks, Wayne. So the fourth set is about to get underway. So Reid, as repeated, he took that third set, 6-2. We're heading into a fourth.
Thank you, Adrian. Back to you throughout the course of what is going to be a big fourth set. Back here on court 6, another cracking backhand from Jay Andric. We're seeing quite a few of those this afternoon, but it is JP Smith, the number 2 seed, that man on screen. 2 sets to love, and now serving for a 3-1 lead in this third set. Best of 5, of course.
We weren't on.
Wayne Arthurs, when he was talking about Jacob Grills before, was talking about concentration. It's a particular point of the match, and the best of 5 sets. Concentration is important. You can't afford to have loose points, loose games, particularly when you're 2 sets to love down. So for Andric, he just needs to knuckle down again.
Tough when you're copying those sort of serves. So he's racing through here. JP Smith, point away from a 3-1 lead. And that one wide, so JP Smith in the blink of an eye leading it 3-1 as he starts to power away in this match. He can be the first player into the quarterfinals.
Well, certainly he's got the momentum back in the match, and just a matter of trading, can potentially just trade serve from here.
Just get a feeling that Jay Andric is showing some great fight, but you just get a feeling that JP might have just got the better of him here mentally. He's just some little signs of his body language that certainly not defeated. So he knows it's a big mountain to climb.
That's good hustle from Andric. Just working Smith around the court. That's what he needs to do. Just try and wear down JP a little bit.
Beautifully played up the line.
Andric there, just see it's been a long match despite the fact we're now. This is where you rely on your big shot, rely on the serve to be able to get you out of trouble. But JP Smith, excellent returning of serve. A crucial stage of the match. Another break here and the match is effectively gone.
40-30. Still got that capability. Pluck some good serves out.
Well, that's the advantage of, again, having a lefty on the other side of the court. You can throw it out wide on that deuce court.
And that sails long. Back to juice here.
Right idea.
Yep.
JP Smith was up to it though, was already starting to move back.
Great touch at the net. Oh, the young New South Welshman.
Really has been a feature of his game we've seen today, that he's just got tremendous touch. Soft hands. The thing, you're not as consistent. He's starting to tire now. That consistency starts to drop away. And try and look for those easy points. Try and finish off the rallies. Be quicker than what you should.
Didn't miss by much. It was a nice pick-up.
Yeah, well, it's a tough pickup. Tough pickup from the service line.
He's had plenty of those today.
He has. And that's been the returning there from JP Smith.
There's enough open court to just set up beautifully, and JP Smith eventually comes through that tough fifth game, but he's got a nice commanding lead now, 4-1, and closing in on victory here at Melbourne Park in the opening game of the AO Wildcard Playoff.
Members of the press just making their way through, photos everywhere.
Yes.
They're very popular.
Oh, absolutely, it's just a haven of people around us. It's a big production. We certainly thank all the great people who are part of the production behind the scenes, and look at that.
What a tremendous replay.
Have a look at that.
Oh, they are all over it.
Our production crew, there's about 49 people in here.
I actually counted about 3,224 people, but
they've just been coming up with that. They've just been plotting that in the background for the last hour and a half.
Gosh, we're working through that on day one. We're going to be on fire.
Watch the finals on the weekend.
So 4 games to 1 now for JP Smith. And serving as well. New tennis balls. You can see from JP Smith, from his perspective, is to just keep the pressure on now.
Getting up to the service line quickly here. Need to race through his service game.
And that's ideal from JP Smith. Doesn't need to go deep into the corners of the court or try and brush the lines. It's just keep it nice and deep. Keep it remotely close to the corners. Just keep running Andric around, who's starting to really tire now. Now it's just being solid, being consistent. Just keep Andric playing the next ball, then the next ball, then the next ball. Great finish.
JP Smith to love. And he gave away now. Really putting his stamp on this third set, 5-1. Looking to break Jay Andrich's serve to close out victory. Of course, he will go on to, if he can win this match, which certainly looks like that'll happen. He'll play the winner of Greg Jones and Michael Look. Now that Michael Look has won the first couple of sets there against Greg Jones, now the live action. Now, Andric, and just very solid stuff from JP Smith.
Yeah, just see not as patient now as what he was in that second set. Nice volley. Racket out in front. Got to get into the court.
He was rocketing back. Good control.
15.
You can see it there. Because the ball is coming in quick. Well, the depths of shot beat Andric there. It's good work from Smith. Being solid on that forehand side.
Now a couple of match points coming up for JP Smith.
15 points.
And a miss hit.
That one there flying off the racket. So comprehensive victory, straight sets for JP Smith, 6-2, 7-5, 6-1. And he is the first player through to the quarterfinals of this year's AO Wildcard Playoff. Take on the winner of Greg Jones and Michael Look. So certainly challenged in that second set where Jay Andric had an opportunity to square it up a set apiece, and once he won that second set, it really gave him the ascendancy and he was able to power away in the third.
Yeah, and again, the difference in experience there. There's a lot to like about Jay Andric. He is, just remember, only 17 years of age, and as we have a look at the match point again, and to hit that overhead, and the miss hit, the ball way out of court. But I looked at some impressive signs. Good serve, solid from the back of the court, good hands at the net. He's got that all-round game happening, and just got a little bit tired as the third set wore on, but good fight back in that second set. Really brought himself back into the match, but just a few loose points and loose games here and there was his undoing. And a great performance from JP Smith, a solid performance from JP Smith. Tough when you come up against someone that you haven't necessarily played before, but got through in straight sets, and he'd be pretty happy to be in the locker room after a straight sets win the opening round.
Exactly right, and he is live on court now, Adrian Franklin. You've got the winner.
Yes, I absolutely do. JP, straight sets win. Blustery conditions out here, though. How did you feel it went for you?
Yeah, definitely. It was a bit windy, and then all of a sudden the sun came out and it was a little overcast, so it was a little tricky to, the wind was kind of swirling, so it wasn't really one direction. So, but I just tried to make as many balls as I can in the wind, and serve as well as I did, and towards the end, I really started to make a lot of returns in his game, so that really helped out, breaking a couple of times.
Do you enjoy, you're a creative player, do you enjoy when the wind's up and about a little bit because you like to move the ball around, or is it something you don't like to be?
Growing up in Townsville, it wasn't really that windy, it's just kind of still conditions, and, I came from the indoor season in the US, so, indoors obviously there's no conditions, it's mainly just, faster surface, so it was a little tricky. Yesterday in the wind, it was a little bit, gusty, but, today was good, so.
Your next round opponent, it's either Greg Jones or Michael Look. At the moment, Michael Look is looking like he'll be your next round opponent. What are your thoughts going into that one, if that is the case?
Yeah, I played him last year and lost a tight one 7-6 in the third. And now, with this new format of being best out of 5, so an advantage. So I don't think there'll be a tiebreak in the fifth set. So hopefully, but I'm a good friend of Greg's as well. So whoever gets through that, obviously playing well. So.
And what do you do for the rest of the day now?
I don't even know yet. I might get something to eat, take it easy, get a day off tomorrow. So. Might check out a couple of the matches, but, not too much at all.
Well played, mate.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Adrian. Nice work with the winner, JP Smith. Can't wipe the smile off his face, and he is through to the quarterfinals. The first player through. That is the next match coming up. Luke Seville taking on Andrew Whittington. Should be a beauty. We're standing by for that. We'll pause for a moment here at Melbourne Park. You're watching the opening day of the AO Wildcard Playoff right here on tennis.com.au.
The best tennis players in the world are coming for the Brisbane International, presented by Suncorp. Are you? Enjoy live bands and family fun in the Tennis Central Entertainment Precinct. And free selected travel with Translink. Brisbane ready, play, and book a Ticketek now. The best tennis players in the world are coming to the Hyundai Hopman Cup. Are you? All in the brand new state-of-the-art Perth Arena with retractable roof and under-seat air conditioning. Perth ready, play, and book a Ticketek now. The best tennis players in the world are coming for the APA International Sydney. Are you? See them battle for one of the world's most prestigious titles in one of Sydney's premier sporting events. Sydney ready, play, and book a Ticketek now. The best tennis players in the world are coming to the Hyundai Hopman Cup. Are you? All in the brand new state-of-the-art Perth Arena with retractable roof and under-seat air conditioning. Perth ready, play, and book a Ticketek now.
Welcome back to Melbourne Park. Beautiful sunshine on day one of the AO Wildcard Playoff for 2012. A little bit of a breeze coming through, but very pleasant conditions overall, around about 24 degrees. And that man on screen, JP Smith, has just recorded a victory here, 6-2, 7-5, 6-1 against Jay Andric of New South Wales. And we chat to a few of the press people on the way out. Plenty of people taking a lot of interest in the AO Wildcard Playoff. One male, one female can win direct entry into the Australian Open come January 14. It's certainly a big prize worth playing for, and the build-up has been fairly heavy for a lot of the players. The Australian players, of course, don't get to take the back end of the year off. They've got to keep working their way through, but when there's a berth in the Australian Open up for grabs, this is where they want to be come the second week of December. So just a beautiful day all round. Melbourne Park, of course, going through a transformation at the moment. The big developments here over the next 3 or 4 years. They'll down tools for a couple of weeks while the Australian Open organisers bump in and make this look like a Grand Slam venue over the next 3 or 4 weeks. And coming up next, it's going to be Luke Seville from South Australia taking on Andrew Whittington of Victoria. Luke at 18 years of age, Andrew just a year older. Luke, of course, ranked about 342 in the world. Andrew Whittington at 781. So it's just a little step behind Luke Seville, but of course, great year for Luke Seville. Went from 1,176 in the world down to a high of 340 only about 3 or 4 weeks ago. 5 quarterfinals, 4 semi-finals, 3 finals. He won 2 of those, one in Thailand and also one in North Queensland in Cairns.
Yeah, and it's great to see. Just reward for effort, making that transition from the junior ranks into the senior ranks. It can often be difficult, but you have to do the hard yards out on the futures and challenge your circuit before you can step up to that next level. But a good challenge today, good challenge for both of these players. And Andrew Whittington, just 19 years of age, as you mentioned, Brett, 781 in the world, but he's looking to really push that and his development along similar lines of Luke Saville, of playing those futures and challenger events and travelling all over the world to be able to do it. It's a tough grind, and if you stick it out, there can be big rewards from that as well.
Yeah, he started the year Whittington at around 958, so brought that down to 781, and like a number of the Australian young players, spent a bit of time overseas, particularly on clay. Did make a couple of semi-finals, one in Slovenia, one in Great Britain, both on the futures circuit. And looks like Arina Rodionova on screen there. She'll be in action tomorrow. Yeah, practising at the moment. And if you get down here to Melbourne Park, free entry, of course. You can watch all the action on court 5, 6 and 7, and also take a look at the players practising on the other courts as well. So if you're around this week, you've got some spare time during the day, come down and take a look at the AO Wildcard Playoff. And Arina Rodionova, of course, will be the 4th seed in the women's draw. We'll reveal who plays who a little bit later on today and our matches for broadcast tomorrow. We're just about ready for match 2. Let's get back out to Adrian Franklin.
Luke Saville, you've been in Melbourne for a little while, mate. I bet you're ready and raring to go to get on court.
Yeah, I really am. I've been in a 4 to 5 week training block. I've been playing some great tennis and training, and I'm itching to get out here and play some, hopefully, a good match.
All right, play well, mate.
Cheers, mate.
As we welcome Luke's opponent out on court, Andrew Whittington. So here he comes, wearing blue, so opposite colours of the tops. Luke's got the red and Andrew's got the blue. Andrew, how you going, mate? You feeling good? It's a little bit blustery out here, but you're looking forward to it?
Yeah, no, it's going to be a great day today, and hopefully we can give it out there today.
Play well.
No, thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Adrian. From Victoria, Andrew Whittington, so he's on home soil. Did get to a high of 749 in September, currently at 781. And Luke Saville now trying to take the next step in his career, really stepped out of the junior scene this year, playing a lot of those future challenger events right around the globe, and trying to turn a lot of those quarterfinals into bigger results, 5 quarters, 4 semis, 3 finals, and trying to sort of take that step that Sam Groth, JP Smith have got themselves into the 200s, and that'll be the next step for Luke Saville.
Well, that's right, and it has been a big campaign for him, and he seems to have made that good transition from the junior ranks up to the senior ranks. The toss of the coin coming up shortly. But 341 is a good mark to get to, and we've seen a number of players who are in this draw, both on the men's and women's side, who are around that 17, 18, 19 years of age, make that step up.
We can play ball change after the first 7, then every 9 games after that. We've got 3 line-up lines today. They'll call the long lines through the net. I'll call the other lines and the net. Any questions? What's your call, Andrew? Tails. Tails. Serve. All right, thanks.
So Andrew Whittington winning the toss. He will serve first in this match. Yeah, so we've seen there is a group of both male and female players who are around that sort of age who are making that transition. Often it can be good to make a transition with a group of players, be able to travel around with and be able to sort of share costs and stuff like that too, which can be really handy. But just those familiar faces that you see around, it can be quite an isolating experience travelling around on the Futures and the Challenger circuit. But as long as the curve continues to move in a positive direction, then it can often be a slow development. But you know, these players are around the mark at the moment and really looking to push hard in this wildcard playoff.
Yeah, I'm really keen to see where Luke Seville goes. We know he's won Junior Wimbledon, the Junior Australian Open, and he's been a player that we're all taking a lot of notice of in the last couple of years, and got the Newcomb medal last Monday night, of course, the male Junior Athlete of the Year. And I've heard him speak a lot, Luke. He's very well spoken for an 18-year-old. He's got some real ambition. You know, he's sort of, to me, a little bit out of that Leighton Hewitt mould in terms of his on-court fight and presence and just what he wants to get out of his tennis career. He's very ambitious. We know not everyone gets there, but you just like the platform that he's built. But obviously the challenge now is to really take that to the next level. And he's got plenty of inner drive, Luke Seville. He looks like just sort of competitive streak really born into him, which obviously you need in a gruelling sport like tennis, travelling the globe and the ups and downs and the peaks and troughs of a season. So really keen to see if he can build on 342 and take that higher.
Well, certainly had a good run into it, as you can see there, the Junior Australian Open and Junior Wimbledon in 2011 as well. So look, really has making those strides, and we've seen that the transition from junior to senior tennis can often be a tough one. But yeah, he seems to be making that transition okay.
So he will certainly be the favourite in this match. Andrew Whittington, though, knows Luke Seville well. They spent a bit of time practising together, and he will certainly throw down the challenge here today, ranked about 400 spots lower. But as we've seen so far in the matches, with Jay Andric really taking up to JP Smith and Jacob Grills in the opening couple of sets against Matt Reid, that anything can happen, and that the higher seeded players are not necessarily going to get all their own way this week. There's so much to play for. The conditions just getting a little bit more blustery down at court level. Keep your tweets coming through. Hashtag AO Playoff. I'd love to hear from you right throughout the course of the day. Your thoughts on who are going to win these games, and also looking ahead to the rest of the week and who you think may prevail come finals time on the weekend. So this match to be followed by Sam Groth and Nick Kyrgios a little bit later on. Sam Groth, the top seed. Nick Kyrgios winning the Optus Australian Open Championships yesterday at 17. We saw him play here last year, Nick, and we certainly admired his passion and his real drive out on court. Looks like he's taken some good steps in 2012. Played a couple of the back-ended Australian Pro Tour events in Margaret River and Traralgon, making a semi and a quarter. So as we stand by for this match, let's get back out to Adrian Franklin, who can bring us up to date with the outside courts.
Thanks, BP. Well, as the wind picks up now, it's very blustery out on the centre court. Court 7, conditions have also changed out there. Matt Reid, he is about to take the 4th set. He currently leads 5 games to 2, so he's leading at Grills at the moment, Jacob Grills. So Grills is the young Victorian. It's his first playoff. He took the first 2 sets, Reid took the 3rd, and he's very close to now taking the 4th, and that will head obviously into a 5th set. So we spoke about Jacob Grills earlier. We spoke to Wayne Arthur, his coach, and the issue was always going to be his age and the fact that he never plays 5-set matches really throughout his year. It's always best of 3, so he's fatiguing at the moment, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens if that goes into a 5th set. Out on court 5 as well, where Michael Look is taking on Greg Jones. Look took the first 2 sets in that one, and it's currently 4 games all in the 3rd set, so Look is a couple of games away from taking that one perhaps in straight set. So keep a close eye on it, but both of those matches getting closer towards an end.
Thanks, Adrian. Yeah, I think as we go through, certainly Matt Reid, who's a very, very fit player, as we know, Matt Reid, 3rd seed here. He may just get on top of the young Victorian Jacob Grills, so we'll wait and see how that unfolds. So Peter Mercado has stepped out and Charlotte James has stepped in.
Good morning.
Good to see you.
How are you?
We're just
afternoon.
Just gone lunchtime, that's why my stomach's rumbling. And of course, fresh off the Newcomb medal on Monday night, which we enjoyed doing, and looking
Not so
absolutely
fresh, because I
glamorous.
believe it.
Well, you kicked off.
I did kick on, only for a little bit, though.
Not what I heard.
I'm hardcore. What happens at the Nukes, Brett, stays at the Nukes.
Good night, isn't it?
It is a good night, and it's just getting better and better every year. Tennis is night of nights. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it is. The players love getting dressed up. What heard from Olivia Rogovska or when we saw Olivia training at the back in preparation for tomorrow. It's really one opportunity to get out of the sweaty tennis gear and look glamorous for a night.
Brett Phillips, you're keen.
To the right of the chair.
Who do you wear
Luke Saville.
that night? On tennis's night
Andrew
of nights.
Whittington won the toss.
Jay Target I was wearing.
Wow. Yes, well, we've already conversed about that. So, here we
Been a
go.
good day so far. JP Smith, he's a good story, isn't he? We've talked about him a lot. You know, having played a lot of college tennis in the US, he's taken sort of a different route, if you like, after originally being born in Townsville, and this year he's really stepped out and got that ranking towards the 250 mark. So that we're keen to see where that can grow. But anyone that's a left-hander has got certain advantages in tennis, and he's got a nice, steady game. He was challenged today, but he was able to play the crucial points really well.
Yeah, and in this wind as well, the lefty serve, pretty deadly out there. It would be hard for anybody really to take that on. It's great to see a player coming through the US college system, I think, because back in the day, in the 70s and the 80s, a lot of the top professional players came through that system. John McEnroe, for one, was a college tennis player, and it used to be a traditional pathway into professional tennis. Not so much today, but it's really interesting to have an Aussie player going through that
First
system.
set.
And University
Andrew
of
Whittington
Tennessee's
to serve.
obviously done
Ready.
wonders for JP's
Play.
game.
Yeah, they're all over the Twitter today following the
They are
fortunes of
loving
JP
it.
Smith.
It's
Andrew
great.
Whittington to serve to get us underway here in our second match on our broadcast court.
Faults. Love 15.
Not a great way to start, just probably a few nerves early for the young Victorian. Hashtag AO Playoff if you want to send through your tweets. Keep them coming. Yeah, Tennessee, they are busy following the fortunes of their man JP Smith.
He's a very successful player for University of Tennessee. Very interesting to see how he can build on that.
It's a good forehand from Luke Seville. I think we were saying last year JP Smith got honoured at a football game over in Tennessee. There was something like 100,000 people there, and they were acknowledging other people within the university who'd achieved really good sporting accolades, and here he's come out in front of 100,000 people.
It's so funny because we've both been involved in tennis at Tennis Australia for a few years now, right? And I can remember JP when he was just like a tiny little kid, and he was so had so much promise then, but he was such a little kind of wiry, weedy little kid and very cheeky, and it's very odd that he's taller than both of us now.
Yes, as
feels a
many
bit
are.
strange.
So great opportunity here for Luke Seville with 3 break points opening service game.
Game, Seville.
And Seville is able
First
to get the early advantage here. He's the more experienced opponent. So a few nerves early for Andrew Whittington, who elected to serve first, the young Victorian, 19 years of age. But that's the perfect start for Luke Seville.
He's so experienced, Luke Saville, isn't he? For a player of his age, he's had so much success already, really. Junior Wimbledon champion. That really does equip you, I think, pretty well for this type of 5-set match. Sort of big stage experience that he's had.
Yeah, really keen to see where he can go. I mean, if you look at his results, as we've mentioned, a lot of quarters, a lot of semis. Contest 3 finals this year, but I'm sure he'd love to turn more of those quarters and semis into finals. And that's going to come. So he's a good size, he's got good presence out on court.
Really level-headed as well, approach to the game. He's a very stable player, very kind of calm out there. You feel like he's really just, zoned in, does the business. It's great to watch.
Love 15.
Of course, this week here at Melbourne Park, the start of a big couple of months of tennis. We mentioned we had the Newcomb Medal, the Wildcard Playoff, and then we get into the AO Series events, the Hopman Cup.
15.
And then the 2 weeks of the Australian Open, we'll have, of course, qualifying as well, which will be live streaming. Always a big 4 days leading into the first Grand Slam of the year.
The December Showdown's been going for a couple of weeks already, but to me, this day is always the day when you start to feel like you're clicking into Australian Open mode, and you can really kind of smell it in the air. It's going to happen.
Out. 15, 30.
So early struggles on serve for both players here.
It's so windy out there. It's really ramped up, I think, in the last hour.
As you can see, the trees are blowing here. We're quite open in court 6 where we are.
Out. 15, 40.
So now we've got Whittington with a couple of break point opportunities, so we may have 2 breaks of serve to start this match.
I guess it's pretty normal in these kind of conditions for the players to maybe take a little bit of time to settle down. They will have both obviously had a hit this morning, but it has ramped up out there since first thing.
Oh. 30, 40.
Covered some ground at Whittington.
Yes.
Did well to stay in that point, but never had the upper hand.
See why Seville is so successful on grass courts as well with that point. He really moved the ball around, great forehand angle, and then floated up with a little dinky slice backhand, really using all of the court, which you don't see with every player.
So reduced now. Seville's opening service game. It goes long. It just dipped on Whittington there. The ball holding up. Swirly conditions at court level. Gone wide, so we're back to juice. Busy summer for you, Charlotte, as well. Of course, you are social media queen, and you'll be at the Hopman Cup in Perth, and of course the Australian Open.
Starting to feel the pressure a bit, actually. I seem to be juggling quite a few things.
It just continues to evolve and grow every year, doesn't it? Social media, and We've got so much interaction with the tennis community right around the globe. Come this summer of tennis.
That's right, and right around the year, actually, the accounts are active throughout the year, but it's just such a high point at this time of year when it's actually on our doorstep, and you're getting photos yourself, and you're talking to the players, and you're really in the thick of it. Just lifts it so much. It's so exciting to be involved with.
Yeah, it's a great couple of months. Just wide again from Luke Seville, who just put his stamp on this opening service game. Was able to break Andric Whittington's serve, and he's been pushed here. Some long rallies, but just making some crucial errors. Just pulls back for a moment. That breeze picking up again. So long from Whittington, another game point opportunity coming up here for Seville. We'll have a chat about the girls' draw very shortly as well. I know you're right over that, CJ. Kyrgios, Ash Barty, the top two seeds, and hard to argue against that maybe being the final coming the weekend. And eventually Seville is able to hold.
Seville leads 2 games to love.
So a good start here. Had to work hard in that opening service game. We saw Olivia out there practicing this morning.
Had a chat to her on SEN yesterday.
Yeah.
Actually, she's sounding quietly confident and ready for the battle.
Yeah, I did hear that. She's always chippy at this time of the year. I think she's made the last 4 finals here, 1, 2, and been a finalist in the other 2.
And some cracking finals as well. They've really gone the distance. It's been very, all thrillers. And I'm very interested to see how this rivalry with Ash Barty's shaping up. Barty's the number 2 seed here. And they won't meet until the final if they both get through, but they've had a few matches this year and good friends. And yeah, it's just interesting to see how those rivalries develop as these players come on and come through.
Yeah, they're certainly the hot favourites for mine to get through to the end of the week, but some good players in the girls' draw. Anything can happen for the first time being a knockout competition.
$15.
So Luke Seville just trying to play a nice steady game of tennis this afternoon, and Whittington will no doubt be nervous and trying to draw the errors off his racket. Play the percentage as well. Oh, misses that opportunity, looking to go cross court with that forehand. So looking at the girls' draw, Olivia Rogoska, Ash Barty, the top 2 seeds. Monique Adamczak at number 3. Irina Rodionova has been out practicing today, the 4th seed. Bojana Babusic at number 5. Sally Pears at 6. Victoria Raish at 7, and Jess Moore at 8.
It's such a tough draw, isn't it? I have to say I'm loving the knockout format.
It's good
this year. I just think it's the quality of the matches. I think we're going to see it lift to an even greater level this year because it's just do or die out there. No second chances.
Bring your best from the start.
And, it's our best 16 girls. So every match is going to be special.
Just sails out, so well done by Whittington. Good approach shot, he came in behind it. Had the net covered. Looking to try and get on the board on serve.
He will definitely want to get a foothold in this set because Seville did well to get through that opening service game of his to to hold on there. Came back from love 40 down, I think. So Whittington doesn't want Saville to run away with this.
There's the error of the Seville racket. So Andrew Whittington from Victoria on the board in the opening set. It is still Luke Seville leading it 2 games to 1. Great to have you with us here on tennis.com.au. If you're watching via our YouTube channel, it was JP Smith who won the opening match in straight sets over Jay Andric of New South Wales a little bit earlier on, so he's the first player through to the quarterfinals. And a little bit later on, it's going to be Sam Groth, the top seed, to take on Nick Kyrgios of the ACT. We'll bring you that live here on tennis.com.au a little bit later on this afternoon. Let's get back out to Adrian Franklin, all the live action on court 5 and 7, Adrian.
Yes, BP, we're on court 7 right now, and we've crossed at a critical moment. It's now 2 sets apiece between Jacob Grills and Matt Reid, and Matt Reid has just taken that game there. He's broken, and he now leads 3 games to 1 in the 5th and deciding set. So we spoke about the fact that Grills rarely plays 5-set matches. It's his first playoff, and right now is staring down the barrel of a defeat after leading 2 sets to love. So 3-1 down, and over on court 5, Greg Jones has just taken the 3rd set, and he now is down against Michael Look after Look took the first 2. So Michael Look leading 2 sets to 1 against Greg Jones.
Thanks, Adrian. Keeping us up to date around the grounds here on tennis.com.au. Luke Seville serving.
Alex. 30-15.
He's managed to just get that on the line. Had the net covered as we see here. Working to the backhand of Seville and right on the line.
Gutsy backhand volley.
We've had his heart in his mouth watching that one.
Hitting his forehand a bit, Saville, isn't he? He's not quite calibrated that quite right yet. Seen a couple in the net, a couple of big ones.
Yeah, enforced errors on both sides here. Now Whittington's got a breakpoint opportunity. Get it back to 2-all. That one is good.
Beautiful off backhand.
Longest rally of the match so far. A combination of power, a bit of slice, the swirly conditions down there.
Well, Whittington really working the slice in the wind, and I thought that was going to pay off for him, but we saw Luke just on the front foot a bit more in that point, and I think it really pays off for him when he steps into the ball, starts to crack it a bit. I think that's probably what turned the point for him. This was a great shot.
He was going the other way at Whittington, so beautifully placed into the corner by Luke Seville. We're a deuce. Tight start here to this round robin, knockout first match.
Whittington.
And now Whittington with another breakpoint opportunity. So some rallies really developing, and errors from both players at the moment, so keeping each other in the game. Top of 24 here in Melbourne today. Going to get a bit warmer as the week goes on. 31 for tomorrow, 35 on Wednesday. Some showers about on Thursday, 36 we're going to get up to. That long from Whittington, so we're a deuce. Frustration for both players here at the moment.
It's early days.
Early days.
Yep. 5 sets to play.
Oh, yeah.
Wonder how many of them are kind of coming to terms with that little shock to the system. I caught up with Sam Groth, who was practicing about half an hour ago. He'd just had a hit up, and he said that, you know, certainly for him, he's used to 5-set matches and that expectation. I think it's going to be divisive this week, 5-set thing.
Advantage, Whittington.
Little luck there for Whittington with the neck cord. But he gets another breakpoint opportunity here on the Luke Seville serve. He'll take those anytime during a match. It's gone long, so execute the lob there, and this marathon fourth game is back to juice.
You can hear the wind on the microphones out there.
There's some big gusts coming through. So it settles for a moment, waiting for the right moment to serve. Really wound up then Whittington, but he's gone wide.
Maybe just keen to get these couple of points in the bag. He's looking a little bit frustrated by the length of this game.
Well, this is where both players would probably want to finish off the points quicker, but you risk making the error, so it's a fine line.
Faults. Outs.
Another forehand.
Use.
Quite a number of errors on that forehand at the moment.
He just hit slightly through that second forehand.
Whereabouts you going to be? This side or that side?
Yeah, great work from Seville. Really cranked up the backhand, getting Whittington out of the picture and then had the net covered.
Again, we saw him step right into that backhand and actually put some pace on it. So tough out there with this weather, though. It'd be very tempting to just be trying to keep the ball inside the lines. Quite tough to step up like that.
This other error, we took errors on the forehand side. So this marathon fourth game. Both players struggling to get the upper hand here. Had a lot of doubles together, these two.
Advantage Whittington.
So double fault from Luke Seville once again hands another breakpoint opportunity to Andrew Whittington, the young Victorian. As we've mentioned, these two know each other extremely well. A lot of doubles tennis together, travel a lot together. And just long from Whittington, and yes folks, we are back at juice.
Advantage 7. Great serve from Seville. He gets there eventually. Crucial game for the South Australian to win. 3-1 now in this opening set. Here on court 6 at Melbourne Park, day 1 of the wildcard playoff for 2012. Really set up well there by the serve. Earlier, JP Smith getting through to the quarterfinals. Sam Groth, Nick Kyrgios coming up a little bit later on. Keep you updated with court 5 and 7 as well.
Seeing some great body language from Luke Saville there, just really now that he's clinched that fourth game, on his toes and swinging and just looking really, really positive. So striking a bit of a psychological blow out there as well.
Crucial game coming up here for Whittington to try and stay in this opening set, but likewise, conversely for Seville, we can go 4-1 up. Pretty good position to be in.
Love 15.
Just struggled there with the ball toss into the sun and that breeze down at court level. Oh, that is superb from Andrew Whittington. One of the shots of the day. Just stayed alive. Good scampering.
It really was, because it was a great forehand volley by Luke Saville. Real touch volley. Great effort to get that past him cross court.
A good bit of confidence to the young Victorian. Trying to stay in this opening set.
Oh, so unlucky. Thought he'd made that.
Yeah, absolutely. It was rocketing right at Luke Seville. It was a good touch, didn't miss by much. So we'll take a look at the replay here. It's missed by inches. Good stretch on his backhand side. And the tee, just a little wide. Just coming out a little inspect. Well done by Whittington. Good attacking play, trying to get into the net. So he's got a couple of game points here to get it back to 3-2. A bit like Jay Andric in the first game. Charlotte, the player who's seated below, they've got to sort of take some risks, don't they, and try and dictate points rather than just sort of be content to rally and sit back at the back of the court. Try and make some things happen. And well done, he gets a hold of serve. So it's still Seville who leads it 3-2 here at Melbourne Park.
More so than ever before, I think, with this wildcard playoff, because in the past, with the round robin format, there was a real incentive for some of the lower ranked players to just come out, had nothing whatsoever to lose, and just really, really go for it, without necessarily consequences, because it wasn't a knockout draw. But as a knockout draw, it's really, if they don't do it now, they never will. You can't afford to lose one match in the hope that you'll win the other two in your group.
Absolutely. So we're standing by to have a chat to Adrian Franklin in just a moment. And of course, another match completed a few moments ago. We can head back out to Adrian. You've got Matt Reid with you.
I do. I have the victorious Matt Reid, and he was just telling me that he's never played a 5-set match before. So you've just beaten Jacob Grills in 5, but that was the first one ever.
Yeah, first time I've ever played 5 sets. It was good to come back from 2 sets to love. When I was down 2 sets, I didn't think I was going to come back. And somehow I got back and won, which was good for me.
You mentioned that it was a pretty quick match, so it perhaps didn't feel like a full 5-setter to you.
No, I didn't. I tried to tell myself it was just the best of 3-set match. And once I lost this first 2, that I was just down 1 set to love, and I just got to get this next set, and then once I won that, did the same for the next set, and then just tried to keep going from there.
It was his first playoff, so you probably knew that. You knew that he was a bit younger. Did you think that if you just held strong throughout that 3rd and 4th, you might just fall over the line?
Yeah, well, I've never done well at playoff, and I've lost first round the last 2 times after being seeded. So I was a bit nervous myself going into it because I haven't won much, but I've been training with Leighton lately for last week, and physically I knew I could do it, so yeah, I was happy about that.
And your next match, I think, is going to be the winner of this match right here. So do you start to think about that at all? Do you watch a bit, or you just go and do your own thing?
Yeah, I actually train with Luke and Andrew. I train with them all year, and so I know them pretty well, and they know me pretty well. We'll probably go to dinner tonight, so... But yeah, I'll keep an eye on the score for sure.
Well, enjoy the rest of your day, mate, and good luck in the next round.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
15 up.
Thank you, Adrian. That game did, that last 3 sets disappeared very quickly. I felt like it was only about half an hour ago. We were saying that Jacob Grills, the boy from Ocean Grove, led 2 sets to love, but Matt Reid put his foot down in the last 3.
Yeah, it really did go very quickly, that last 3 sets. Genuinely chuffed looking, Matt Reid, after winning his first ever 5-setter. Really, really nice achievement. And, that's part of what this showdown is about, is about real tournament conditions and building the players' confidence and giving them Grand Slam experience, basically. It's a big prize they're playing for.
Certainly. A berth in the Australian Open main draw. We've had a couple of inquiries, Charlotte, about James Duckworth.
Yes.
Not playing here this week.
We have. So James Duckworth is actually playing a Futures event, a Pro Tour event in Hong Kong this week. Has decided to focus on his ranking. The December Showdown and the World Cup playoff isn't compulsory. It's an invitation event, but it's not compulsory for the players to play. And James is ranked 209 in the world now,
Yep.
and obviously feels like, you know, there are maybe some points up for grabs in Hong Kong, can improve his ranking, and he's going to have to take his chances in Australian Open qualifying come January.
Yeah, I like James Duckworth. He's a good young player. Also trying to take that next step. He played some great tennis this time last year at the AO Wildcard Playoff. Well done by Seville from the back of the court. Seville looking for a 4-2 lead here in the opening set. So Matt Reid is through. That is confirmation. You just heard from him courtside with Adrian Franklin. JP Smith also through to the quarterfinals. It's a real opportunity here for Whittington with a break point on the Seville serve to get it back to 3-all. After Luke led 3-1. They know each other very well, these two. That's the perfect reply from Luke Seville. Pulled out the big serve when he needed it back to deuce. The winner of this to play, Matt Reid, the number 3rd seed in the quarterfinals. He's got through in 5, coming back from 2 sets to love down against Jacob Grills. Just lifted that. Went for plenty. And a long rally. We've seen plenty of those in this game. And tight games. Once again, at this advantage juice.
Again.
Seesawing scoreline. The advantage of the net cord there for Andrew Whittington.
3 games on.
And that is a crucial point to win because he's got it back to 3-all here. And it's an intriguing opening set. 6 long games.
So frustrating for Seville there because he really is trying to come into the net and make something happen, and just a little bit of luck Whittington's way.
You're enjoying it here on tennis.com.au. Stay with us right throughout the week. Women in action tomorrow. We move into quarter-final day for the men on Wednesday. Girls up Thursday. Semi-finals starting on Friday. Wide from Luke Seville on that occasion. So, of course, started the year at 1176 officially in the rankings. And he's pulled that back to 342. Replay showing a game of inches at the moment. Once again, Seville getting into the net. He's got it covered again, so he's looking to get in as much as he can.
It's a sensible tactic with the wind as strong and as gusty as it is today, because it just does help to cut down the effect that the wind has on the ball. It doesn't have to travel so far and swirl around so much, so he's really looking to cut those points off early at the net and doing it very well. Persevering with the tactic.
He is.
Outs. 40-30.
Well played from Whittington, that off forehand. He trailed 3-1 in this opening set. He now leads at 4-3.
Whittington leads 4
Young
games.
Victorian at 19 years of age, taking on his doubles partner in Luke Seville. It's been a good fight back here. Nervous early, dropping his opening service game. It's been 7 deep games, often going to juice advantage. Luke Seville's played some good tennis, certainly getting into the net, but also has made a number of forehand errors, which he'd certainly like to tidy up as this game goes along. But two players who know each other's games particularly well. It's a good tight battle so far for a berth in the quarterfinals of the AO Wildcard Playoff for 2012.
Time.
Brett Phillips alongside Charlotte James this afternoon. Adrian Franklin, part of our coverage. Peter Mercado as well will be drifting back in a little bit later on. We've got Sam Groth and Nick Kyrgios to come. Hashtag AO Playoff if you'd like to get involved as part of our coverage.
Outs. Love 15.
Saville continuing to struggle with that forehand wing. I'd say most of the errors so far from him have come from that side.
Faults.
That balance between being patient and wanting to attack. Picking the right moment to go for the winner. All part of the development of young players, as we know.
Beautifully played.
30,
Down the line, pounce on that short ball. Luke Seville put it away.
I love that he is just pushing forward the whole time, just trying to kind of claim the front of that court. That's a great backhand.
Forty, 15.
That's a great approach, isn't it? Just stepping well inside the baseline, cross court with the forehand, had Whittington on the stretch. Great ball to return. Deep into the corner again, well done.
4 games all.
And quickly gets back to all square in the opening set, 4-all.
Would have been a relief for him. Chance that Whittington could run away with the set after coming back from 1-3 down here. Really did need to steady things by levelling at 4-all.
Yeah, perfect placement there, right into the corner from Luke Seville. So just an arm wrestle right here and now. No clear advantage to either player. We know Luke Seville is the highest seeded player and no expectation on his shoulders, but Andrew Whittington certainly throwing down the challenge here.
These guys know each other so well. That's such a factor, I think.
Love 15.
You can really see the energy levels dipping and peaking, can't you? I think Whittington, again, his shoulders seem to have gone down a little bit. He was on a bit of a high after he took the lead here, but his shoulders have slumped just a little bit, dropping his serve again.
Love 30.
So third error in a row for Whittington into the net. Going to hold to love here, or break serve I should say. Luke Seville, he's got 3 break point opportunities. So just been good deep returns. So that wind playing a little bit of havoc as well. And there's another error from Whittington, 4 in a row during that game, and fairly frustrated young man. You don't like to concede that way. So Seville has been able to get a crucial break. 5 games to 4. He'll come out and serve for the opening set in just a moment here at Melbourne Park. As you can see, the breeze really gusting up in different parts. We're going to head out to Adrian Franklin to court number 5. An intriguing battle going on. What's the latest out there, Adrian?
Yeah, well, guys, it's a crucial moment. You time it well with these crosses. So Greg Jones has actually just taken the 4th set now. So it's 2 sets apiece. Michael Look took the first 2 sets, and Greg Jones has just taken that one 6 games to 4. So as predicted, I don't know if you guys remember, but I said earlier on that this would go to a 5th set, and I'm right. So I feel pretty good about that. So it's a 5th set, and it's about to get started. They're just sitting down right now.
You win an Australian Open towel, Adrian Franklin, for making that prediction.
Adrian Nostradamus Franklin joining us live from court 5.
I'll tell you what, the outside courts, CJ, are going the distance.
That's great to see. Some great tennis down here. Of course, it's free to come down all week to Melbourne Park to watch the Wildcard playoff, and really is the cream of Australian tennis fighting out for a main draw wildcard this week.
Love 15.
Backhand error from Seville there. This match has already been going on for 46 minutes, and Seville's just serving for the first set. It's been incredibly close fought so far between these two practice partners.
Outs. 15 off.
It's odd to see Whittington playing so much to the Seville backhand. It's actually been the steadier ground stroke this week, today, in this match anyway. Whittington keeps just kind of placing the ball to Seville's backhand. I'd be going for his forehand a little bit more. We've seen quite a few errors coming off that wing. Epic rally.
30, 15.
Seville just moving within 2 points of taking this opening set after 50 minutes. Could be in with for a long afternoon here, Bretto.
It's been a long grind, this one.
Some great rallies, though.
Yeah, it's been good. A bit too much there, Whittington, so Seville in the box seat now with a couple of set points.
Maybe just a little bit of frustration creeping into Whittington's game there. That was a huge forehand. Pretty much hit the backboard on the full, I'd say.
Yeah, went for plenty. Long again from Whittington, so Luke Seville, after a long, nearly an hour in the first set, has eventually taken it out 6-4 against Andrew Whittington from Victoria. So just to bring you up to date, earlier on it was JP Smith. He won in straight sets over Jay Andric of New South Wales, so he is through to the quarterfinals. Matt Reid came from 2 sets to love down to defeat Jacob Grills of Victoria in 5, so he is through to the quarterfinals. He'll play the winner of this match, and we're into a 5th set between Greg Jones and Michael Look. That's out on court 5, so that one is going the distance as well. We'll keep you up to date with the scores during that match. Hashtag AO Playoff to keep in touch with us here on tennis.com.au. Beautiful day in Melbourne. It is certainly breezy, but generally pleasant tennis conditions. 24 degrees, going to get warmer as the week unfolds. But right now, Luke Seville is certainly with the upper hand, having won the opening set. We're going to get back out to Adrian Franklin around the grounds.
Thanks, PP. I certainly am, as the wind gusts again. I'm out here with Des Tyson, who is the coach of Luke Saville. So he's just won the first set there. Are you happy with how it's gone first set?
Well, conditions are tough, very windy. Both players have struggled a bit in the first set, but I expect them to settle down and play a bit better in the second set.
How was he feeling coming into this one? Was he a little bit nervous, or he felt pretty confident?
I think he appeared confident, but they haven't played tennis or haven't played matches for a few weeks now. So always the first match back. It takes a little bit of time to find your rhythm.
And tell us a little bit about the relationship you have with him. How long have you worked with Luke for?
I've worked with Luke now for approximately 2 years. Yep. Starting in 2010, and he's making the transition now from juniors to seniors. So he's had a pretty good year, and hopefully he'll move on to bigger and better things next year.
Well, he started well here, so best of luck for the rest of the match.
Thanks, Adrian.
Thanks, Adrian. Inside the Luke Saville camp, in the stands here at Melbourne Park, as we get underway with the second set.
Love. Vault.
2-2-2-2-2. Follow man.
3-3-3. 15-30.
Return from Seville, right into the body there of Whittington. So crucial that he starts the second set in good fashion here. You don't want to be 2 sets to love down. Saw Jay Andric in a similar situation earlier, was able to really get on top of JP Smith in that early part of the second set, but then just dropped away. JP came back to win at 7-5.
It's such a tough ask. Such a tough ask for a player like Whittington, who's up against somebody that he practices with and trains with. And Saville also is just so experienced. You know, he's had some success at the Junior Grand Slam, so very experienced with this format of play. So really, Whittington needs to kind of steady himself here and try and get a toehold in this match as quickly as possible.
Trying to step into that backhand and the error once again. So we know that Luke Saville, generally speaking, has made a few errors on that forehand side, but as the match wears on, generally he's going to play a pretty high percentage of tennis. It's whether Whittington can just be steady enough to keep those errors away. That's going to be the key here. I mean, he's going to have to crank it up, but just stay in points for a little while.
It's such a fine line, isn't it? Because, you know, you throw in the weather conditions today, the really swirling wind. There's such a fine line, really, between keeping that consistency and staying in these points and showing the kind of flair, producing something just a little bit special that's going to leave Saville on his back foot. Very tough ask.
Well, that is a beautiful return. He was being run around everywhere, Luke Saville, and his return, as we take a look at the replay here, have a look at this. Right at the shoelaces there of Andrew Whittington, could not get a good hold of that. And after being run from one corner to the other, that is the play of the day so far, to keep himself alive in that point. Well done, Luke Saville. Good start for the second set.
And again, another great little insight into that grass court skill that Luke has, because he really put that return right on Whittington's shoelaces. You know, the incoming volleyer, and you see a lot of that on the grass courts. And you know, Luke's had so much success there.
Yeah, it's what JP Smith did well earlier as well. His returning was terrific. Just when you thought he was out of the picture and wasn't a good chance to win the point, just that one cracking return. So wide there from Seville. So leads a set to love and is broken first game of the second.
First ace for Seville, I think, in this match. Yeah, first ace for Seville there. Whittington's had one also in the first set, I believe. No, sorry. No, he hasn't. Talking nonsense. It's maths. I just can't do statistics. I'll leave you to do the mathematical bit.
Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. I know you will enjoy that also.
Yes.
30 love.
We'll do a few percentages in a minute.
Well, you got the fashion covered, so.
Exactly. It's only gentlemanly that you'd handle the mathematics.
The problem is I didn't do mathematics in VCU.
Didn't they have maths back in your day?
It wasn't that long ago. Come on.
They hadn't invented it.
Puts it away nicely.
40 love.
Savile's just desperate to get into the net at every opportunity, and that really high-kicking shot of Whittington, it was a perfect opportunity for him to just follow the ball in, and then he's all over the net.
Yeah, 40 love, looking for a 2 love lead. And that sails well over the baseline. So Luke Seville
leads 2 games.
Just putting his stamp early on this second set. A set and 2 love now. The number 6 seed from South Australia. The winner of this match to take on Matt Reid, the 3rd seed from New South Wales, who came back from 2 sets to love down to knock over the young Victorian Jacob Grills a little bit earlier on. That was, of course, out on court 7. We'll get an update shortly of the 5th set is going on between Greg Jones and Michael Look. That's out on court number 5.
Love 15.
Serve. James Seville up there. Good hustle from Whittington, but it just felt right throughout their point that Luke Seville had control.
He's so committed to this net strategy, and it's just reaping better and better dividends for him as the match goes on, I think.
Yeah, good touch on the volley, brought Whittington in, but on the stretch not able to really get a good effective shot and just played into the hands of Seville. 15-30. Oh, miscued there.
15-40.
Real opportunity now to push away for Luke Seville. He's got a couple of break points to go 3 love up.
Hold all the way through his face, slow it down on his face of frustration.
And, you can sort of just tell now with the body language that, as you said earlier, CJ, the shoulder's just sinking a little bit. Just trying to keep that self-belief when you're the underdog.
And such a contrast with Seville, who even, conceded that lead. He was up 3-1 in the first set, conceded the lead, was down 3-4. His demeanour just really never changed, did it? He's so steady out there and so stable and just calm and composed and keeps sticking to the game plan the whole time.
Yep.
Really impressive.
Game plan's working well, and he wins that point to go 3-love up now in this second set. And we might have a real contrast because the first set took around the 50-minute mark.
Yeah, that's right.
And blink, we might miss the second. 6-4, 3-love, live here on tennis.com.au from Melbourne Park. Day one of the AO Wildcard Playoff. 16 in the men's draw, 16 in the women's draw, both a knockout competition. The girls will be in action tomorrow, so it's sort of day on, day off with the girls and the guys. And culminating in the finals come the weekend. Two Australians to get a direct entry into the Australian Open come January. Guaranteed a spot in the first round. And we saw, of course, Marinko Matosevic win last year, and he got through. I think he took on Gael Monfils. It was out on Margaret Court Arena, which, of course, is taking on a whole new look at the moment. And did get beaten in straight, but certainly pushed Monfils at the time.
Yeah, it's a huge leg up, I think, for these players. Those that win this playoff and get into the main draw, it just smooths the summer over for them a little bit. They can really focus on the AO series events that they've entered. They don't have to worry about playing qualifying or potential clashes with Sydney in qualifying. You know, often the players have to make a choice between where they're going to play.
Yep.
It just really allows them to maximise that lead in to the first Grand Slam of the year. So incredibly valuable prize that they're playing for this week.
Yeah, and Ash Barty got that great experience last year, and there weren't any expectations on her going to the first round of the Australian Open, 16 years of age. But to defeat Olivia Rogowska, get through, just that experience of playing in a Grand Slam.
That's right, and played a great, if I remember, I think she lost in straight sets, but it was 7-6 or close, 7-5 in the opening set. Really,
feels like a long time ago now.
It was, yeah.
Who did she play? I'm just trying to think who she played.
I'll look it up. I did look at it yesterday.
Yeah, it's just
and
not
I can't
fresh on
remember.
my mind right now. But I think she certainly threw down the
she
challenge.
made a good go of it.
Just missed that forehand as we look at the replay here. Just wasn't quite in position there. Good return from Whittington, deep into the corner. Yeah, wrong-footed Whittington, beautifully played.
That's right. So she played Anna Tatich-Vili Barty and lost the first set 6-2, and the second set 7-6, 7-4. So actually improved as the match went along and ran Tatich-Vili, who is a very experienced player. Second set was 54 minutes.
Yeah, very respectable Grand Slam debut for Ash Barty just over 12 months ago.
Luke Saville looking pretty relaxed now.
Looks in the groove, doesn't he? Game point here for love.
Settled nicely.
Oh, great work by Whittington to get that back. He thundered that forehand right back at Luke Saville at the net. Almost thought he might have had the winner, but well played by Whittington.
And Saville, I think, just kind of overran that volleyball a little bit. He was kind of almost past it when he connected with it.
Next, first serve. Advantage, Saville.
the game with that off forehand from Luke Seville. 4-love, second set.
Just see the momentum building in the way he's playing now, can't you? It's starting to become relentless, really. He keeps doing what he does. He's doing it better and better.
He certainly is. The man in red from South Australia. Setting 4-love up now, so he's into a nice rhythm. Just trying to play good, consistent tennis. Whittington with the challenge on his hands as we speak. Serve.
15 love.
Andrew Whittington this year, of course, making a couple of semi-finals on the Futures circuit in his European travels, one in Slovenia, one in Great Britain. Quarter-final in Cairns when the Australian Pro Tour kicked off.
Ball. 15 on. Bolts. 15, 30.
So the errors are mounting here for Whittington. He just looks
tense to me. He looks tense. Well played.
That's good.
30 on.
Change things up a bit, taking a leaf out of Saville's book and rushing the net.
Just got to take it point by point here and just try and work his way back.
They always say that the hallmark of a good player is somebody who's prepared to, has a plan B prepared and is prepared to go to that plan B. And it's great to see him in at the net as well.
$30, 40.
Good deep return there from Seville. And once again sets up another break point opportunity. Good serve. Had Seville on the back foot there, so easy put away for Andrew Whittington. Stretching out to his backhand side, a perfect serve. So back to Juice.
Great short forehand to finish that point off as well. He really went for that one.
Advantage, 7.
Oh, gets a little bit of help there from the neck cord, but once again the serve. He came up with a really good serve and got Seville out of the picture. And just landed in.
He's had a couple of lucky let cords, hasn't he?
Advantage, 7.
Nice pick up initially there from Whittington, but good forehand cross court from Seville. Plenty of power on that. Always going to be tough to get it back. So now Luke Seville looking to go 5-love up in this second set. And there it is. He's He's in control of this second set now. Great return. Luke Seville a set and 5 love up here on court number 6. We're going to get back out to Adrian Franklin to bring us up to date around the grounds. Plenty of live action going on, Adrian.
Yeah, just moving between court 7 and court 5. So we'll start with court 7, where we've got two of the journeymen of the tour, Adam Feeney and John Peers, currently locked in battle. Adam Feeney is leading 4-3, but it's on serve here. So Feeney, perhaps the favourite, being the 4th seed, but still early stages in the first set out here on court 7 as we move across to court number 5. Now, this match is looking completely different. We are deep into the 5th set. Michael Look, he took the first 2 sets. Greg Jones, he took the second 2, and currently the scoreline, Greg Jones leading 4-3. He's on serve and he has the break, so he's 15 love up now. He's come back from 2 sets to love down and he has the break, so we'll follow this one, but Greg Jones just leading slightly at the moment.
Time.
Okay, thank you, Adrian. Now we'll get back to you in just a moment. There is nothing separating that pair, Greg Jones and Michael Look. That has been a titanic struggle. And on court number 5, as we bring you back to court 6, and it's a comprehensive scoreline in favour of Luke Seville from South Australia. One of the young men expected to go fairly deep into the draw this week.
He's the number 6 seed here.
Good talent. Went into play Matt Reid of New South Wales.
Had a great comeback today. Came back from 2 sets to love down as well.
Yeah, you didn't want to go too early in tennis games, do you? Because
No.
we were building the profile of Jacob Grills, got the late call up into the draw.
Coached by Wayne Arthurs.
Yes. But I'm sure we're going to see more of him down the track. But yeah, so often we see the better player or the higher ranked player get on top and just...
Experience counts for so
Exactly.
much in 5-set matches especially. 5 sets is a long time for all sorts of things to creep into your thoughts, and you know, you might get a really great start, but there's plenty of time to think about that and to think about maybe pulling off an upset. All that can have a real influence on a player.
Gee, come the 2 weeks of January, we're going to see some amazing 5-set matches. I mean, when you think of it, the Australian Open, well, any Grand Slam, because this is in our own backyard, we just think of those warm summer days of the Australian Open and the long, long matches that just have the great ebbs and flows and highlights. I mean, nothing better than the final last year between Djokovic and Nadal, and we're fingers crossed that Rafa's going to be here.
Absolutely, and the beauty of the Australian Open is that so many of those great matches happen out on the outside courts where people with ground passes can just stroll up and watch. You know, we've had some epic matches out there over the years, and I think that, you know, in tennis globally, the Australian Open ground pass is just one of the hottest tickets in tennis, because you are guaranteed some absolute sizzling matches in those first few days.
Great value. Yep. Yeah, get hold of your tickets for Australian Open 2013.
It was a sellout on the middle Saturday last year, wasn't it? So
well over 650,000. No problems drawing a crowd. The Australian Open. It'll be a great 2 weeks. Whittington with a breakpoint opportunity here. Seville puts an end to that. Comfortable off forehand, so back to Juice. He's only a couple of points away now from leading this match 2 sets to love.
Advantage, Whittington.
Well played.
Yes.
By Seville, really worked Whittington round, then got the advantage. A deep forehand, the forehand caught of Whittington, and then Whittington heading slightly back the other way. Had to then try and come back to get that forehand, but on the stretch wasn't able to get a good return back. Well played by Seville. Back to deuce.
Advantage, Whittington. Game, Whittington.
And declared good. He let it go, Luke Seville, and Andrew Whittington finally gets on the board in this second set. Still a long way to come back from. 5-1, Seville leads it.
Frustrating for Seville because that volley really was on his racket. He just pushed over his shoulder as it dropped on the line.
So Andrew Whittington at this point of the match will certainly take that. And a chance to serve and stay alive in this second set, but Luke Seville certainly with the upper hand. JP Smith, Matt Reid, both through to the quarterfinals. Tight battle going on. Greg Jones and Michael Lookout on court 5. Get back there shortly. Adam Feeney and John Peers, as Adrian mentioned a little while ago, just underway on court 7 here in the opening set.
15 love.
So Greg Jones leading 5-3 in the 5th set against Look now.
Right.
Look serving.
An injury interrupted year, Greg Jones. Just pulled that wide. Am I right in saying I think Greg Jones was top seed here last year?
Yes, I think he was. He was.
So he was just around the 200 mark.
Looking for that wild card into the main draw.
Yeah, unfortunately, dipped outside the 300 mark this year. So injury and able to get some good results. You can fluctuate, can't you? You can jump up inside the top 200, and the next move, if you're not playing a lot of tennis, you can dip right down. So he's got to try and get back up to where he was, and if he can get through a tough 5 setup, it might just put him in good stead to really build on that through the week.
It's where this wildcard playoff comes into its own again. We were talking to Olivia Ragosta on SEN yesterday, and she said, you know, it's tough for the Aussie players because their off season is pretty much 4 or 5 days. You know, the European players don't go through this whole wildcard playoff and the expectation that you'll come and take part in this. But, you know, on the other side of the coin, the playoff is a really great opportunity for a player like Greg Jones, who's maybe had an injury-affected season, to just hit a little run of form and actually really gain a lot of ground in a few days, get straight into the Australian Open.
Absolutely. So Seville just struggling to close out this second set. Nice pick up off the toes there by Whittington.
We've seen him do a couple of those, haven't we?
Another breakpoint opportunity.
Game, Whittington.
Good serve. So he brings it back to 5-2. He's going to make Luke Seville serve for the second set. A set and 5-2 up is Luke Seville at the moment. On a beautiful day here in Melbourne for the opening day of the wildcard playoff for 2012. Let's duck out to court number 5, this seesawing final set. Greg Jones and Michael Look. Peter Mercado, I think you're out there.
Yeah, I am out here, Brett, and we're into the game. It's 5-4 in the final set with Jones serving. And as you say, it's been a fluctuating match. Michael Look taking the first 2 sets, 6-2, 6-4, but Jones fighting back 7-5, 6-4, and now 5-4. And just continuing to push along. He is looking pretty strong on serve at the moment at 30 love, so not too far away from a conclusion in this one.
I might just stick with you for a minute or two, Pete. Live out there on court 5. It's a crucial game. Michael Look winning the opening couple of sets. So, gee, we've seen a couple of these games, Pete, go the distance with Matty Reid coming back from a 2 sets to love deficit a little bit earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's good to see this is part of the format, that simulating the Grand Slam conditions. Remember, advantage sets the 5th set. Beautifully done by Jones. 3 match points now at 40 love. Just a quick score from court number 7 as well. Adam Feeney has taken the first set from John Peers 6-3, and they're just getting underway in the 2nd set.
We'll stick with you on court 5 as we flick back. Match points here for Greg Jones.
So beautiful forehand. It's a drive volley and it's enough. That has gone the distance. What a great performance by Greg Jones. He is through in 5 sets, 6-4 in the 5th. And no doubt he'll be pretty happy to get through to round number 2, guys.
Thank you, Peter. Nice work out there on court number 5. So we've seen 2 5-setters today, and both players coming from 2 sets to love down. Greg Jones over Michael Look, and Matt Reid over Jacob Grills. So they have earned their spot in the quarterfinals in a couple of days' time.
Absolutely, and great to see a couple of points of Jones there just at the end. He looked like he was hitting the forehand so confidently. That was a great final point. Beautiful off forehand.
Let's see what Luke Seville can do here at 15 all, looking to serve for a 2 sets to love lead. Oh, just wide. And Whittington wants to come and inspect that. That was close. He's got a wry smile on his face.
Saville looking cool as a cucumber.
But either way, he was going to call that.
Didn't miss by
because it was close.
much at all. And probably haven't.
But I thought it was wide as well.
Quite got the angle
Looked
there.
Out.
Yeah, just a fraction out. So a crucial point for Seville, who's lost his last couple of games. He was 5 love up. Whittington to stayed alive in this 2nd set. It's gone long. He had an opportunity there to really close that point out, Whittington. So now it's opened it up for Luke Seville with 2 set points to lead 2 sets to love.
Great scramble there by Saville.
That's when he had some open court and hit it straight back into the body of Luke Seville. And there it is. 2nd set for the South Australian. And he is now in a commanding position in the best of 5, leading 2 sets to love against Victoria's Andrew Whittington. Live action here on court 6. Of course, the match to follow will be Sam Groth, the Victorian, taking on Nick Kyrgios. And Sam Groth, the top seed for the wildcard playoff this week.
35 minutes, that set. Looked like it was going to be 25 at one stage, but a little wobble there from Saville.
Just some key stats. We might go back to that 2nd set, CJ, and just have a look at some key stats from this match.
Good plan. Let's have a look. So, 2nd set stats. 4 double faults from Whittington to 1 from Saville.
Yep.
Definitely saw an ace from Saville there. That's the only ace of the match so far. Saville winning 67% of points when he gets that first serve in.
Yeah, total points won 33-20 as we look at some of the highlights of this 2nd set. And Luke Seville certainly started in very good fashion, got 5 love up, and he's trying to get into the net. We've seen that quite a bit, very solid off the ground. Once again, you see here approaching, putting that pressure on Andrew Whittington.
Time.
And the more experienced player able to prevail in this second set. It is free of charge if you want to get down here to Melbourne Park.
Beautiful day for it.
Indeed it is. One man to be very happy at the moment is Greg Jones. He'd be sweaty. He's got the towel draped around him. He's with Peter Mercado.
Yeah, and he's keeping himself moving too, guys. Great performance. 2 sets to love down. What were you thinking at the end of that second set?
I'm not really sure. I wasn't thinking too many thoughts, really. He played pretty good first 2 sets, and I played 5 sets at Australian Open 2012. I lost after being up 2 sets to love, so I knew it was possible to come back.
Take us through quickly your 2012, because there have been a number of injuries that have come up after that Australian Open performance, but getting things back on track now?
Yeah, I think it wasn't my best year. I played well at the start of the year at Australian Open, and then final of a challenger in Australia, but then hurt my knee. Didn't play for 3 months and struggled coming back, and then had a little niggly injury at the end of the year as well. But there are definitely enough weeks in there that I could have made the most of it, but I wasn't able to.
And felt okay getting across the 5 sets, because it was a pretty long match out there?
Yeah, I mean, it was tough. It was pretty physical. We were both making each other run a lot, especially the first couple of sets. But I don't know, I guess all the hard work paid off a little bit, because I've been, training with Aaron Kellett down here in Melbourne, so he's done a great job of trying to get me fit.
And do you feel that this could give you plenty of confidence heading into the event, knowing that you've come through a tough 5-setter like this?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, lots of confidence, not only this event, but throughout the Australian summer and, the rest of my career, really, knowing that I can play 5 sets and I can get the result. Obviously, I'll have to play a little bit better, and hopefully I won't be too tired against JP, because I know he makes a lot of balls.
We'll let you jump in the ice bath. Great job.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. Cheers.
Thanks, Pete. Nice work there with Greg Jones. A well-earned victory to get through to the quarterfinal stage of the Australian Open Wildcard Playoff.
And just great to see him making his way back into the sport again, and having a bit of success. He's a bit of a favourite, Greg Jones.
Yeah, he's good talent.
He is a good talent and a nice guy, and so tough for these guys when they're just sort of transitioning and working their way onto the tour when they have these injuries, and it's such a setback psychologically as well as physically for them. So great to see him back on form.
Yeah, and only 23 years of age, so the window is certainly open. It opens for a long time in tennis, so even though they start very young,
40-15.
Still plenty of time for Greg Jones to make his mark in this game. And of course 2011 was the year he ended his highest at 196, so trying to get back to that standard and build from there. Let's hope he's injury free.
Yeah,
the next 12 months.
Obviously putting a lot of emphasis on fitness. He mentioned that with Pete just then. I think that's one of the keys to staying sound for these players, is just to really kind of ramp up the fitness. Strong body.
So back here, Luke Seville. We're in the 3rd set. He has won the opening 2. If you're just joining us here on tennis.com.au. And he's been able to hold serve in the opening game of this 3rd set, so he's in a good position right now. Andrew Whittington, my mistake. Andrew Whittington taking out that game.
Love. Faults.
30-15.
Comfortable opening service game. On serve in this third set, a game apiece.
Looking very businesslike, isn't he now?
It's at this stage you really want to put your foot down, isn't it?
That's right.
2 sets to love up.
Don't want to let one slip and be out there for any longer than you have to. It's a big week for these guys.
Yep. Don't give your opponent a sniff at all.
No.
Pick a seat next, guys.
The guys get a day off tomorrow, obviously, to recover, which is...
Good to see a few of the school kids in. Often get down here to the wildcard playoff.
It's great. We get such a great turnout for this event, and as the week goes on, more and more people come down. Word of mouth, I think. Word of Twitter.
So you got me into Twitter.
I did.
And I can say that I actually check Twitter daily now.
I'm seeing you actually checking it almost obsessively today. I'm very impressed. You're looking at it more than I am.
Just following some of the stars.
I told you you'd like it. I did say you'd like it.
For anyone that does follow me, I will give you something over the summer at
Go
some
on.
point.
Have a little... Have you not tweeted? You're a stalker.
I did this
You're
morning.
a Twitter stalker.
No, I did plugging our coverage this
Good.
morning, just to let people know.
Did a few photos.
Love it.
Let the fans get to know you, Brett Phillips. Have you plugged your Twitter handle? You should just do a little plug for your Twitter handle.
Oh, at Brett A. Phillips.
All one
I was just
word.
going to say Brett Phillips, but it was taken.
Oh, imagine that there's another Brett Phillips
At
out
the A,
there
and I
who
get all these
tweets.
questions. What is A? Don't worry about it. It's irrelevant. Don't worry about it.
Go on, what's A?
Adam.
Adam? Oh, would have picked that. There you go.
Out.
Forehand. Oh, a little bit of frustration there.
Yeah, the errors have come off that forehand wing for Seville. Not enough to punish him in this match because he's 2 sets love up, but we'll have a few more of those to fall in.
Then he will know that he needs to tidy that up before the next round, should he get through to the next round, you know, before the quarter-final stage. He's going to need to knuckle down on some of those errors and just cut them out because the competition out there is only going to get more and more intense.
Yeah, the good players, they make you pay for the errors.
Epic rally.
How many times have we seen that from Whittington trying to go up the line and missing by
And
inches?
again, we could hear during that rally just howling wind out there, which probably isn't making it any easier to hit those lines. It's a funny tactic, I think, also to go down that line because that's Saville's backhand, which has been the more consistent shot today. He certainly doesn't mind hitting those on the run and rallying that side.
Break points here for Seville.
Out. 30 foot.
He has a little look. Got to say, I thought that took just a little bit of the line, but It's your umpire's call.
Juice.
So we're up to juice.
Another
Advantage,
forehand.
Whittington.
Now, I have been asked on my Twitter handle.
Oh, here we go.
My thoughts, thank you, Adam. My thoughts on James Duckworth playing in Hong Kong this week instead of the playoff. Now, you mentioned a little bit earlier, for those that might be tuning in late, that he elected to play a challenger event over there, try and get some valuable rankings points. He's about 209 in the world at the moment. Would have been top seed here if he elected to play the AO wildcard playoff, and very good opposition to Sam Groth. I think if we look at the career of James Duckworth, he's sort of gone down a different track to a lot of players, hasn't he? I mean, he hasn't played a lot of the Australian Pro Tour events. He spends a lot of time overseas.
That's right.
Playing
and
clay court tournaments through South America, Europe.
we do sometimes talk about, I mean, it's obviously the Pro Tour here is a fantastic opportunity for Australian-based players to get a lot of match experience, but there's a lot of value in Aussie players actually doing the travel, playing in the different places, on different surfaces, and just getting different experiences against international opposition as well. That's partly the point of the Pro Tour, is to attract international competitors to play. But, you know, there's a lot of honour in actually going out there and playing the Pro Tour internationally as well. And, you know, Craig Tiley's setup here at Tennis Australia is all about accountability, and it's about, you know, players doing what it takes, improving themselves. And for Duckworth to go to Hong Kong and to work on his ranking like that this week, you know, especially where he would have been top seed here, I think that there's a lot of credit to him for doing that.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's fantastic. I mean, since I've watched James Duckworth play, and he played some great tennis here last year, he's got a great work ethic. Really solid build, isn't he? And
yeah, strong guy.
Yeah, so often we saw in his matches he was on the defensive. He's able just to keep balls, you know, back, and his fitness has really improved. I think from 12 months ago when we saw him at the 2010 playoff compared to last year, his fitness had come along a long way. So yeah, he's a player with immense talent. I mean, he could walk into qualifying here in January and certainly be confident he can match the world's top players. Lunch has arrived. Clearly scale back a little bit here at tennis.com.au.
We're having barbecued koala for lunch. With a caramel filling. We're all about the sugar, yeah? Sugar. What were we talking about? James Duckworth.
I don't think he'd be eating too many of these.
No. They know the special diet that we're on. We're in training.
Yeah.
The long hours of the Australian Open, chocolate-fueled hours.
Yes.
The lonely chocolate-fueled hours of the Australian Open.
Disappointed with that, Seville. And the long rally between this pair, and it gives Whittington a game point.
Seville hasn't really been rushing the net as much in this set, and that was what's paid dividends for him in the first two sets. He doesn't seem to be coming out on top of these longer rallies that we're seeing these two guys play. Seems to be making the errors.
Deuce.
Just the time he didn't want to serve a double fault. Allows Luke Seville back in again. Well, he was there, hit the approach shot, he came in. The return wasn't certainly fierce from Seville, just not able to execute the volley. Thank you very much. There's the real catering arrives.
The codage
Very
failed.
nice indeed. Good serve.
Deuce.
So it was the first set where we saw, I think, a marathon fourth game. It was like a long time ago in that 50-minute first set. The second set only went about 35 minutes.
Now they're all locked up.
Advantage Whittington. Game, Whittington.
So finally, Andrew Whittington gets there and takes a 2-1 lead in this third set.
2 games to 1, third set.
Having lost the opening 2 sets to Luke Seville. Another long exchange between the pair. We've become accustomed to that over the last hour and a half or so. Beautiful day here in Melbourne. Hardly a cloud in the sky. Let's head out around the grounds. Pete Mercado is keeping an eye on the action out on court 5. Pete?
And actually court number 7, guys, because a change in momentum in this match between Adam Feeney and John Peers. And the first set went to Feeney 6 games to 3. And now complete momentum shift. John Peers leading 5 games to 2. And was at love 40 on the Feeney serve. But Adam's done well to fight back in this game, bring it back to advantage and give himself a game point. But just appears to be a little out of sorts. It is quite breezy out here, as you guys have been talking about. So John's been able to work his way back into the match, a little more aggressive, and give himself plenty of opportunities. But Feeney, a good hold there. Peers now going to serve for the set, 5 games to 3, and level things up at 1 set all out here on court number 7.
Thank you, Pete. We'll get back to you shortly. Back here on court 6. Luke Seville having won the opening 2 sets. 2-1 lead here in the third. Brett Phillips and Charlotte James with you this afternoon. Hashtag AO Playoff if you'd like to join the discussion. Any thoughts, any insights you can give us and all the followers.
15 love.
So Luke Mitchell on Twitter this afternoon, of course, one of your favourite shows, Home and Away fame, brother of Ben.
That's right, always
Following his brother.
really active, Luke Mitchell, at this time of year. It's fantastic because he's so engaged with this wildcard playoff and always there supporting his brother and tweeting about how Ben's playing and tweeting us, and it's just great.
He'll be up a little bit later on, and on court 5. The final match this afternoon.
15. Outs. 15-30. Wait, please. 30.
Seeing Seville start to come back into the net now.
Yep. Really working Whittington over. He knows this is a crucial game to get back to 2-all. Game so far on serve in this third set. Missed opportunity once again on that forehand for Seville. Good opportunity here for Andrew Whittington.
Deuce.
Hitting on that forehand again, Seville.
Whittington.
It's been a perceptible dip in the energy at the start of this third set, hasn't there? Somebody's really got to kind of fire up and take control out here because it's all just gone a little bit flat.
That's a beautiful shot from Whittington. Cross court.
Whittington
Let's
leads.
have a look at the replay here, and he hit that with some power and great placement. Had to go for it. Seville was right there at the net. And that is a huge point to go 3-1 up now in this third set, so the momentum has shifted for the moment.
It's going to be fascinating to see how Luke Saville responds to that. Suffered a bit of a psychological blow in the first set when he was leading 3-1 and saw Whittington come back for 4-3, but he managed to kind of steady that, so see how he responds here.
Love 15.
Bit of a wild backhand there from Whittington.
Out. Love 30.
3 unforced errors there by Whittington, and Luke Saville now has 3 points to break back, get this third set back on serve.
Next, first serve. Game 7.
Great play by Luke Saville there, just really steadied his game.
Whittington leads 3 games to 2.
Took Whittington out of his comfort zone a bit and just let the errors come.
Yeah, just what the doctor ordered, a quick game there for Luke Saville to get back into the contest here in this third set. Let's head back out to Peter Mercado around the grounds. Peter.
Yes, and tightening up on court number 7 here with Adam Feeney working his way back into this second set. John Peers was serving at 5 games to 3 and had an opportunity. He had set point to close it out, but Feeney fighting back, managed to get that break back, and now is serving. We're back on serve. It's Peers 5-4 in the second set after Feeney took the first 6 games to 3. So things tightening up on court number 7. Over on court number 5, we've got a new match that started. Matthew Barton is leading Thanasi Kokonakis 5 games to 1, so he's off to a flyer in the early stages of this, but we know Thanasi is a quality player and no doubt will be turning things around. Back to you.
Thank you, Pete. Nice work around the ground. So court 5 and court 7. Court 5, 6 and 7 is where all the action is today on the opening day of the wildcard playoff for 2012. And a big service game here for Luke Saville. He's won the opening 2 sets, but he's found himself a breakdown. He needs to get back on an even keel here.
15 love.
You'll be looking to try and get through this service game in a hurry. Pressure back on Whittington.
Fault.
You're disappointed with that, Whittington. Difficult shot, although I haven't stepped outside for about 3 hours, so that breeze is a little bit deceptive. Sometimes we've seen the ball just not quite sit or dip.
Actually, when it bounces, maybe not quite bounce where they're expecting it to, and the footwork's so important in this weather, and they're deep into this third set really now. Been out there for a little bit, maybe not feeling as mobile as they previously did.
So this is a perfect game for Luke Saville. He's 40 love up in a hurry here. Set right up for Saville. He was able to punish that ball.
3 games all.
3-1 down has turned back to 3-all. So Luke Saville, within the space of about 5 minutes, has been able to get this game back where he wanted it.
What a great temperament he has. Really, dropped his serve a couple of games ago. You wouldn't have known anything had changed from the way that he conducts himself on the court. He's just so calm and so kind of steady the entire time. Just works his way through it, gets back to his game plan, just gets things back on track.
Looking to break here, but Whittington comes up with a good serve to start. Coming up next, it's going to be the top seed. Looking forward to that. Sam Groth up against Nick Kyrgios.
30 love.
Kyrgios, fresh off having to play the under-18 Optus National Championships yesterday, where he was a winner. So he's got to back up today. And Sam is pretty refreshed, been in a training block for a few weeks now, and cherry right ready to go. But that should be a good, really good battle. Looking forward to that.
Pretty sure Sam won't be taking that one lightly because Kyrgios is in hot form after winning the under-18s yesterday. And there's always that thing, that expectation thing when you're the top seed in an event like this. You know, there are a lot of pressure.
Mm. So still 2 game points here for Whittington. Just taking back the upper hand from Seville's. Nice spin on that ball, really dipping on Whittington, and the breeze at ground level. Tough combination, not able to get it back.
Faults. 40-30.
So double fault. Allows Luke Seville back in here. Well played. So Seville stepping into their backhand, gets it back to Juice. Andrew Whittington certainly had the upper hand, but it's been taken away. It's fluctuating third set. Lots of momentum swings. Really dipped on Whittington with the breeze there, Charlotte, and just could not get a return back at all. We'll take a look at the replay here.
Wow. This is such an important game for him to win because he made a good start in the service game and now under some serious pressure facing a break point.
Good serve. Really set it up there for Whittington. So back to a familiar scoreline with these two. Juice advantage.
They love it.
Advantage, Whittington.
A couple of good serves there by Whittington.
Yeah, just when he's needed it to get the control back in his favour.
Luke may be thinking that one was quite deep.
Game, Whittington.
Well, he recovered
New balls, please.
beautifully when Luke Seville looked like he was going to break. It is Andrew Whittington who holds serve, having served first in this third set. 4-3. Luke Seville taking the first 2 sets.
So it's really tightened up this third set. It looked like Seville might run away with it after the second set. It was a pretty speedy one. It's really tightened up a bit.
Yeah, it certainly has. Winners so far today: Greg Jones, John Patrick Smith, and also Matt Reid. They are all through to the quarterfinal stage. Luke Seville looking to join those players. If you can get past Andrew Whittington, who is putting up a good challenge in this third set.
Hang on, it's not ready.
Then you get 4-3 on serve at the moment.
Time.
Okay, let's get back out to the stands. Join the sun. Adrian Franklin, you've got a special guest with you.
I do, a very special guest. We were very quick there. I think you've got a meeting in about 15 minutes, so we've got to be short and sharp. It's the tournament director of the Australian Open, Craig Tiley. Hello, how are you?
It's good to be here. It's good to be on the first day of the, what are you laughing at? It's good to be on the first day of the playoff, and We had some good matches actually. Just finished with a 5-setter over there and watched the end of that. And Greg Jones was down 2 sets to love.
Yeah.
Managed to pull the next 3 sets out. So it's great that we're doing this format. Knockout on the men's side, 3 out of 5 sets. On the women's side, 2 out of 3 sets and knockout. The women, of course, play tomorrow. So yeah, no, great to be out here. Sun shining. You're out here. Things are looking good.
Well, yeah, with the format change, is that just purely because they are moving into the Australian Open, which is best of 5 sets, get them ready for it?
Well, I think it's every year we've done something a little different depending on who's playing it. But I think we decided this year we wanted them to play not just 5 sets for the finals. Let them play 5 sets every day. Play it simulate like the Australian Open. Have a break each day. It's good for these players to. A lot of them don't even play 5 sets. You never see that throughout the year unless they're playing a Grand Slam, and it's great that they're out there actually training, getting ready for that type of environment if they're lucky to win this.
So we'll see you throughout the week, particularly on the weekend for finals time, and we expect more people, the crowds, to just file into Melbourne Park. Isn't that right?
Well, we do. I mean, we want everyone to come down and have a look, and the site looks different, and we're busy bumping in for the Australian Open. We've also got the 12s teams competition going on right now, and the 12s next year. See the future stars, the young kids. It's fun actually watching them play, and then of course the best younger players in Australia right now are playing for the wildcard playoff this year. I've reminded everyone last year the first round loser made $20,000. Well, this year it could be up above $27,000. A significant increase, over a 30% increase in the first round loser or winner prize money. So they're paying for a big check, and more importantly, they're playing off for a big opportunity.
There's a lot happening. We'll see you later in the week.
Look forward to it, and I know you're going to have some running around to do this week, and you do a good job. So I think everyone will enjoy listening and watching you, I'm sure.
Thanks, Craig.
Gee, I tell you what, Adrian, you can hang around Craig Tiley all day. He has pumped your tyres up beautifully. Well, there's the vote of confidence from the boss. Craig Tiley, a busy period for he and all. The inner sanctum of Tennis Australia building up to the Australian Open. And on court 6 right now, Luke Seville is trying to close this out in straight sets, but he's not having it all his own way, with Andrew Whittington of Victoria really throwing down the challenge in this third set. As you can see, the scoreline 4-3 in favour of the Victorian. Seville on serve.
Out. 40-15.
So we have a viewer from California. Love that.
Tell us more.
I will. It's Paul Prashant, who's watching from California, USA, and enjoying it. It's great. I love it when people are looking in from overseas. It's
good on you, Paul. Now I'm going to try and work out the time difference. I reckon it'll be about 7:30 in the evening on the Pacific coast.
Paul, in answer to your question, just the winner of the wildcard playoff gets a wildcard, the main draw of the Australian Open. Then there are some discretionary wildcards that the tournament director gives to players.
Correct.
Asian wildcard, the US has a wildcard playoff for the male and the female wildcard recipients from the USA, which happens next week. I don't think I said that very well, but you get the general idea.
But I think we've seen in some cases where the runner-up here has also been given a wild card in some circumstances.
Absolutely. It doesn't mean that you're not going to get a wild card if you don't win this event. It just the only person that's guaranteed to get the wild card is the winner, and then decisions are based on how players perform during the AO series, and possibly then they will look back at the performance here as well, and that will factor in.
4 games.
No doubt. Crucial hold for Luke Seville. He's got it back to 4-all, so it is still Andrew Whittington with the advantage of having served first in this third set. To keep his nose in front in this third set, but Luke Seville certainly not doing it easy at the moment. He's just got to find an extra leg just to try and get through in straight sets here, otherwise we could be going to a fourth set.
potentially the biggest game of the match for Whittington now. Is really needs to serve hold serve here, or else Seville will be serving.
KB, hashtag, sorry, his Twitter handle at down40love. In position a few times.
15.
AO playoff streaming working perfectly on YouTube, just like Federer's exhibition matches. Maybe other tournaments will use it in 2013. I think we're seeing it build, aren't we? And it's great to come and work with the Tennis Australia crew here right throughout December, January, and we've covered some Davis Cup this year as well. They do it as good as anyone.
Well, so ahead of the game.
Absolutely.
This, really. This is our third year with the live stream, I think, this year for the World Cup playoffs, so remarkable.
Yep. For the many global tennis fans to be able to bring these different tournaments, qualifying, I think we pioneered qualifying as well at a Grand Slam in the last couple of years. So I'm sure more tournaments will look to do it, as Whittington just scampering at the back of the court there, couldn't retrieve that ball. So good to see you're enjoying it, KB. I've been keeping an eye on Roger Federer and I think a few of the girls. Victoria Azarenka and Sharapova and Serena Williams all been in Sao Paulo in Brazil.
And then he's got all the Tommies with him as well, hasn't he? He's got Thomas Bellucci and Tommy Haas and I think Thomas Burditch. And then Roger. There's a theme.
Of course, he said this week he wants to play at the Olympic Games in Rio in 2016. So
committed to that. Going to play a bit of a lighter schedule now and be a little bit more selective about the events. He said he's going to choose the events according to ones that he loves and feels a special connection to the fans, and ones that he's done well at in the past, and just really refine that year in 2013. Says he needs to win 2 Grand Slams next year to get the #1 spot back, so that's a big ask as well.
Yeah, it is. It's tough at the top in men's tennis. Look forward to hopefully having Rafael Nadal back amongst that quartet.
Must be the toughest ever, really, with those 4 players. I know we've had, great rivalries.
Oh, that's a great shot.
30, 40.
Great shot.
Just needed that, Luke Saville. That is a crucial point to go now.
What a beautiful passing shot.
30-40 up with a chance to break for a 5-4 lead. He pulled out the big shot when he needed it. You're right, though. I mean, now that Andy stepped up as well, he's won the, got the monkey off the back and won the Grand Slam.
Men's tennis has always had great rivalries, maybe between a couple of players at the top of the sport, but at the moment, those 4, it's a pretty tough landscape out there.
It is. Andrew Whittington came out with a great reply to Luke Saville's last passing shot, so we're back at deuce. Another big serve again, so he's pulled out the big serves when he needs them. Down the tee. Just getting a racket to it, Luke Saville, a perfect serve. Oh, well done. Whittington had to get into the net, and he continues to hold his own here in this third set. It's a nice pick-up. Drop shot set up on the hard courts, which is sometimes not the best shot to play. And it allowed him to go cross-court comfortably there into an area where he couldn't get a decent racket on it. It was Luke Saville. So Whittington 5-4. As the people continue to file in, good crowd. Filling up plenty of the seats here at Melbourne Park. We are going to take a very short break here from Melbourne Park. We'll be back with more of the wildcard playoff in just a moment.
play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
Make sure you book your tickets. We cannot wait. Going to be a great fortnight. And the men's final last year, I don't think I've recovered. Charlotte, that was unbelievable.
It was amazing.
Sporting highlight of the year for mine.
And one of my all-time sporting highlights, I think, standing down on that court during the trophy presentation after that match. And it was just so surreal. It was such a surreal situation, and both those players were absolutely done in, had nothing left.
And just those simple words from Rafa, good morning.
I know.
Which got the crowd quite excited, because they knew they'd been in for a long haul.
They really had, and it was just such a great trophy presentation. We're very lucky at the Australian Open. The trophy ceremony always tends to be quite kind of emotional and momentous.
The build-up to the men's final last year, 100 years.
Yeah.
And I know, talking to Craig Willis, the MC Doyen, in fact,
that could
is
be
that him
his
flying
chopper
over
right now.
He normally does pop in at this time of the year to the
does.
playoff. He just circles Melbourne Park. He won't land because he
Does
just
a few
saves
quick
himself
hits.
for the big 2 weeks. He just comes to inspect, just flying off into the distance. But
Off he goes. Matters of state to tackle.
when you know someone is extremely professional, that night when all the lights went out, and I think someone had a little tiny torch on his script, and he had to nail it. This was the big event. All the players who'd been part
ceremony of ceremonies.
100 years of men's winners here at Melbourne Park. Did it beautifully. Did it beautifully.
30.
Okay, crucial stage here with Whittington leading at 5-4. Seville trying to hold his serve.
That. Fault.
Perfect. For Luke Seville to get it back to 5-all.
Whittington just can't seem to find that tiny little edge to just apply the extra pressure.
No.
Well, there's not a lot in it.
No. Just, hasn't quite got the killer blow to really...
Seville's just so even all the time. Just
I'd say
keeps
this came out of Seville's controls too.
taking the next step forward.
Yep.
Love.
It's certainly blustery at court level, as you can see with the umbrellas court side there, flapping around. 5-all.
On.
Surprised we haven't seen more of those shanks today. Wind's very gusty out there, but I think that's about the first one we've seen.
Yeah. I think I only saw one off Jay Andric's racket. That might have been match point, I think it was, against JP Smith, but he hit him quite nicely throughout his match. Oh, just long with the lob.
40-15.
So Whittington will not go away here.
Hanging hanging in there.
Game point to lead at 6-5.
Outs. 40-30. Game, Whittington.
It's a fantastic serve. Plenty of pace right down the tee.
Whittington leads 6 games to 5.
And well done to the young Victorian, because he is sticking to his guns at the moment. Could have easily dropped away in this third set, being 2 sets to love down. But he's hanging there and holding his own on serve. And just trying to break the Seville serve, which has proved difficult in this third set. But Luke Seville still a chance here to get it back to a tie-break situation. Let's get back out to Adrian Franklin out and about.
Yeah, BP, I found Jess Moore. I pulled her off the side of the court. She was watching a couple of the boys, so thank you for your time, Jess. You're playing Nate the Baines tomorrow. Do you know much about her?
No, actually, I saw her for the first time yesterday at the player meeting, so I've heard a little bit about her from the other girls, but I know she's young and she's, you know, a great player and competitor, so it'll be a good one tomorrow.
What have you been up to over the past few months leading into Melbourne?
I played the Aussie Challenges, obviously about 5 weeks ago they finished, and spent a good month at home training, doing quite a lot of gym work and just trying to build a bit of strength on court. So yeah, it's been great.
Yeah, so you're feeling confident going into tomorrow?
Yeah, I am. Just need to keep believing in what I'm doing, and I think results will come.
All right, I'll let you go back to watching some of the boys, so thanks very much for your time.
No worries, thanks.
Thanks, Adrian. There with Jess Moore from WA, of course, who will be in action tomorrow when the girls kick off their campaign. We'll bring you the schedule a little bit later on for the matches that we're going to be broadcasting tomorrow here on tennis.com.au. Olivia Rogoska, top seed. Ash Barty, number 2 seed.
Fault. Love 15.
Just wide. I was going to say that Andrew Whittington didn't deserve to lose that point. But, good hustle from Luke Seville. And, well, probably should have won that point. So here's Whittington. Potentially heading for a third set triumph here.
15.
Great serve from Seville right into the body, jamming up Whittington on that occasion.
That was a great serve, wasn't it? Really using the conditions out there.
Oh, another long rally.
30 all.
And Seville prevails on that occasion.
Lucky though, he was on the
30
back
all,
foot a
he
few
was.
times during that point. Whittington played a great point, just couldn't hang in there, finish it off, and now he is looking frustrated.
There's the frustration when you toil so hard and you don't win long points.
Well, he's used to
Certainly
coming out
get you
on top
down.
of these longer rallies as well today.
Mm.
Saville just looking cool as a cucumber still.
Yeah, the ice-cool demeanour.
So composed.
Oh, it's
Whoa.
40-30.
been declared okay.
Whittington had his nose over the line, so
And he is unhappy as he comes to, well, he was almost going to have a chat to the chair umpire. Now he's walking back. Probably going to be hard to tell. 'Cause
it's not going to get overruled. That's
Other
for
end of the
sure.
court, but yeah, gee, very close
I mean,
indeed.
fair play to him as well. I mean, he has been frustrated with his own play today, but you would think from the way that he reacted to that, you know, he genuinely thought that that ball was out. We
Well,
haven't
yeah.
seen him
Yeah,
drop
the
his
best view.
racket or do anything. So, obviously, genuinely thinks, wow, it was close. Probably just on that outside of the back of that line.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of angles.
Game 7.
Important hold for Luke Seville.
6 games all.
Tie-break.
Yep. 6 games all, so there's been no breaks of serve at all in this third set. Andrew Whittington had a little opportunity, and every time he sort of had a little window open, Luke Seville has been able to get back.
One 0 Whittington.
Oh, you've corrected me beautifully, CJ.
Silently.
Yeah.
Was the giant L that I put on my forehead, wasn't it, that gave it away?
Felt like such a long time ago. Andrew Whittington led 3-1 in the third set. Well spotted. Okay, we've got a tiebreaker here, and we're going to see what happens in the next little while. No sign of either player really getting on top.
It's 1-1 in the breaker now.
Bolts. 2-1 Whittington.
So the actual scrolls though, you couldn't go coming through the...
3-1 Whittington.
He's getting some great depth on these ground strokes. Again, we see Saville on the back foot here.
Yep.
Just
working
really
out that
defending,
backhand.
isn't he? And can't control the ball in the end.
Bolts. Three, 2 Whittington.
Seen a little bit during this match that just double faults at the inappropriate time for Whittington, just when he seems to be getting on top. The door opens for Luke Seville again.
4-2.
From Whittington. Low Seville. So the change of ends. So it's Andrew Whittington leading the tiebreaker 4 points to 2.
Something he's done very well today, I think, when Saville's been at the net, just really drilling him with those shots. It's paid off for him. It's a lot harder in these conditions to go for the passing shot if you're angling it or going down the line. There's a lot more risk there. Not a bad idea to see if the volleyer can control those really heavy ground strokes.
Get a replay on that serve. It was extremely close. So long from Seville again. 5-2 now, Whittington's lead.
Whittington.
Ooh.
5-4.
Didn't quite get there from Whittington, so Seville back in the hunt here.
He's just hanging on by his fingernails in this third set. Whittington's still looking frustrated.
Opportunity to pass. It's a game of inches. Well played by Seville. Deep into the corner. And then had the net covered, so we're back to 5-all. Crucial point.
Outs. 6-5. Whittington.
So now a set point coming up for Andrew Whittington. Dare we try and predict what's going to happen now, Charlotte, because there's been so many ebbs and flows in this game.
Well, he's on serve.
One big serve could win in this third set.
Remarkable.
Fault.
And the fault again.
Had the window open.
Amazing. How many times have we seen him do that when he's been with half a chance today?
Get a change ends
He's
again.
even having a bit of a laugh at that one.
6-all in the tiebreaker. Very hard to read it from here. But it's a test of nerves for Andrew Whittington, an opportunity here at the wildcard playoff to actually to win a set.
Another serve for Whittington here, but Saville surely got to be hungry for this return.
Gets a look at a second serve now.
Wow.
7-6.
That have dropped in?
Whittington.
Just
Get a better angle at it here. Oh, you probably had to go for it. That's the rule, isn't it? If it's on your racket like that, you don't let it go. Another set point. Wow.
somehow Luke Seville has managed to win that point.
Wow.
With the swirly breeze at court level there, that ball.
He just kept getting another shot in though, didn't he? It was remarkable. What an amazing point. You had to think that Whittington had put that backhand volley away, but Seville was just all over the place.
Yeah, that ball bobbing around everywhere. Doesn't get any tighter than this.
I've got butterflies.
And your caramello Inca Wilder as well.
You've probably got low blood sugar.
8, 7, 7.
Glucose spike.
So Luke Seville now has put himself in a position here with match point. It's back on serve though for Andrew Whittington. Looking for a spot in the quarterfinals.
Outs. 8-all.
Good serve.
Strap yourself in, Charlotte. Could be here for a while.
Yeah, for some time.
The winner to play Matt Reid. Already through earlier. A 5-set Titanic battle of his own. Puts that away comfortably.
9-8. Whittington.
Although when that ball's in the air and it's sort of just coming back in slow motion almost, you just got to make sure your timing is spot on with the breeze.
Yeah, we saw him struggle, didn't we, in that set point that he had the previous point.
Just didn't quite get the elevation he wanted there, Luke Seville. So we have another set point here for Andrew Whittington to force it to a fourth set. Down on all haunches, stays alive, Luke Seville.
Good on Saville. He just keeps persevering, doesn't he, with the net attacking. You can see from that point just how hard it is for these guys to judge where the ball's going today. He really ran onto that volley. Kind of had to fall through the ball. We've all done that.
Oh, looks like one of my spectacular volleys.
Is that what we're calling them now?
9-all.
Spectacular volleys. It's a technical term, isn't it?
Exactly.
Good to know. You're all over the technical. You're all about the technical, Brett.
Well, I'm all about seeing a result one way or the other, and this one's going the distance here.
Epic tiebreak.
9-all. You're just joining us here on tennis.com.au. Luke Seville won the opening 2 sets. Andrew Whittington from Victoria doubles partner Luke Seville, has got himself into a great position here in the third set, but he just can't close it out, and Seville looking to try and win the match.
He needs to get those first serves in.
Outs.
Just long.
10-9. Saville.
So Seville with another match point. Can you come up with the goods here? Andrew Whittington just takes his time. Important serve here. Oh, and he went for it down the line, but he sprayed it wide.
10-all.
Just had a little bit of court open down the line, but he was also covering the net really well, Andrew Whittington.
Outs. 11-10.
Wow.
Whittington.
Luke Saville serving
Wow,
to
this is
stay in the third
just
set.
swaying from one side to the other at the moment. So now we have another set point for the Victorian at the bottom of your screen. Oh, that
11-all.
Clean bowled.
got some good power on it from Luke Saville, so he gets it back to 11-all. One strikes and the other one comes up with something just as good or even better at the moment.
Oh, and again.
12-11.
Just missed
Well,
timing.
we'll take another look at this.
So that was a definite shank, and then the spin was obviously just completely unpredictable for Whittington.
Yeah,
there.
it really dipped in front of him, and his feet were sort of just plastered to the baseline there.
Another match point for Luke Saville.
Here we go.
Outs.
Oh, some good hitting.
12-all.
But he's gone long.
A couple of great forehands in there from Saville, but not when it counted.
Yeah, tempo really stepped up
Yeah.
in that point. It's just too much on the forehand
They're
from
going to
Luke
change
Saville.
ends again.
We're going to go for another change. We're at 12 points all in the third set tiebreaker. Here at Melbourne Park. Third match for broadcasts coming up. It'll be Sam Groth and Nick Kyrgios. We're just not quite sure right now when that's going to take place.
No, had a few questions on Twitter about that one. People hoping to come down here after work. It's free to come to
Yeah.
Melbourne Park for the whole of this week, the wildcard playoff.
It could be moments away or it could be a little
Weeks
while
away.
away.
Let's be
depending
honest.
who wins this tiebreaker.
13-12. Whittington.
Great serve down the middle. Perfection. Get a racket on it. Another set point.
That was a great serve also. Clearly enjoying themselves out there. They
Well,
want to stay out all day.
Just trading blows, aren't they?
Yeah. It's great. This set has actually really lifted.
False.
Wow.
Seville just holds for a moment. Gus just dies down.
Outs.
We went for broke.
14-13. Saville.
So now Luke Saville with another match point.
Whittington obviously feeling that he needed to just do something a bit special to try and break this deadlock. Couldn't quite pull it off.
Now the control, but he's not going to die wondering. He's giving it everything. Second serve look here for Luke Saville.
$14
So it's 14-all.
What's going on, Charlotte?
I don't know. That was hard
These
to...
two just, they're just thinking they're in a training session.
They're fully toe-to-toe,
Together?
these two boys. That's for sure.
Faults. 15-14. Saville.
You remember back to 2007?
Yes.
Australian Open.
I was here.
Andy Roddick. Not going to be the same without Andy.
No, missing Andy Roddick. Bit sad about that.
Jill Wilfred Tsonga. They did play a tiebreaker in the first round. 2018.
Longest tiebreak in Australian
Yep.
Open history.
Went to the Frenchman.
Luke Saville's got another match point, but these guys seem to be looking to eclipse that.
Oh, I think so.
Game, set, match, Saville.
Eventually he
Three
does
sets
it.
to love, 6-4, 6-2.
A long
7-6.
struggle for Luke Saville, but he gets there and he powers into the quarterfinals of the Australian Open wildcard playoff. And he had to work very, very hard this afternoon, particularly in that third set, where Andrew Whittington, of course, led 3-1 at one stage. Looked like he was going to power away. Saville worked his way back. And as we have a look at match point here, just the delight of getting through a tough match. We know the revised format, best of 5, and he has been able to find a way to win today.
Yeah, and great that, you know, that little sort of outpouring of celebration and emotion from Luke, who played a really, really even, composed, mature match. You know, really weathered a lot of storms, especially in that tiebreak. Came back from 1-3 down in the third set. Didn't let Whittington run away with it there, and then Whittington had chances in the tiebreak there, and Saville just weathered the storm.
6-4, 6-2, 7-6. Luke Saville defeats Andrew Whittington of Victoria. He is through to take on Matt Reid, the New South Welshman, who won in 5 earlier today. That'll be a quarter-final match coming up on Wednesday. Let's get down to Adrian Franklin News with the winner.
Luke, I'm exhausted just having watched that to the side. How do you feel?
Yeah, it was a bit of a roller coaster, that last tie break, but look, it wasn't great tennis today, a little bit breezy. Andrew and I are good mates and we didn't play our best. We know each other's games pretty well. Both probably a bit nervous as well. First round of the Australian Open Wildcard playoff, it's a big occasion for both of us. But look, I'm just happy to be into the second round. It probably wasn't such a good match for the spectators, but hopefully I can play a little bit better on Wednesday in my quarterfinal.
Your composure is something that's always very impressive to all of us. How do you actually do it? Because I was not composed at all and no one else was, but you were. How does it happen?
Well, really inside, I'm just going nuts. I just want to get off the court and win it, but that probably is my strength, and that's it always holds me in good stead. If I win or lose a match, I pride myself on going out there, staying composed the whole I guess 3 sets or 5 sets, whatever I play, and yeah, I think it's holding me in good stead, and hopefully I can these best of 5 set matches. There's going to be a lot of ups and downs, like probably you guys saw today, but I'm happy I held it together and came out with a win.
Matt Reid next round. What are your initial thoughts going into that one?
Well, another good mate. Reedy and I played in Terraugen in the semi-finals just a couple of months ago, and I got him in 3 sets, 3 very tough sets. He's the number 3 seed here, 250 in the world for a reason. He's a great player, really quality player, great forehand, great serve, and he's going to be very tough to beat out here in best of 5 sets.
You're an absolute pro, mate. Congratulations. Rest up this afternoon.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Thanks.
Well done to Luke Seville. Thank you, Adrian, there on court 6, and a well-deserved victory in the end. He gets through to the quarterfinals here at the 2012 Australian Open Wildcard Playoff. And had to really fight hard, didn't he, CJ, in that third set. Certainly won the first 2 sets fairly comfortably. As we take a look at some of the match highlights for you. And Andrew Whittington, certainly like what we saw here this afternoon. Ranked about 700 odd in the world, and obviously was conceding quite a few rankings points to Luke Seville, with a young man who's starting to emerge, and a good attacking game, but Seville just able to play some of the bigger points a little bit better, but gee, it wasn't a lot in it, particularly in that third set where it was just, inch for inch really, and Seville somehow managed to get through and win.
Yeah, I think it was Seville's greater experience that probably carried him through this match. But all credit to Whittington, he didn't go away easily. He didn't crumble when he was down 2 sets to love there. He really hung in and gave himself every opportunity in this match. And, look forward to seeing a lot more of him in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw with Luke Seville right throughout this match, he tried to get into the net as much as possible and dictate the points. It wasn't always afforded that luxury, but certainly tried to attack and get on the front foot. And look, some of his stuff from the back of the court, he's when he really was able to crank up that forehand. We saw him make quite a few errors on that wing, but also hit some terrific winners. So a bit of a mixed bag, as he said. 5 sets, you're going to get ebbs and flows, and it's about trying to maintain that consistent level right throughout.
Yeah, and it is a hallmark of Luke's game. He is so good at just taking the good and the bad and treating everything the same, and just, sticking to his game plan, returning to his game plan when things don't go right, and it pays off for him.
All right, so just to bring you up to date with what is happening here today, we, of course, have got plenty of results. We're going to go through those in just a tick, but I think we're going to take a look at some of the hot shots coming up. So we'll take a small break and we'll come back and wrap up all the results so far here on day 1 at Melbourne Park.
Welcome back to Melbourne Park as we continue the first day of the Australian Open Wildcard Playoff. Our final match for broadcast is about to get underway, and Adrian Franklin is with the first of our combatants, Sam Groth.
Sam, you've probably had to wait around Melbourne Park a little bit. You feel ready to go now?
Yeah, definitely. There's a bit of waiting. You just never know how long these matches are going to go, but pumped to be out here now.
Play well.
Cheers.
As we welcome Sam's opponent, Nick Kyrgios, who's fresh off his 18s Nationals victory yesterday. Nick, you played yesterday, mate. You obviously won in the Nationals. You're feeling fit and ready to go?
Yeah, for sure. I did everything I had to after my match yesterday, and that's all the recovery stuff, and I'm still pretty confident that I can give it everything today.
Best of luck, mate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian Franklin, down there courtside. Beautiful day for tennis. It is a little bit breezy out there, but really, really looking forward to this one. And Peter Mercado dropping back into the commentary position. And a great pleasure to have Mark R. Reid, the high performance manager here at Tennis Australia, and great to have you in our commentary position.
Yeah, thanks, Pete. Looking forward to the upcoming match between Nick and Sam.
Sam, as we know, has been in excellent form this season, getting his ranking back up. He's had that huge rise off the back of winning some Challenger and some future events and doing well on a couple of others. He comes up against Nick Kyrgios, who we saw in action here last week, making the final of the Optus 18s and ending up getting over the line in that tournament. How do you see this one playing out? We've got the big serve versus someone who can really pick up the ball well from the back of the court.
Yeah, that's right. Interesting dynamic in that it's a 5-setter, so may well be Nick's first exposure to 5 sets in a competitive setting, so it'll be interesting to see how he competes throughout the course of what might be anywhere between 3 and 5 sets. Obviously he's come off the back of a number of days of match play, culminating in the final yesterday against Thanasi Kokkinakis, so I know he's had a few niggles with the knee, so hopefully that's going to hold up well today.
Just waiting for Sam to arrive out on court, and then we'll get this one underway. Change in format to the best of 5 set matches, so we can have a listen to the umpire. I don't think we've got the umpire wide up for this one.
It's heads.
Predictably, Sam Groth won the toss. Not surprising that he's chosen to serve first in this match. The change from 3-set matches to 5-set matches in the men, more of a simulation of the Grand Slam conditions that whoever wins the wild card, and potentially any one of the players in this field will actually get to face in January.
Yeah, sure. Look, I guess it's intuitive enough when you think about it in that way. The guys are competing for a spot in the AO. It's 5 sets, so why not have them play 5 sets? So it's a decision that we made this year with a view to, I guess, better preparing them for what they might expect in January.
And good experience too. We've seen a couple of younger players make their mark in this event as well. We've seen it over the years. We see it here as well. That group from, say, 16 through to 19 who get the opportunity to come up against those more experienced players, and great to get that match play in after coming off the junior events, coming in and playing this event as well.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think last year we might have had a final between James Duckworth and Marinko,
yes,
Matasevich. So obviously set both of those individuals up for a good year in 2012, with Marinko going on to his career high ranking, and likewise Ducks progressing, I think, through to the top 200 for the first time. So, yeah.
Let's go around the courts. Adam Feeney getting over the line for a win. He's with Adrian.
Yeah, thanks, Pete. Adam, fresh off the court, straight sets win out there. How did you feel? You were happy with the way you played?
It's actually tough conditions today. It was really swirly, it's a little bit warm, so the ball's bouncing everywhere, so I don't think you're ever going to feel great out there today. John was up a break both first and second set, and I was able to save a couple of set points and got a bit fired up, and then was able to get through in the third. So yeah, I know there's definitely improvement to do, which is a good thing first round.
We find a lot of the players here have played each other numerous times before. You played John Peers, I imagine you played him quite a few times in the past?
Only in doubles once, so never played him in singles. So I guess the fact that he's been in college and has only been out of college for maybe 2 years, and majority of this year he played a lot of doubles, bigger doubles events, so I didn't get to see him around at all. This is the first time I've seen him since January. So yeah, I guess it's one of those matches too, and the first time you play someone you're always figuring them out a little bit, seeing what's their strengths, weaknesses, and so it's always a bit tougher first time.
So you've got a day off tomorrow leading into the Wednesday when you play again. What do you plan? You'll have a bit of a light hit, or?
Yeah, I think there's a few things I need to work on from today's match, so I think I'll definitely get out there with Luke, my coach, tomorrow, and try and sort out a few little things and just still try and stay fresh as possible, but I like to hit a fair bit myself, so it's just trying to find that right balance.
Congratulations, mate. We look forward to seeing you here on Wednesday.
Awesome. Look forward to it. Cheers. Thanks.
Thanks, Adrian, with Adam Feeney. Good win in straight sets, and in that second set in particular, he did save a couple of set points and managed to get back on top, get a break back, and really sort of motor from there. But different sort of training regime for these players now with this extra dynamic of playing best of 5 sets. So we saw Greg Jones earlier today, one of a couple of players who have played the long 5-set matches.
2 minutes.
Different rehab sort of program there, knowing that they're going to play potentially another 5-setter in a couple of days' time. It's a new experience for these players.
Yeah, absolutely, and one they've got to get accustomed to if they really want to go on to success on the Pro Tour. So Greg Jones is a good example of a guy last year that his team, Josh Eagle, Aaron Kellett, identified that needed to do a bit of physical work to last the distance. So I know Greg's been working hard with the likes of Matt Ebden and Marenko, along with Aaron Kellett, their strength and conditioning coach, with a view to preparing themselves for not only this event but the Aussie summer.
So players completing their warm-ups. How have you assessed the year 2012 in Australian tennis from your perspective?
I guess in some respects it's been a good one, but also mixed from the point of view that we've had Bernard have his breakthrough year last year, and then I guess experience some challenges this year. Then we've had some standout performances from Sam, but by the same token, Sam may have been disappointed with her results at particular events. And I guess, significantly you've had the breakthrough of Marenko coming from outside 200 right the way through to the top 50 in the world. So hopefully setting precedent for some of these boys to take motivation, inspiration out of Marenko's performance for the year.
Well, it's certainly a good template, isn't it? The fact that you can have a couple of good results and really be on your way from there. And it was a slower start to the year for Marenko, but then once he got going, he was pretty hard to stop, and a confidence that you can build. As we see here with Sam Groth as well, the momentum you can build after having a couple of wins going deep into tournaments, that ranking starts to rise, things start to get a little bit easier, get direct entry into events, major events and tournaments around the world. That's the biggest reward that's on offer for all the grinding away that players like Sam Groth, as you can see, they're all those futures and challenger events. That's the ultimate goal, isn't it?
Yeah, it becomes self-fulfilling a little bit, doesn't it? I mean, you get a bit of confidence by winning a few matches. That confidence helps you win a few more matches, and on you go. I mean, I know they talk about it similarly in golf, this notion of a confidence cycle, and we see that manifest on court also. So, hopefully these guys can convert from outside 200 to the pro ranks, and likewise our juniors keep coming up.
Wave the balls to the other end, ball boy.
It's almost it's a similar thing that you go through this period of, you might have a slump where you might lose a whole bunch of matches in a row, but then it can turn around so quickly. It might be 1 point, one game that just turns it on its head, but it's not something that you really can coach, is it?
Well, I guess you can coach the capacity for someone to seize their moment or their opportunity, but likewise it's innate in some respects also. So, but you're right, it's 1 point, one shot that might make the world of difference out there within a match and turn your season.
So we're set to go here, Sam Groth, to get us underway against Nick Kyrgios from the ACT, the final of our matches on day one of the wildcard playoff.
First set, Sam Groth to serve. Play. Fault.
Going to be a lot of fun for the chair umpire today, having to call from the service line, particularly when Sam is serving 200k thunderbolts.
Hard to know who's got a tougher job, huh? The umpire or Nick returning that serve.
Exactly. And there's going to be plenty of noise out there too from both players. They're quite expressive out the court.
Love 30.
And immediately the chat already starts. And that's the thing with Sam Groth we've seen over the years, just the running conversation that happens.
Yeah, he's got that tendency to want to commentate, hasn't he? It's already started early in the match. Obviously tough conditions out there being gusty, so as Adam Feeney alluded to beforehand, it's going to be as much as anything about who can keep their head throughout the course of this match.
This is not a good start for Groth. A lot better. Nick Kyrgios winning over Thanasi Kokkinakis in 3 sets in the 18s final. Backing up again today.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it was a competitive match yesterday. Obviously 3 sets of 6-4, I think it was, and with the question mark over Nick's knee, hopefully he gets through today.
It can often be difficult backing up from such a high intensity match and a high tension match too, and winning a final. There can often be a letdown factor in that next match too. So it'll be really interesting to see how Nick gets off in this first set.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, almost different emotions at play a little bit, isn't it? Sam's got the expectation of being favourite going in, as well as the gusty conditions. Nick's dealing with, I guess, the elation of winning yesterday, but knowing that he's got this opportunity ahead of him today as well.
Juice.
So these are good matches for us because we don't actually need to commentate much. The players actually do it for us.
He's doing a mighty job in this first game, isn't he? At every point. And as you've said before, Nick's generally quite expressive out on court also.
Yeah.
So he's been reserved to this point.
Nicely done. Shot. Into the corner of the court.
Advantage Kyrgios.
Good part of next game, the return. So, and it needs to be today. Sam.
I just might feel that Sam's struggling with these windy conditions with the ball toss in particular.
Yeah, I haven't seen Sam play live for a while, and it's an interesting place that he's positioning that first ball toss anyway. It seems well and truly out to the right, which is somewhat unconventional, but obviously effective for himself.
Fault.
Another double false. Frustration in early for Groth. He's broken in the opening game of the match. It's a very quick service action too.
Yeah, low ball toss out to the right, seemingly anyway, unless it's been a little bit inconsistent in this first game. And as you say, doesn't give much time for the returner to really get a read on where it might be going. So it's not only quick, but arguably a little deceptive as well. He's got the kinesio tape on his knee himself, Sam.
It's the tape of choice now for tennis players and athletes around the world.
Well, he's managed to match the colour of his tape with the court, so...
Well, the best of possible starts for Nick Kyrgios here, taking advantage of a wayward Sam Groth serve, but knows he'll want to get off to a pretty good start.
Yeah, really needs to consolidate that break. You may not get too many more opportunities against Sam's bomb.
30 love.
An easy service game coming up, it looks like, for Kyrgios. Sam Groth is looking a little out of sorts at the moment, early stages.
Net for serve. Game. Kyrgios.
Very nice.
Certainly not too many lengthier
Kyrgios
rallies
leads
to
2
this
games to
point.
No, and I think that'll be the tone of the match. Man from the ACT, 2 games to love.
I'm not sure these two have played each other before. Maybe their first encounter, is it?
I think it is. Although having said that, they both have played a lot on the Pro Tour.
Sloppy footwork there by Sam. Down the centre of the court. Really should have been moving around and take that ball on the forehand side.
Yep, didn't make his feet at all. Well, there's that returning that we talked about. Excellent return of serve from Kyrgios.
Yeah, look, I mean, Sam's really struggling to get a first into play and continues to go to the same well, really, trying to bomb a flat serve. So it might be time just to try and kick a 3/4 pace delivery in and get himself into the point, relying really on that second delivery at the moment. So there we go. See what he comes up with this time. Nails it.
15-30.
And again, he managed to hit the right spot though,
yeah.
Groth. That was a nice little jamming serve, but terrific return. To be able to put pace on that ball, so we can see here, right into the body, it was a jamming serve.
Too good.
30 all.
As soon as I said, for him to back off the pace the first little, he's managed to get 2 very high speed deliveries in. So, needless to say, he can discount my coaching advice.
It's okay, he's got a little earpiece in his ear. I'm sure you can see it's pretty tiny. Listen to what we're saying.
40-30.
Good serve. Good change up.
It was a good change up. Took a little bit of the pace off that too, as you've been talking about. Getting plenty of bite off the court. Turn it around. Hold serve. Still down to break though. 2 games to 1 in this opening set.
Certainly did. 4 big serves. So
well, that's a glimpse of what he could do. Off to a slow start, able to turn it around, dig himself out of trouble in that service game.
Yeah, he came out a little bit flat. You saw him after that love 15 point trying to energise himself a little bit.
Yeah, so we'll see how this progresses. Now the chance to try and get that break back that he lost in the opening game of the match. Adrian Franklin is wandering around the courts at court 7 at the moment. What's happening?
Correct, Pete. We've got Matthew Barton out here against Thanasi Kokkinakis. So, as we know, Thanasi, he was in the final yesterday of the 18s National. So he's backed up as a 16-year-old, and at the moment he's struggling a little bit. So he lost the first 2 sets. Barton won 6-1, 6-3 in the first 2, and currently it's on serve. Thanasi to serve 4-5 down in this 3rd set. So he's struggling a bit out there, but he is putting up a bold performance. So I'll keep you guys updated.
Thank you for that, Adrian. And The other, of course, finalist out there from the 18s, the runner-up.
Bolt, love 15. Love 30.
Yeah, 2 loose points there from Nick. Huh? We just need to come out and consolidate once more. Sam's beginning to get into a bit of a rhythm, or somewhat. And Nick's given away a double and then loose forehand.
Well, the one thing for Groth now, we'll get a good look at that second serve from Kyrgios. Takes all the pace off it. Can really step in.
Out 15-40.
And of course, when he does get a look at the second serve.
Yeah, well, let's see whether Nick can get himself out of jail here at 5:40.
Out 30-40.
And Sam getting some alright looks at the first ball, getting a racket on them.
Yeah, that's right. And just try to float that one back into play, but obviously drifted a little long.
Oh, brilliant angle. Little lucky, but just did enough.
Yeah, he caught it a little bit late, didn't he, and managed to jag it. So, oh well, make your own luck at times.
That's it. Just jamming him up. Just put the racket on there and get it back to juice. Good fight back from Kyrgios.
Out, advantage Kyrgios.
Seen evidence of what Nick's coach Des Tyson and the head coach of the AIS program really talk about when it comes to Nick and his ability to get himself out of tight spots in matches. For someone his age, he's really quite good at it. We're seeing that on display right now.
Game, Kyrgios.
And well done as well with the ace just to finish things off. 3-1 now. It's a great skill to have.
Kyrgios leads 3 games.
Ability to get yourself back into the match, even if you're not playing so well, just to be able to grind it out, get a few lucky breaks here and there, but just find a way to get yourself out of trouble or find a way to win.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, from love 40, 3 good first serves, and played 2 good points off the deck, albeit one was lucky. So now let's see whether he can sustain it throughout the course of this first set.
Well, if there's one person on this court at the moment, talk about the challenge for the umpire and Nick Kyrgios, but I think we've got a camera person right in the corner of the court just filming from that camera right there. Just better be careful.
He is in the firing line, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Well, what would your strategy be in returning this serve, Pete?
In terms of if I'm the cameraman or if I'm Nick?
No, Nick. I hope you as a cameraman you're not returning it, but if you're Nick.
There's There's Matthew there in the corner. Well, the main thing is just try and get it back into play. You're going to have to concede a lot of first serves. You just throw your hands up and go too good. But it's when you get that look at the second serve to really make the most of it. Now, admittedly, he's had a couple of looks at some second serves early on, being able to get that racket onto it, get that return happening. But once he gets the ball into play, he's winning the ascendancy from there, even if he is off the back foot.
Yeah, he's a greater than even money chance, I guess, once the ball is in play.
That's it.
You're seeing that, quality return of Nick's at play again. Stepped up the court, took it early, really pressed Sam for time, and you saw the frame as a result.
You can see that as the ball is coming down, that initial step forward. So again, another look at a second serve. So right on the baseline to receive.
30-40.
The other thing too is there's an implied pressure.
That's right.
Too on Groth to know that he's got to put the serve in, maybe get a bit more kick on it, just try and unsettle Kyrgios, because if he just lobs it in the middle of the box, he's in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, I guess in all three of his service games, really. I think he's been down break points first game, love 30 in the second, and here we go again with another break in the third.
Juice.
One of the things you were talking about in terms of the service motion from Groth, often with players you can actually get a read on where they're actually going to serve the ball, get some sort of indication, but because Sam's motion is so quick, you don't often get that sighter.
No, it certainly gives you less time.
Out.
Interestingly, on that break point, Nick actually picked it, went to the forehand, and didn't quite commit. Had a read on it, knew it was going there, and leant to that side, but almost just hung his racket out to dry rather than actually trying to get a swing on the ball.
Nicely done. Got his body behind the ball that time, Kyrgios. And again, using the pace of the Groth serve just to guide the ball up the line.
Yeah, and look, one thing that's really noticeable here courtside is that it may well be Sam's first match back in a while, but he's almost lethargic coming out of that serve. Not particularly responsive to Nick's first ball. He's been caught off guard a couple of times, either on the back foot or just not getting to Nick's return.
And that could be the frustrating part when you do actually get a decent look at that first serve, just can't put it back into play.
Two juice.
Yeah, and again the gusty winds caught Sam a little on the hop there, moving forward to that short one, and just wasn't really in a position to cover the net as he would have liked, I think.
We almost just seen the ball just stayed a little lower than what he expected. He's forced to jump forward to hit that.
Held up, I think, and
Advantage Groth.
But always handy when you can pull that out of the bag. That's better.
Game, Groth.
So another struggle for Sam Groth. He holds.
Kyrgios
leads
leads
2 though
for
for Nick Kyrgios with the break in the opening set. Well, we've got the opportunity. Let's talk a little bit about your role here at Tennis Australia. Just for those people who weren't listening last year to the live streaming, Just give us some sort of sense of your role and what you're directly responsible for.
Well, I guess apart from being a fixture on this live stream year after year, what I am responsible for within the organisations, I guess, all things sports science and medicine. So if you think about tennis coaching, I'm basically responsible for everything that's not directly tennis coaching. So as it relates to psychology, fitness training, medicine, physiotherapy, athlete education for that matter, and their schooling, right the way through to nutrition and so on. So we've got around 13 full-time staff, 4 researchers that are full-time, and anywhere up to, I guess, 30 consultants or experts that we draw on year-round to help our players and coaches.
So, how do you keep Australia at the top of the heap in terms of the sports science side of things? How big a challenge is it? We've got more tennis nations playing. They're developing their own war chests or funding and that sort of thing, and investing it in this particular area. How do you keep Australia on top?
I guess one part of it, to touch on it, is the investment that we make. Obviously, we've got our backbone is the Australian Open, and that is almost our war chest from a financial perspective. So that certainly allows us to do some things that other nations wouldn't necessarily have the privilege or opportunity to do.
40 left.
And I guess to add to that, we've got a rich traditional history of sports science expertise in this country, dating right the way back to, I guess, the formation of the Australian Institute of Sport. So we're able to leverage that, which is obviously beneficial.
Game, Kyrgios.
Good hole for Kyrgios. Holds to love, 4-2 now in this opening set.
Kyrgios leads 4-2.
Is it hard to be able to work with the players when they're travelling so much overseas? I know that the team is based here. Are you in regular touch with the touring players to keep up to date with how they're going and their general well-being? Yeah, look, our guys will travel with the coaching staff and the players. So Nick's got a strength and conditioning coach / physio that travels with him for a fair part of the year, in David Jones.
Opt. Love.
And then there's a performance analysis team led by Darren McMurtry, who actually used to work in AFL, came across to tennis from AFL. He'll also travel to most of the major events to help out the players and coaches, review strategies of opponents and so on. So we're a mobile unit, if you like.
I can understand where Sam's coming from here, but I don't mind the fact that he's changing up a little bit, just trying to upset the rhythm of Kyrgios at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a scrappy match to this point, hasn't it? So I guess he's searching for answers.
And in your role working with Tennis Australia, is there anything that you implement during the Australian Open for the wider tournament? Are you directly responsible for the health and the well-being of the players during the Grand Slam?
Yes and no. Indirectly more so. One of my staff, Tim Wood, is the Chief Medical Officer for the Australian Open, so
40-15.
I play an advisorial role there with regards to the physio staff, who's also led by Emery Montgomery, who's one of the physios, or our Fed Cup physio. So it's more through those channels that I'd probably have an influence.
Game. Groth.
So
New balls, please.
Groth here. Kyrgios still with the break. 4-3 in this opening set.
Kyrgios leads 4-3, first set.
And Ida, Imagine too that there would be, during the 2 weeks of the Australian Open, people knocking on your office door saying, look, can I have a chat to you and get some ideas?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we've set up a formal exchange this Open with the other Grand Slams for all of the Hawkeye data that we use for players and so on. So those sort of requests will happen increasingly into the future.
Yep, imagine a busy time across that 2 weeks. Let's head back out into the stands. Jacob Grills is hanging out with Adrian Franklin.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, now, Jacob, you obviously lost earlier, but it was your first playoff and you won the first 2 sets, so you must be pretty happy with your performance.
Yeah, I was. It was interesting playing the 5 sets. It was quite enjoyable, but yeah, there's a lot to learn out there, I suppose. I wasn't too used to it. Yeah, it got me in the end, but no, it was really good.
Now, I heard a little story about how you weren't directly selected into the playoff, but then apparently you were down at the beach and someone was trying to ring you over and over to get you. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, that was true. I played the 18s Nationals and didn't honestly have the greatest tournament. But then, so I thought I was having a few days off, went down to the beach and then, realised that I got a game. So I was really excited and, got up here pretty quick and prepared as well as I could, so it all went okay.
Well done, mate. I'll let you get back to watching. I'm sure your mate over here, Nick, how's he going? Have you watched a little bit?
Yeah, he's playing pretty well. He's returning well, which is a good sign for him. I think if he keeps returning like this, he might get the better of Big Sam, but no, it's a good match.
No worries. I'm sure we'll see you here again next year, mate.
Thanks very much. I hope so.
Thanks, Adrian. The pressure continuing to be piled on by Nick Kyrgios here. Looking pretty comfortable on serve.
He certainly has the last couple of service games. Held well last time round and 30 love here, so.
Well, they guess right.
30-15.
It is tough to hit side to side against someone with a big wingspan like Sam Groth. The change up, not the greatest, but again, just trying to upset rhythm of Groth, give him something different to look at.
$40-15.
Had my money on him going cross court there, but it's gone in behind Sam. Good play.
Game, Kyrgios.
Oh, that footwork a little all over the
Kyrgios
place.
leads 5 games to 3.
Kyrgios holds 5-3 now in this opening set.
We've seen that a bit from Sam today, unfortunately, from his point of view, and touched on earlier. Maybe it's a product of it being his first match back in a while, but been caught off guard a couple of times.
Love.
Nicely done. This is a bread and butter point for Sam Groth. Big serve. Kyrgios out of court. Just opens up the court nicely.
Love.
Seems to have favoured that sort of combination this match. Wide to the forehand on the juice court and then body on the ad. And that 1-2 combination this time around in this service game also.
Net for serve. Love.
Oh. There is one of those thunderbolts that he can hit. We haven't got the radar gun on today on this court.
No. I think he holds the unofficial world record doesn't he, Sam, at 263?
263. Incredible.
Game. Groth.
I don't think that was wind assisted either. Groth holds. Kyrgios will come out and serve for
Kyrgios
the opening
leads
set, 5
games
games
to
to
4.
4. So in terms of sports science, I'm always intrigued across a range of different sports how far we can actually take this sports science and the technology as well, and where we can go from there. It just seems to be that every time there's a new breakthrough or new way of doing things or new technology that comes out, you amaze yourself with some of the advances that have been made in sports science over the years?
I'm not sure amazed, but certainly it's an exciting area in which to work, because you can help both athlete and coach in ways that they probably previously didn't expect nor imagine. So with that in mind, I think moving forward, particularly for us as a sport, in some respects we're behind where an AFL or some of the football codes in this country might already be. So we've got greater scope for growth in some of the other Australian native sports.
But is there a shared knowledge there amongst the different sports? Is there a shared knowledge base that you can go to? There's some things in sports science that it doesn't matter what sport you play, the results are going to be the same, or the technology is going to be the same, or the way you approach things is the same?
30 left.
Sure, certainly from a performance analysis point of view, or even from a physiological standpoint, there's certain things that aren't necessarily going to change in the human body, so you can share that information across sports.
Fault.
A good example of that is the recovery practices that we may implement, somewhat similar to an AFL or a rugby for that matter.
Now 3 set points.
Just calling for a replay, I think, Sam.
I didn't see it that way. Not for me, it wasn't.
It's not going his way so far in this match. So the set points will stand at 40 love. And that's a solid opening set. The man from the ACT, Nick Kyrgios, 6 games to 4. Great performance so far. Got on top early. Managed to get that early break of serve and keep running from there. Really is in a good position. Let's go wandering out to one of the outside courts, and Adrian Franklin has a very special guest.
Thanasi Kokkinakis. He's just taken the 3rd set against Matthew Barton, and we have Thanasi's coach to my left. So, Todd, how is he going at that? I mean, that's a great result that he picked up that 3rd set.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we were looking for, just trying to get his teeth sunk into the match. So he's in with a fighting chance now, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. What did he change, I guess, in that 3rd set? Obviously, he lost the first 2. Was there a significant change from his play?
Yeah, no, he just really hung in there, and the opportunities kept presenting, and finally took it.
So his forehand, I've noticed, is probably his strength. Are you sort of looking for him to just run around on that beast and absolutely crack it?
That's it, mate. The bigger, the better. Yeah, definitely. When he can, serve well and dictate play with the forehand, he's usually in a good position. So, yeah.
Thanks very much, Todd. Good luck.
No worries. Thanks very much.
15 love.
Thank you, Adrian. Back here, the second set's underway. Groth will be looking to get off to a better start than he did in the first.
Honestly, mate, how many forehands?
15 all.
And the frustration really starting to set in now. It's tough. Get that first serve in. He's doing the right things. The short reply comes back, and be frustrated because they're ones that he puts away with regularity.
fault.
Oh,
15
the double there too. That's the pressure that Kyrgios is putting on that Groth second serve. He stands right inside the baseline, just keeps moving forward. Groth will know that Kyrgios is a very good returner.
Net for serve.
Can be tricky with the sweat dripping in your eyes. And that's close. Again, tricky for the umpire in this position with the serve coming in so quick. But adamant there, the ball was in.
At 40-30.
Kyrgios again looking for the call. It's not going to come.
Inside, right on it.
And again, the umpire adamant. There's no point in questioning the line calls here. Get back on. Still 40-30. Still an opportunity here. A game point for Groth.
Go.
There we go.
Groth.
Opening game of this second set. Don't
First
forget,
game, second
hashtag AO Playoff. If you want to have a chat to us on Twitter. Wherever you're watching us around the world today. So, good start for Groth. Positive start for Sam Groth. Some other results from early today. Adam Feeney, the number 4 seed, getting the job done in straight sets over John Peers. Didn't have it all his own way, had to save a few set points. That second set, did well to get through that match. That's better from Groth. That side-to-side movement.
Do it!
Oh, the conversation continues. Groth, it can be tricky to get yourself out of this tight spot. The first set is gone. Time to refocus. Just try and make some inroads on the Kyrgios serve. Been pretty solid so far. There's another good example of it. Pick up a heap of free points along the way. Gets that first ball in.
For serve.
He's playing again, just getting too close to the ball.
40-15.
Footwork again coming into play.
Fault.
Nicely done again.
Kyrgios.
Moving forward, Kyrgios.
One game.
That backhand side of Groth was always going to get the short reply. That's a good hold. Confident hold. 1 game all in this second set. Kyrgios now, his confidence would no doubt be rising. So we see that last point again. So he knows, Kyrgios, that he's solid on serve, just how to make some inroads in to the Groth serve.
Love 15.
They're the ones that he needs to put away, and every one that he misses, the frustration is going to build. Really now the opportunity, the door starts to open for Kyrgios again. You can see that Groth is getting a little bit frustrated out there. That's terrific.
Love
As
30.
Groth launches the
Congratulations,
ball.
This morning, Groth.
14 courts away, probably to the new Eastern Plaza, I would suggest. But here Kyrgios there, he was fired up because he did actually get a decent play on the ball, was able to put the pressure back on Groth. So now, as well as the second serve, Groth knows he's going to cop some heat back on the first ball. So it puts a little bit more pressure on this first serve.
Out.
That was the ball being jettisoned probably to Rod Laver Arena.
Net, second serve.
Just missing. Pressure continuing to be applied. Another 3 break points for Kyrgios. That tape has fallen off. So we'll see maybe at the change of ends whether that needs to be reapplied. But Kyrgios, his confidence will grow if he can grab this break. He's got 3 break points.
15-14.
A little bit more time there, got balanced. It's been tough conditions all day for the players with the wind. A little bit of protection from the grandstand, the big grandstand that set up to the bottom of screen there. Not much coverage on the other side. 2 more break points.
30-14.
That's a nice follow-up from Groth. Big serve. That's what he does best. And see already, even on that ball toss, that as soon as that ball goes up, Kyrgios is moving forward. Boy, there's some pressure on this right now. Longest rally of the match, and it goes Kyrgios' way.
Kyrgios leads 2-1.
He gets the break, 2-1. Both players working both sides of the court. Again, comes up the man from the ACT, and the frustration written all over Groth's face. And you can see it there. Really is feeling it at the moment. Kyrgios 2-1 with the break in the second set after taking the first 6 games to 4.
None in the back of the, or in the back behind it. Just check. I'm not sure.
The schedule of play for tomorrow has come out, and plenty of big names on our feature court. Ash Barty, the number 2 seed, and then Jess Moore, Olivia Rogowska and Monique Adamczak. So the major seeds will be playing on our feature court. More on that in a moment, but they're looking for a wild card into the Australian Open coming up next January.
Ready? Play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
So the first point going the way of Sam Groth. Forward forehand from Kyrgios. And a bit of luck going the other way of Groth. He'll be looking for that, taking every point he possibly can. Not much you can do about those.
$15.30.
But a good follow-up. The things we talked about with Mark R. Reed when he was in that opening set was the way that Nick Kyrgios is able to dig his way out of trouble. Lucky playing up the middle of the court there, gave Groth a few options, but solid at the net from Kyrgios, brought up the error. See there, approach in the middle of the court to the Groth backhand.
$40.30.
Just continues to pump himself up. Just wants to keep that momentum going. In a tight spot early in this game. That's probably the first loose shot that we've seen from Nick Kyrgios, certainly so far in this set. There's a chance for Groth to try and make some inroads here, try and get the break back, really put some pressure on. starting to change a little bit here. Groth with a break point opportunity. There's a couple of loose forehands in a row for Kyrgios. Staying in there, Sam Groth trying to find a way to get back into this match. Now he's earned himself a very valuable break point. Oh, that's loose again. Just didn't get his feet around in time. Groth, as Brett Phillips wanders back into the commentary box.
Nice to see you, Pete. And having a good look at this match up close, and I think he's got a challenge on his hands, Sam Groth. This was always going to be the danger game on day one for mine. This young guy from the ACT, fresh off winning the Under-18 Championships. He's got a bit of presence about him, hasn't he?
Mm. That's a good finish.
Advantage.
Great first serve. Again, he's dug himself out of a tight spot, earning another game point. The short ball here from Groth, easily put away. Just his composure. A couple of loose shots, but able to turn that around.
Juice.
I mentioned before the break the schedule for tomorrow's matches, Brett, and really looking forward to seeing the top seeds make an appearance out on our main feature court.
Yeah, should be good. Ashley Barty, we really enjoyed her week here last year, and we've watched her progress with great interest, playing some selected WTA events, and obviously getting that ranking inside the top 200 is a mighty effort at just 16 years of age. So she's going to be one of the hot favourites this week, along with Olivia Rogowska. And we'll see both of those in action here tomorrow.
Out. Advantage Kyrgios.
Olivia taking on Tammy Patterson, a fellow Victorian. They spent a bit of time together, don't they? I think they practiced together, and Olivia wasn't so pleased that they were playing each other first round. That's the way it goes.
Kyrgios game point, got a 3-1 in this second set.
Juice.
Wow.
So now the order of the day for Kyrgios is to just maintain that consistency that he had in the opening set. Important to just keep that momentum going. Don't go off it at any stage.
Out.
That was a tough pickup. Really good from Kyrgios. Play that as a half volley. See there. Oh, just flick of the wrist. And the big thing for Kyrgios now, particularly when he's involved in a baseline rally, is just keep moving Groth side to side. Big things has been movement into the ball.
Game, Kyrgios.
So tough hold for the man from the ACT. 3 games to 1
Kyrgios
now in
leads
this
3
second
games to
set
1.
after taking the first. 6 games to 4. There's been a heap of good matches throughout today. How long was that tiebreaker in the Luke Saville match?
Yes, we weren't quite sure if it was going to end. But,
well, the scoreboard only can go up to 99.
Exactly. But Luke got there in the end. Well done. Gets through to the quarter-final stage. Had to work really hard, particularly in that third set against Andrew Whittington from Victoria. But it was a good test for Luke because he got through the first couple of sets okay.
15 left.
Didn't have it all his own way as that young ball girl just cops the wrath of a Sam Groth serve. Need to be switched on down the other end with Sam's serving these thunderbolts. Geez, he needs a few more of these right now. Was it last year, Pete, that Kyrgios got through pretty deep into the wildcard playoff? I think he might have actually played Marinko Matosevic in the semi-finals from memory.
Is it semi-final stage? Have to check.
Or quarter-final? I think he took a set with Marinko. Should go back and check that, but that's when we really started to see him emerge.
15 all.
And there's that dangerous second serve return coming into play there. Bang. Well inside the baseline. Stepping forward, taking the ball nice and early. It's throwing the pressure back on Groth to have to come up with a big shot. He's off balance, he's under pressure.
Net for serve. $30-15.
The only thing you could probably say about Kyrgios is not guessing right on the serve. There have been a couple of times where he's sort of gone the wrong way.
Out. 30 all.
Again, he's earning himself another breakpoint opportunity. 4-1, a massive advantage in this second set. The game plan is simple. Put the pressure on the Groth second serve. So now the pressure is back on Groth to try and come up with the big first serve. Been pretty inconsistent in this match so far.
Juice.
Right serve at the right time. It's the one he needs to pull out of the bag now and really start using it. First serve, even if it's a three-quarter serve, get that first ball back into play.
Out.
Oh, terrific again. So solid on that return of serve.
Yeah, hard not to like what we're seeing from Nick Kyrgios. Looks like he's put on a few inches since we saw him about 12 months ago. He's got a good power game. He's fairly animated out on court. Very passion and emotion.
There it is again. You heard the too good from Groth.
Good as it gets.
4 games to
Kyrgios
1
leads
now
4
in
games
this
to 1.
second set. Amazing performance by Nick Kyrgios. Groth coming into this as the favourite. Stand and deliver. Big winner up the line. And you could hear Sam Groth saying, too good in the end. So, another break for Nick Kyrgios. 4-1 in this second set. Let's go around the courts and find out some of the other scores with Adrian Franklin.
Thanks, Pete. I'm out on court 7, where it's a fairly one-sided match at the moment. Ben Mitchell, he won the first set 6-3 against Bradley Mousley, and he's leading 5 games to love in this second set. So he's really running away with it, and that's to be expected. Ben Mitchell, the 5th seed. But if we roll over to court number 5, it's a different story. We've got Thanaki Kokkinakis, who lost the first 2 sets, but he's taken the third, and now he leads 5 games to 4 on serve. So he is serving for this 4th set after being 2 sets to love down. So he's only 16 years of age. We spoke to Todd Langham, his coach, before. And do yourselves a favour, if you can, remember the name, Thanasi Kokkinakis. His forehand is absolutely booming. So he's serving for the 4th to take it into a decider.
And a beautiful shot up the line there too, Adrian. He just keeps rolling along. We might get back to you with a result there of that fourth set when it does come to hand.
15 love.
But in the meantime, Nick Kyrgios well in control of this match on our feature court.
He is, and I was just having a little chat with John Fitzgerald out the back a few moments ago, Pete, who's a massive fan, certainly with Kokkinakis and also Kyrgios, the two Ks, who he believes, and we certainly listen to Fitzy when he talks tennis. He believes they are the next two that can really shine. There's two young men coming through.
30 love.
Just catching. Is that why you weren't here? Just hanging out with Fitzy at the back?
I was having a good chat with Fitzy, a good chat with David Bidmead, of course.
Is he still here?
Been in Bernard Tomic's camp for a
40 love.
large chunk of the year. He'll be with us on our coverage throughout the week.
Yeah, looking forward to that. My ATL show co-host.
I've heard a record number of hits for the show.
Yeah, no, Dave did well just to hit the refresh button.
Yes.
Just to build those figures.
Superb.
The best 5-minute show going around.
It took how long?
40-15.
The ATL show on the website, tennis.com.au/competitions, and just click on the ATL tab and you can get a full wrap-up of all the finals that were played the various conferences here in Australia, and looking forward to the second week of the Australian Open, where teams from across Asia and the Pacific will be competing against the conference winners from around Australia.
Great concept.
Game.
Two goods.
New balls,
Kyrgios
please.
rolling
Ball
along
change.
here, 5-1 in this second set. And yeah, one of the
Kyrgios
things
leads
to
5 games to
talk
1.
about is when you get a ground pass here, terrific value. If you come in the second week and you grab a ground pass, not only are you part of the atmosphere here, but you actually get to see this competition. And no doubt, I'm sure a lot of people who are involved with the various clubs or the various teams, friends, family, etc., will be getting those ground passes just to watch their family or friends going around in this competition. So they can do that. They can watch the big screen. There's, of course, Garden Square. There's Grand Slam Oval. There's so much to see and do. The wheelchair events are going on. Juniors are in action. So
Absolutely.
Always, every single day, there's something happening.
Yeah. You get maximum value if you're buying the ground pass right across the fortnight. So, well worth it investing in that. Tickettech.com.au. I'd get in early because we're going to get record crowds once again here to Melbourne Park come January 14.
And
15
the
love.
forecast is it's going to be hot. So
Yes, Bob.
record sales of sunscreen, according to Bob, the meteorologist here.
I think it's a great effort by Bob, 40-odd days out to predict the 2 weeks of January, and that's what makes him the #1 forecaster and why he lives here at Melbourne Park for the fortnight.
15 all.
And he does all that by licking his finger and just holding it up to the wind. He's able to get that long-range forecast. It's great work by him.
High-tech stuff. Just don't ruffle these feathers.
Nicely done. High backhand volley from Groth.
30-15.
It's going through Sam Groth's mind at the moment, Pete, because we try and sort of study body language of players, and he's coming with expectations on himself to do really well here.
40-15.
Not the end of the world if he loses, of course, but such a great opportunity as the #1 seed to get through the week and get a spot in the Australian Open main draw.
Well, one of the things would be that, just as an immediate goal here, is to make Nick serve out the set, which he should do by sending that ball across 3 courts. So it'll be Nick Kyrgios to serve for this second set.
5 games to 2.
5 games to 2 now. He took the first 6 games to 4, so he put the pressure back on Nick Kyrgios to say, look, you've gotten to this stage, but you haven't finished it off yet. Now's your opportunity. And also has the added advantage of meaning that Sam will serve first. If in fact it does get to that stage, serve first in the 3rd set. So always good to be serving first.
Yeah, so often we see the underdog opponent not being able to finish off their more highly fancied opponent when they get into these situations, leading 2 sets to love or on the verge of leading 2 sets to love. So he's got to get the job done, that's correct.
let's go around the courts and have a catch up with Adrian Franklin, who has one of the participants in the women's draw tomorrow. Adrian.
Yes, I've been wanting to speak with Priscilla all day. Now, I did find her, and she's a little bit nervous as well. So, Priscilla, there's nothing to be nervous about, but you must be excited about playing tomorrow. Sally Pear's first up.
Yeah, I'm really excited to play against one of the top girls here in Australia, and I'll just play my best, I guess.
So we don't know too much about you. You're still very, very young, but can you tell us what you've been up to this year and how you made it to the playoff?
This year I've just been playing heaps of ITFs to try to build my ITF ranking up, and played a few pro tours, and I got to the semis of 18s, so I think that's why I got the wild card into the playoff.
And you're enjoying yourself down here?
Yeah, I love Melbourne, the atmosphere is great, so yeah.
No worries. Well, you did very well. We'll leave it at that, but you did extremely well. Good luck and enjoy tomorrow.
Alright, thank you.
Thanks.
You did extremely well too, Adrian. Straight onto it.
15 all.
Another long rally.
Out. 30-15
again. And this is the problem now for Sam Groth, is that he needs to really push deep into the court. The balls to try and clear the line. And now has 2 set points for a 2 sets to love lead. Danger signs now for Sam Groth.
Fault.
And there it is.
Kyrgios.
It's been emphatic. The first 2 sets going to Nick Kyrgios of the ACT. 6-4 and 6-2. So we take a look at the set point again. You can see just dumping that backhand into the bottom of the net. It's been a consistent performance for Nick Kyrgios, but as always with best of 5 set matches, as Sam Groth leaves the court, with best of 5 set matches, anything can happen. It can so easily change. The momentum can change. Just work your way back into it. So, but at the moment, that man on your screen is absolutely flying. Continuing his good form, winning the Optus 18s event, which was played here last week. And 6-4, 6-2, the scoreline thus far.
He's going beautifully, Pete. I mean, the pattern of today is that 2 players have been in the same position of being beaten. Michael Look and also Jacob Grills, who led 2 sets to love. So there is some hope for Sam Groth yet, but as you say, he's just gone off court past us here, and he's going to really need to lift himself inside, because he just looks a little bit flat for mine at the moment. That Kyrgios is just too good. Let's get out to Adrian Franklin, who's out and about.
Yeah, guys, we're nearly there at the end of today. Not there yet, but we've got the women coming up first up tomorrow. So we've got the 2 Ashes, which we'll be covering live tomorrow right here on Centre Court. So Ash Barty, the number 2 seed, the defending champion, she'll be up against Ash Keir. So we don't know too much about Ash Keir, but you would have to imagine Barty will go in as a raging hot favourite to that one. So that's first up here tomorrow on Centre Court live. So we'll be live streaming that one, followed by Jessica Moore. So from WA, she's the 8th seed. She'll be taking on Naitha Baines from Queensland. So it's Naitha's first time here at the playoff, and Jess Moore's had a bit of time out from tennis over the past 12 months. So it will be interesting to see how she goes. And then after that match, it will be Olivia Rogowska, so the number 1 seed from Victoria. So also a hot favourite with Ash Barty. She'll take on Tammy Patterson of Victoria. They've played each other many, many times. And after that match, if we can sneak it in, we'll have the 3rd seed from New South Wales, Monique Adamczak, taking on her fellow New South Wales woman, Abby Myers. So there are 4 huge matches coming up live from tomorrow morning, guys. So make sure you get back on the coverage tomorrow morning. We'll all be here again. So we're looking forward to it, and we look forward to seeing you all here again tomorrow morning.
Is Adrian Franklin signing off, Brett? Is that it? Is he just packing up now?
Well, look, he's been out in the sun, and it's a tough gig.
He's working
out in
on
the
his
sun.
tan.
It's a tough gig out there.
I think we'll need to get him out in the Tony Gregg wide brim hat tomorrow, just to be a little some smart out there.
Well, we're either going to be here for another little while, Pete, or we're going to be here for quite some time if Sam Groth can come from 2 sets to love down.
And again, he's serving first to start off the set. So he's 1-1 at the moment in terms of winning his serve.
15 love.
That's a great second serve.
Fault.
To change your perspective here from Groth, trying to get off to a good start. Just to say he's still there. Not going anywhere.
Out. 30-15.
You can't afford to have loose points like that. Hasn't been the greatest of serving performances from Sam Groth. He's got that big serve, but can't do much about it if he's going to actually just miss that first ball. And that first serve percentage isn't huge at the moment.
Net for serve.
Put it in!
15.
I think Kyrgios just being a little hard on himself there. Tough serve to pick up.
Pace on that down the tee, so it's going to be a tough return.
So game points now for Groth. And there it is. Then guessing the wrong way, Kyrgios. So off to a good start in this third set, taking the opening game. Just some of the other matches that are being played tomorrow on the other court number 5. 2 courts in action. Bojana Babusic taking on Storm Sanders, so an all WA clash there. Azra Hadzik from Victoria is taking on Arina Rodionova, so an all Victorian encounter there. Then Priscilla, as we heard from with Adrian, taking on Sally Pearce, the number 6 seed. And Lizette Cabrera, the youngest players in this event, taking on Victoria Rajacic of Victoria, the number 7 seed. So all those matches to be played on court number 5.
Love.
It's a loose forehand, backhand, I should say, from Sam Groth. You can hear some of the commentary. You get a good insight into Sam and how he's thinking.
Well, at the moment, negatively. Not thinking, I think, was what he said before.
Out. 40 left.
Might just see maybe take a few more risks here, Sam Groth. See him really take on that second serve, step into the court. He's under a bit of pressure, but I think still, just try something different. Seen him come to the net a couple of times. Just try and change it up.
T 15.
That's it. Just continuing to put that pressure on. Still a couple of game points here for Nick Kyrgios. That's the easiest to put away is for Kyrgios. Holds 1 game all now in this third set.
1 game all.
You don't mind that so much because Groth was trying something a bit different there. Got the short ball. Again, going to follow it up with the short ball there too. But playing down the middle of the court, so gave Kyrgios a bit more time just to pick it up. And he very slowly put the ball away.
Really hard to see how this game is going to turn in Sam Groth's favour, to be quite honest.
Well, cutting down the unforced errors from the back of the court is a good start. Let's see, the rally's going a little bit longer as the match has gone on.
I just think Sam within himself. Pete, I don't know if he's quite got it today. Some days you just don't bring your best to the table. And I mean, Kyrgios has played exceptional tennis here. We can't deny that.
But this is the challenge. This is the challenge of a player who's back on the rise, and so that huge rankings jump. That you're not playing well. How do you get yourself out of this situation? Oh, that's nicely done. It really is on that backhand side, way out of court, to be able to drop the ball at the shoelaces of Sam Groth, who was coming forward there and had good position on the net. Just fantastic. But you don't always have to win pretty here, and it may not be pretty to get yourself back in the match. It's a lot more positive from Groth, but then you turn around to your Kyrgios and go, well, that's too good.
Yep.
It really is.
Superb. He's putting it right in the spot where Sam doesn't want to be getting down to. It's just sensational. Well done.
15-30.
It's been the one positive for Groth, that first serve when it does go in. Kyrgios, as I've said before, is just having trouble picking which way it's going to go. Remember, if you want to be part of the coverage, go on Twitter, hashtag #AOPlayoff.
30 off.
Back-to-back series here for Groth.
We're going to have a decibel competition between these two.
30-40.
There was time there for Groth to get around onto that forehand side. Ball dipping sharply. So another break point here for Nick Kyrgios. A 2-1 lead, 2 sets to love up. He is in a very strong position. And that's a good sign. That's good to see.
Anywhere else? It hasn't been working.
Be interesting proposition for Nick Kyrgios. We'll get back to that in a moment because all the action is happening out on court number 5. Adrian Franklin's keeping an eye on things. Tight in the tie-break.
It is very tight. We're very deep in this 4th set. So Matthew Barton, he won the first 2 sets, lost the 3rd, but is now leading 6 points to 3 with Kokkinakis serving right now, as you can see. So he's 1 point away from taking the match here. Barton, as we just see this rally take place, very blustery conditions out here at the moment, and he's just missed that one. So back to 6 points to 4 still. He has a match point here again. So the winner of this match here, guys, will play the winner of your match, Sam Groth and Nick Kyrgios. So we'll stay here for now because Kokkinakis serving is down 4-6. The wind has just dropped a little here, so it's quite calm. Fault 1 there. It's been a really topsy-turvy match out here, but Kokkinakis, as I've mentioned, he's only 16 years of age, so remember that name. He's got a booming forehand, but Barton is leading at the moment and has match point. And that's just clipped the net, so match point, great rally, and he's done it there, Kokkinakis. He stays in it with a great drop volley there. So all throughout this match, Kokkinakis has been really creative. Lots of drop shots. He's moved to the net, so he's got the all-round play, but he's still down 1 match point. So it's 6-5, Barton to serve. He's leading 2 sets to 1. So if he takes this point, he'll move through to the quarterfinals and he'll play either Sam Groth or Nick Kyrgios. But obviously that looks to be Kyrgios at the moment. Fault 1, first one. He's been serving really well throughout this whole match, Matthew Barton. Second serve. The wind's just died down again. And he's missed it. So crucial miss. Now back to 6 points apiece. Kokkinakis, he looked up at the umpire and he clenched his fist. So he's still in it, guys. This one is still going, so I'll keep you updated, but we'll head back to Sam Groth and Nick Kyrgios.
Thank you, Adrian. And Groth, under all sorts of pressure, managed to turn that game around after facing some break points. He holds and leads 2 games to 1. And that was the point to win the game. That's good going. Got that first serve up and happening again.
Yep.
And got him out of trouble.
Yeah, he needs to get plenty of those, and I agree with you. Take some risk, try and get in. Kyrgios' returns have been fantastic. That's put Sam under lots of pressure at the net, but it's the stage of the game now where he just cannot sit back and be content to just sort of play it out in the baseline. He's got to take a risk or two here, Sam Groth, and get himself back in the contest and put some doubt in Kyrgios' mind. He's on the verge of possibly a great victory here to upset the number 1 seed, but still a lot of work to do.
Seven points to 6 in favour of Barton on court number 5. We'll get back to Adrian in just a moment. Had all the time in the world there, Kyrgios. It was nicely put away. Didn't need to overhit it, just use the angle. Just sat up, waited for it, could go anywhere on the court. That's terrific. That's
13.
game plan A from Nick Kyrgios. Run Groth from side to side.
Correction, the ball was good for T-Love.
Well, it was right on the line where the umpire can see. So the call will stand. So it's 40 love now. And he holds.
Yeah,
Comfortable
Kyrgios.
hold too for Kyrgios. No sign of nerves at this stage.
2 games.
We are at 2 games all now in this third set. Let's go back out to court 5 where Adrian Franklin is waiting.
Yeah, and it's just been wrapped up. So Matthew Barton has taken that 4th set. So after winning the first 2, Kokkinakis won the 3rd, but Barton has taken the 4th. So he progresses through to the quarterfinal, and Barton will now play either Sam Groth or Nick Kyrgios. Ben Mitchell also just won in 3 sets against Bradley Mousley. So he goes through to the quarters, and he will play Adam Feeney in the next match. So both matches have been wrapped up out here, guys.
Nice work by you, Adrian. Thank you.
Love 15.
Earlier today it was, of course, Greg Jones, JP Smith, Matt Reid, Luke Seville, Adam Feeney, all getting through to the quarterfinals in matches completed earlier.
So it means that Feeney, as Adrian mentioned, will play Ben Mitchell. Luke Saville faces Matt Reid, and Greg Jones will face JP Smith in the quarterfinals. Oh, another double. No. Door firmly open now for Nick Kyrgios.
Love 40.
So double fault, unforced error to get to 3 break points down. It's a loose game. Can't afford to have them when you're 2 sets to love down.
15-40.
Good follow up. Both of these players have played a lot of tennis of late. That's terrific serve, nice out wide. So 2 saved, 1 to come. Well, it can be frustrating, Kyrgios, but they were 3 excellent serves from Groth.
Good fight back here. I reckon if he'd been broken in this game, and it still could happen, that it'd be very hard for Groth to get back. This is absolutely crucial. He holds here.
And there's another one.
His best when it counts.
So double fault, unforced error. Ace, ace. Just keeps rolling along, isn't it? Series of aces, we've had a series of double faults, and everything in this game.
One with a lot.
So turning 3 break points down into a game point. And there it is. And he'll be happy about that too. survived a massive scare. 3 break points down. He holds 3 games to 2 in this third set. Well, Ben Mitchell had a really good win today in straight sets over Bradley Mousley, and he's with Adrian.
Yeah, I've got another winner, Ben Mitchell. Mate, you just said that you broke pretty much every serve out there apart from 3 games that Bradley Mousley held. That's a pretty good effort.
Yeah, I was returning extremely well out there. It's one of my strengths, and for him to only hold 3 times, it shows how well I was actually returning. So.
You feel pretty good coming in here. We just mentioned off camera that you've been in form leading into this event, and you've been thinking about it since about September as well.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this tournament for a while. So I've been training up for this. I finished the year pretty well. So I really want to go out here and win on Wednesday, and then hopefully go one step further and win the whole thing. So
you've got Adam Feeney coming up next on Wednesday. So have you played him many times in the past?
I actually have. It's reasonably even head-to-head, but he's got me the last couple of times. So, he's the 4th seed, I'm the 5th seed, so I'm going to just go out there with nothing to lose, and, the pressure's on him, so, yeah.
And day off tomorrow, what do you get up to?
I'm not too sure. I think it depends on the coach, see how happy he was with my performance. I'll definitely watch a movie. I don't know what's out, though, but I'll go and watch a movie and relax a little bit, so, yeah.
All right, well, if we speak to you Wednesday, I want to know what movie you saw, okay?
All right, I'll let you know.
All right, thanks, mate.
Thanks, cheers.
Thank you, Adrian. Can I recommend Skyfall?
I saw it last week.
Not bad.
15. Great movie. Edge of your seat, Pete. Oh,
you a Bond movie fan?
I am, actually. Don't know if I'd survive like Bond. Blew it out the first scene.
You could just play an extra.
Sip of coffee. Trying to get shot.
Well done to Ben Mitchell today.
Argo's another one. Go and see Argo. That's a good movie. You seen Argo?
No, I haven't.
Fantastic. Based on true events.
Out. 15-30.
So the door slightly ajar here for Groth. Fought really hard to hold his previous service game. It's drifting.
15-40.
So it's been a little while coming, but now Sam Groth has a couple of break points.
$30-40.
Hit that ball toss, are you?
There it is.
Groth.
4 games to 2. Momentum has shifted.
Groth leads 4 games to 2.
Quite sad, honestly.
Well, this is the time he had to strike Sam Groth, otherwise it was going to be game, set and match. So he's making his run right now. There's the test of the younger player, the more inexperienced players, to how they work through this period.
love 15.
So now time for Kyrgios to refocus. Just put that last game behind him. And work on getting that break back. Been well on top in this match. Been able to control the points. Just lost a slight bit of momentum in the last couple of games, but still good enough to get himself back.
15 all.
That's plenty of those.
Nope.
Out.
Too close to the ball.
30-15.
I wonder whether the tough three-set match played in the 18s final maybe is starting to affect him a little bit.
It was only yesterday too, so...
Obviously played a week's worth of tournament matches, quality matches.
40-15.
Starting to get a few more first serves in here. Sam Groth, and he's on the verge here. A couple of game points to go. 5-2. So he looks to try and claim this third set.
There it is.
Groth.
So momentum change
New
in
balls,
this match.
please.
5
Ball
games to 2. Kyrgios serving to stay in the set.
Groth leads 5 games to 2, third set. Kyrgios by 2
Dancing
sets.
on his toes at the moment, Sam. He's got a bit of a lift the last few games. Getting into a better groove. Getting a few more first serves in.
Give you the weather forecast for tomorrow. 29 and sunny. We'll take a break. Back with more in a moment.
That's better, guys.
So back on our feature court, Nick Kyrgios serving to stay in this third set. We're at 15 all.
Thirty 15.
Yeah, so Matthew just went to the toilet. No, that's okay. No, I just said, the toilet just come back, so that's fine.
Out.
Yeah.
As I mentioned before the break, a top of 29 for tomorrow.
To
34 on Wednesday. Well, things start to cool off a bit.
Game, Kyrgios.
That's a good finish. So now the hard work starts.
Groth leads 5 games to
break
3.
This Groth serve. Sam now serving for the set. Just see a lot more consistent from Groth from the back of the court. There are no major unforced errors. He's able to put the pressure back on Nick Kyrgios, who I think starting to tire just a little bit now. Much better.
Mighty
job to get a racket to that. So not far away now, Sam Groth from taking out this third set.
The neck cord coming into play.
30-15.
Just that crucial moment. He was ready to play that volley and to play it as a half volley. Kyrgios gets another look at a second serve, and this is a chance really to just put some more pressure back on like he was doing in the first two sets.
40-15.
That's where the momentum has changed. First two sets Kyrgios was putting them away. Now 2 set points for Sam Groth. There it is.
Third set, Groth.
We're off to a fourth set. Sam Groth taking it
6
6 games to 3. Kyrgios still with a 2-1 advantage.
Yeah, good fight back from Sam. But midway through that third set, he really needed to do up the ante, and he did just that. Some big first serves in and really solid off the ground. So he's got himself back in the contest. There's some work to do. But will it continue the trend of matches today, Pete, where players have come from 2 sets to love down? There's already been 2 of those. Sam looking to make it a hat-trick, but I think Kyrgios is going to have a bit to say about that. But he's got to hold his nerve here, the young man. He's going to have a good think in the chair heading into this fourth set.
Well, it was more
he's played
just
some great tennis.
As we have a look at the highlights of this third set, really did work his way back into the match. A lot more consistent. Just wonder how much Nick Kyrgios has left in the tank. Points aren't coming as easy now, but still a chance here to continue going. Let's go to Adrian Franklin, who I think has another winner with him.
Yes, another winner, Matthew Barton. They just won 4-set matchup against Kyrgios. You were 5 in the first couple of sets. How did you feel that? Yeah, no, it was the first couple of sets.
Fourth set.
Attacking really well. I was a bit defensive, but no, I'm really happy in the end to get the win.
And you play the winner of this matchup here, so you're going to stay here and watch it, or?
Yeah, I hope it goes a distance, to be honest. So, but yeah, definitely get a few tips. So we'll see what's going on.
No worries, we'll watch it now, mate. But good luck on Wednesday.
Yeah, cheers.
Really gonna get clean. Love 15.
Thank you for that, Adrian. Now this is the last match to be played today. Can't have anything loose. Sam Groth here. Do not give Nick Kyrgios an opportunity to get back into it.
Out. 30-15. 40-15.
Good service game to just get things back on track here. Really has been the better player of the pair in this match. Well, the fact Groth has worked his way back into it.
40-30.
Game point, just not putting them away as regularly as he did in the opening couple of sets. That's a terrific serve. Has the advantage of serving first in this set as well. Good reach into the court. Pressure back on Sam Groth and really got his first serve going. Improved that first serve percentage. Now the pressure back on from Sam Groth. Knows what he needs to do to work his way back into this. Saw it in that third set. Saw the game start to open up a little bit.
Love.
That big first serve. So now for Kyrgios, an opportunity to try and get a read on that first ball. Seen a couple of times he goes to go the wrong way.
Love.
Ball swinging away off the line. Just get the feeling the longer this match goes on, the shorter the rallies.
Out.
And got a sider of that one, of the second serve.
30-15.
Just helped to restore the confidence of Nick Kyrgios.
Wow! 40-15.
And not much you can do about those first serves. What a frustration, I think, there as well. Good hold for Groth. Ball square in the fourth set.
One game.
So just jumping into that ball, Kyrgios. And the unforced errors are starting to flow from the man from the ACT's racket. Nicely guided up the line by Groth. This is really a crucial stage in the match. Just try and regain some composure here. Kyrgios. Very short, Sam.
It's been the key for Kyrgios, hasn't it, Pete? Right throughout the game, as you said, just to really run him around and get him out of his
comfort zone. He's done it well for the majority of this game.
Out. 30-15.
Oh, close to the line.
Not much about
Question being asked. Sam asking the question. Gee, tough call. Hard to tell on that replay exactly where that ball landed, but the umpire in good position to call the baseline.
Out. 40-15. Game. Kyrgios.
Again close to the baseline. Kyrgios holds.
Kyrgios leads 2 games to 1.
2 games to 1. We're on serve in the 4th set. So an interesting stage in this match. Kyrgios just holding his own again.
Not missing by much, Sam
No.
Groth, but playing very close to the lines. They need to keep that ball deep, such has been the good ground play from Kyrgios right throughout this game. We're going to take a quick break here from Melbourne Park. The tennis to resume on the other side of this.
Time.
Looking forward to the Brisbane International, part of the big summer of tennis, the Hopman Cup in Perth, the Napier International in Sydney. Down to Hobart as well. It's a big summer of tennis, all the qualifying here at Melbourne Park in the lead up. Sam Groth serving here to get it to 2-all in this 4th set. After claiming the 3rd, if you're joining us very late in the day, the number 1 seed. Under all sorts of pressure here, having lost the first 2 sets.
Oi.
Oh, there's a catch for somebody, if you're good enough.
3 courts over. Wow.
15.
That did travel.
That's a souvenir. The Sam Groth slaughtered ball.
We've seen a couple jettison their way possibly onto the train tracks. That got some distance. So we need that cricket where they hit the 6 and they measure how far it goes.
Last seen in Pakenham.
Just need to roll that technology out here.
A few moments ago.
Out. 15 all.
Just to buy some time, I think, here, Kyrgios.
Not much.
Too very close to the line again.
No shortage of conversation if these two were to dine together.
No. You get the feeling they'd shout at one another.
And water.
Oh, how did he get that return back?
30.
That was more a hit and hope than anything else. Body serve. Just had his bracket just in the right position in the nick of time there. That could have gone absolutely anywhere. And there's the
Look at that
reaction.
racket. Luckily he held onto it.
He has picked up some big returns. The Kyrgios door slightly ajar for a break.
30 all. Yeah! 30, 40.
In the right position, Groth that time. Have a look here. Snatching at that volley. And a break point opportunity for Nick Kyrgios. A 3-1 lead and just wrestle back the momentum in this match.
Juice.
Really, I understand the frustration, but he's in still a very, very good position. If anything, this match goes the distance. You want to conserve as much energy as possible.
Out.
Kyrgios a good look at a second serve here as well. The concentration into this point. I think the wind might have
Advantage,
taken that.
Kyrgios.
It really gusted up then. He was going to strike that ball.
It's too much feedback. Sorry?
Well, the chatter continues.
Great serve. Went for it again, paid off.
Yes.
As long as we turn around and go too good. Too good. Great attempt on the return.
Great placement.
Advantage, Groth.
So Sam looking to hold here. We've spoken to Sam many times about the fact that this on-court mannerisms, this is what gets him going.
Hmm.
That's just part of his makeup. I imagine, I haven't spoken to Nick about it, but players need to be animated. They need to talk and chat and everything else. Holds.
Tough hold. 2 games all now.
2 games all.
So this game at a very interesting stage right now as Sam Groth has certainly worked his way back in.
Out. Well, 15.
This is the time now in the 5th game for Sam Groth to really make his move. Break down this Kyrgios serve.
Oh. 15 all.
On that occasion, we've certainly admired Kyrgios the way he's gone about it today, and he's right in this game, of course, with the benefit of winning the first 2 sets. You feel like the momentum's certainly in Sam Groth's corner right now, but plenty to be played.
It's a late call by the linesperson.
Yep.
There's someone patrolling that line. That's clever again.
30,
way
15.
out of court. That's better from Sam Groth.
30 all.
Really take charge of this match now.
Yeah, I'll just move across to 4.
But an excellent follow-up. We've seen this getting into trouble
30.
during these service games, but didn't get himself out of trouble. Big first serve. Don't know about the return, but the serve's been pretty handy too.
Game, Kyrgios.
So 3 games to 2. We are on serve in the 4th set.
Kyrgios leads 3 games to 2, 4th set, by 2 sets to 1.
2 sets to 1. And Kyrgios leading at this stage, but it's still very much anyone's match. Adrian Franklin is still wandering around. I think he's courtside.
Yes, guys. Earlier today we did speak about the fact that it was very even competition going into the men's matches, and it still is, but interestingly enough, all of the seeds so far have moved through to the quarterfinal stages, apart from the match going on right now. So if Sam Groth wins this one, at the moment he's certainly getting back in it, then every seed from 1 to 8 will move through to the quarterfinals on Wednesday. So a few big blockbusters coming up. Matt Reid is going to be first up on court Wednesday. Weather dependent, we'll hopefully have 3 matches on centre court. So Matt Reid is going to play Luke Saville, so that's going to be a big one. Reid was obviously in a 5-set epic today with Jacob Grills, so although it was quite a quick 5 sets, Saville was a lot quicker straight through in 3 sets. We'll have JP Smith, who's going to be playing against Greg Jones. Those guys have played each other many times, so another 2 seeds to play each other. We'll have a 3rd match. Adam Feeney will take on Ben Mitchell. So all of these blockbusters coming up on Wednesday. So if Groth wins this one, it means every seed from 1 to 8 will move through to the quarterfinals on Wednesday.
Thank you for that, Adrian.
Hashtag AO Playoff if you want to communicate with us on Twitter. We're getting some updates from James Duckworth. The futures of it is playing in Hong Kong. A set-piece first round match.
Okay, this is the opportunity for Kyrgios. Get the break here, set yourself up at 4-2. Just build a little cushion. Put the pressure back on Sam Groth. Show that you're not going anywhere. And he got there. That is brilliant. Brilliant stuff. I think he's played all his tennis over the past week or so, and he still got to that. And great presence of mind too, just a little flick across. Didn't overhit it at all. Very clever shot.
That ball was really tipping on him, but we know on the hard courts, on this surface, just sit up enough for you to get a return back. So spot on. Once Sale's out, he's sniff a little opportunity here, Nick Kyrgios.
Well, again, the pressure back on Sam Groth to come up with 3 big first serves. Now create this position to break point down. You cannot afford to make any mistakes from here on in. Need the big first serve to set up the point, because you know that your opponent's getting a good look at your second serve. Really advantage Kyrgios at the moment. And a look at that second serve. When he can throw a ball like that down, though.
Oh, it's a big second serve. Had to go for it.
Oh, absolutely. Because now you're at the stage where you just have to throw absolutely everything at it. Can't afford to just drop that serve in. He's talking about taking risks. That's definitely a risk, but it paid off. Oh, and it's into the nets. There is the break. 4-2 to Nick Kyrgios. The momentum has swung back towards the man from the ACT. And the right thing here, by coming to the net, Sam Groth had the play, just couldn't put it away. So now, Kyrgios, big chance here.
His returns have been good, haven't they?
Sensational.
Either at the shoelaces or really lunging. See, he's now really got a good frame of mind. Getting through that tough patch of the match, losing his set. Now he can really smell victory.
Oh, now it's loose again, so it's starting to fall off again for Sam Groth. Just that inconsistency creeping in, the unforced errors.
How am I so bad?
40 love.
We don't do it anymore, really. So this is a good account of what's happening out there. It's amazing how just the fluctuations. Just got a pear shape right now.
3 game points. Like that 2 game points.
40, 15.
Points for 5-2. Terrific. That's a clutch serve right there. 5 games to 2 now in this fourth set.
5 games to 2 up by 2 sets to 1.
Great serve.
Great replay there of the serve right behind that. Could not get a touch on that at all. It's a great effort by Nick Kyrgios. Plenty of support on Twitter for Kyrgios.
It's a great performance by him as well. Just really toughed it out. Thought maybe that lost some momentum in the third set. He'd get a little tired, but he's managed to turn it around, and that's a great performance by him. Let's go to Adrian Franklin, who's in the crowd.
Yeah, I'm back out with Des Tyson. Now it's the second time I've been with you today, Des. You were coaching Luke Saville earlier. Now Nick Kyrgios. Mate, I don't even know where to start. He's certainly a vocal player.
He is, yes. He's very passionate about his tennis. That's one way to describe Nick. It's always interesting to watch.
How have you seen it? It's been topsy-turvy. I've moved my way around the courts, but, I mean, there's a lot of flair out on court. Has there been consistency from what you've seen?
Well, it's a different style of match. Both these guys are a big service, so the rallies typically have been quite short, but nevertheless been a very entertaining match.
Yeah. Is it probably what you expected coming into it?
Yeah, I'd say so, yeah. Well, Sam's got the fastest serve in world tennis, so, and Nick's got a great serve himself, so expecting the rallies to be short and sharp for sure.
Thanks for your time, Des.
Cheers.
Thank you, Adrian. Des Tyson, coach of Nick Kyrgios, will be pretty happy the way things are going at the moment. Sam Groth serving to stay in the match. Wow, the luck going his way as well. That just putting a racket on it. That's pretty much all he could do off the pace of the ball. Just dropping over. Another day, that might have just dropped itself into the net. Good serve. Great body serve.
With the forward defence.
Yeah, I was going to say. Either that or the cover drive, one of the two. So 40-15 now. Put the pressure back on Nick Kyrgios. Make him serve it out. Just that extra bit of pressure. No, floated that one. Should have hit through it. So now, Nick Kyrgios, the chance to close out this match.
Kyrgios leads 5-3.
5-3. Really has played well, but now it's often known as the toughest game to serve out. The last one to get that win. No need to get involved in any chat with the umpire, just get back on task.
Foul, please. 15 love. Thank you.
You'd be bitterly disappointed with this. Sam Groth getting himself into a good position again. I was going to say, did well to keep that in on the sideline. That ball was drifting wide. There's not. See, Nick Kyrgios doesn't need to get involved in this.
That's right. The umpire's decision stands. Is technology during the wildcard playoff that's helped the players here. It's
movement again. I think the other thing that Nick Kyrgios is talking about is that the umpire has turned off his microphone, so he needs to just make the calls a little clearer, a little louder, so that the players can hear it. 30-15 now, so 2 points away from the match. There, got the winner, and now has 2 match points. Just see that the pace taken off the ball now from both players. There's a chance for one of these players to step up, and in the end it was Nick Kyrgios. He'd love to finish this off with an ace. That is a perfect way to finish it. What a great performance by Nick Kyrgios of the ACT. 6-4, 6-2, 3-6, 6-3. Getting the job done in this opening round match, and the number 1 seed is out of the wildcard playoff.
Yeah, disappointing for Sam Groth, but sometimes you've just got to concede that the opponent was better on the day, and Nick Kyrgios was. He was absolutely superb right from the outset. Played a very solid game of tennis. He's got the power, he's got the passion, he's got all the components, all the facets of a game that I think we're going to see a lot more of in the future. A young man who got his first ATP ranking in about May of this year, and a big breakthrough, a semi-final at Margaret River, which got him into the 800s. And I think we're going to see that build. At just 17, there is a very bright future indeed.
Yeah, disappointing for Sam Groth as well. Just never could really get a foothold in the match. Turned things around in that third set, but just struggled from there. Too many unforced errors, and the first serve percentage just dropped early in that match. Managed to get that back, but just inconsistency the key. An opponent who, in the end, you turn around and go is just too good. Nick Kyrgios would be very, very happy with the way he put his match together, constructed it, got to the 4 sets. He's followed up his win in the Optus 18s with a win here in the opening round. He's upset the top seed, Adrian Franklin.
Nick Kyrgios, on paper, it looked as though it was going to be tough, the number 1 seed. You've just knocked him out, but for you, you seem pretty confident the whole way through.
Yeah, obviously, I was in some great form going through the 18s. Played a great match yesterday against the Nasi in the final. And, obviously I wasn't feeling 100%, but I knew if I played my game right, served well, I knew I was going to get my opportunity. I was on his serve, and that's what I did.
It seems as though you really thrive on the moment, even though you played a lot of tennis over the past week, carrying a bit of an injury. Yeah. When you get out here, you just love the moment. Am I right in saying that? Yeah, definitely. My game involves around a lot of energy and, trying to get underneath other opponents' skin. I thought I did that well today in moments where I needed to. And I thought I played the big points well. And even though he saved a lot of break points, I knew that I was going to get my opportunities over and over again. And eventually I took it. And I obviously love playing out here. I spoke to your coach, Des Tyson, a couple of times, just late there in the final set as well. Do you look over at him for inspiration throughout the match, or how does it work? Yeah, Des he's pretty calm off the court, so I know, when those big moments come, I got to stay in the moment, not thinking about ahead and thinking about winning, especially in that last game. 15-all was a big point, and he's taught me well, not get too angry at myself and just focus, stay composed, and that's what I did. Matthew Barton next. Do you think about that now, or you just totally block that out for now? I think I'm not going to think about it at all. I'm pretty tired. All right, enjoy. We'll see you Wednesday. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Adrian Franklin, with a very happy Nick Kyrgios. Good performance, winning in 4 sets, 6-4, 6-2, 3-6, 6-3 over the top seed, Sam Groth. Let's take a look at the highlights of the match, and it was all one-way traffic, particularly in that opening set. Sam Groth, one of his highlights early on. But good serving. We've talked about the return of Nick Kyrgios today, but his serving was really up to the mark as well. Plenty of free points off his serve. A couple of lapses from time to time, allowing Groth back into the match. That was the shot of the match too by Nick Kyrgios, and so solid from the back of the court. There's too many unforced errors by Sam Groth in the end. Kyrgios got the job done. So good win there, and it means that the top seed has been upset. All the other seeds making it through. Adam Feeney, Ben Mitchell, Luke Saville, Matt Reid, Greg Jones and JP Smith. We look ahead to the action coming up tomorrow, and it is women's singles action. Ashley Keir of the ACT facing the second seed Ashley Barty of Queensland. Looking forward to seeing Ash out on court.
Absolutely. Really enjoyed her week here last year, and she was a deserved winner, Pete. Every chance she could go back-to-back.
And Jess Moore, who's been in great form from WA, particularly in the ATL competition of late, the 8th seed out on court.
Well, she is the seeded player, Jess Moore. She's had fluctuations throughout her career, and we're looking forward to seeing what she can deliver in 2013. Hopefully can start on a good note here, and she's certainly the favourite going to that card.
Take on Nate Vervains. The top seed Olivia Rogoska is next up on court, facing Tammy Patterson. An all-Victorian encounter, and these two know each other's games pretty well.
And she loves this time of the year, Olivia Rogoska. She's been in the last 4 finals. Twice she's been able to win it. She's been a finalist in the other 2 and lost to Ashley last year. So close to getting inside that top 100. So she'll be keen to get off to, well, she needs to get off to a great start in this, of course, knockout format for the women.
And Monique Adamczak of New South Wales, the 3rd seed, taking on Abby Myers of New South Wales, who won the Optus 18s event. So in good form, it'll be a tough match for Monique there.
Indeed. No disrespect to Monique, she's almost a veteran of the tour, been around a long time, hasn't she? And look, she's a chance this week because of her experience, so one to look out for tomorrow.
The action gets underway from 9:45 tomorrow morning Australian Eastern Daylight Time on tennis.com.au and the Tennis Australia YouTube channel. We've had a great day of men's singles action then, up to the quarterfinal stage, and the women, the round of 16 matches get underway tomorrow. We look forward to your company then.